You used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, maybe then I'll wait to save me, a superhero in your a superhero in you called my soul when I was falling. You moved the clouds to stop me from hitting the ground. And every goal there was a meaning. For this love ain't kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, maybe then I'll wait to save me, a superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, maybe then I'll wait to save me,
Baby, this is do or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's an eye for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. No, but the Mariona, it came like the thunder. I was on my way to going under. Swimming in the pain, yeah, I was covered in a tidal wave, but I'm a fighter. Try to take me down, I'm going higher. Baby, you've been playing with some fire. You've been playing with fire. One day you will see what you made of me. Found my inner peace. You are to in the dead of maybe when it's still dark. You know it's an eye for eye. Every energy around. And the touch of night. You can save your alibi. I already know you lied. Oh no, no, don't even try. die. You know it's an eye for eye. Feel the energy align. In the dead of night. In the dead of night. In the dead of night. And one day you will see what you made of me, what's inside of me. Oh, and one day you will see I found my inner beast, and you watch it release.
Maybe I could be a lucky charm. Bet your heart on me and hold me in your arms. I could be a lucky charm. So baby, double down. So baby, double down. I could be a lucky charm. Maybe I could be a lucky charm. Bet your heart on me and hold me in your arms. I could be a lucky charm. So baby, double down. So baby, double down. I could be a lucky charm. I could be a lucky charm. I could be a lucky charm. I could be a lucky charm.
second for you. I'm chasing, I'm climbing, I'm searching, I'm falling. It's worth every second for you. I'm chasing, I'm climbing, I'm searching, I'm falling. It's worth every second for you. I'm chasing, I'm climbing, I'm searching, I'm falling. It's worth every second for you.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's Rocket League Championship Series Sub-Saharan Africa, and it's day 2 of the first regional event of the spring split. My name is Tofu Elliott, and I am absolutely overjoyed to be back in the region for some smashing games today. 6 series. It's the longest day of the weekend, and my goodness, we are in for a treat today. I am joined by, well, at least for the first half of the day, these 3 lovely gents on the panel with me. Muz, Mr. Bepic, that's Luke George, Murray Walton, and Blake Phillips. Blake, you were with us yesterday. How are you feeling about the second day of this first regional?
Well, day 1 rather, was riddled with a couple of upsets, which I was elated to watch happen. ATK going down. I mean, I had the pleasure of casting that series. That was an incredible upset there by Nibble, and I'm hoping we just get more action that shows just how far the development of this region has come.
Absolutely unreal, right? And to see ATK go out in the lower bracket, what is going on? This is why we say smallest region, biggest hype. Murray, of course, our regional member of the talent today, and all of our problems with load shedding have dematerialized overnight. No more load shedding this weekend?
Yeah, seems to be the case. It just fell away. They obviously found a little bit of extra coal somewhere under a blanket, and yeah, they can put the lights back on.
Absolutely outstanding. No Jennies required for the rest of the weekend. All of the teams are going to be able to make it through. And I think considering the worries we had before this weekend, this is an absolutely fantastic way for it to turn. And now joining us for the first time, but not the last time this weekend, Luke George, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling good. I was a little bit sad to miss out on day number 1, as I have been in the past, but I've made better late than never, right? And look, there's a very special place in my heart for this region. We've had some good times together, and I'm looking forward to the good times ahead.
Let's take a look at the bracket and see how things shaped up yesterday. Well, it was a very, very exciting day of Rocket League with upsets and Game 5s abounding. We had Orlando Pirates, to no one's surprise, securing themselves that upper bracket run. Today they'll be facing off against Digital Devils to see who's going to secure that first spot in the upper finals. The other upper semi, we have Bravado Gaming going head-to-head with DNMK Esports. DNMK, who won in Game 5 to send ATK, perhaps one of our expected contenders, into the lower bracket, where they were unceremoniously ejected from the competition by none other than Nibble Esports. Blake, I mean, you mentioned this just a moment ago, but that really was something.
Yeah, and I talked about Nibble Esports taking out ATK, but we got to talk about the setup work that DNMK did. When I sent out a tweet about 30 minutes ago, I posed the question, will DNMK make that incredible Cinderella run? Yes, they are one of the top teams in this region, but they took down ATK yesterday. They've got Bravado Gaming as just a step up. Again, if they can beat Bravado, there's a serious chance that DNMK can do some damage here in Spring Regional 1.
Absolutely incredible stuff. That upper bracket shaping up to be very, very spicy, but the lower bracket no less capsaicin heavy. Nibble Esports facing off against Apex Gaming in our first matchup of the day, and Ice Esports with a clean sweep over Evolved Gaming made it through to line up against Team Espionage, who actually 3-0'd Nibble Esports in the first round of the upper bracket, so a potential rematch on the cards later in the lower bracket for them. So here's our schedule for the day, or at least for the first 4 games. The 4 best-of-5 series that we have coming up first. I'm getting, it's 2 best-of-5s, and then it's best-of-7s. I do apologize for that. That's just a bit of an error on the graphic. Apex Gaming versus Nibble Esports going to be coming up shortly at just 1700 SAST in about 10 minutes' time. Ice Esports head-to-head with Team Espionage. Orlando Pirates, Digital Devils, and Bravado Gaming, DNMK Esports. Those 2 upper bracket matchups will be best of 7s, and look at that, already fixed. We love to see it. Big thumbs up to the producer behind the scenes. Wow, let's talk about this first game. Apex Gaming, Nibble Esports. Look, I think I made it pretty clear yesterday. I love Apex because they have a Reunion Islands player. They got my guy Panda from Pub, and I'm a Pub man, but I'm an underdog man as well, and Nibble have been doing bits now. Luke, I don't know if you managed to catch any of it yesterday during your recap of the event, but that was quite a show they put on against ATK.
Yeah, look, what I'm loving to see, right, is one, we've got a new org coming into the scene. That's just immense, right? Look, royalties dropped out, or the players have dropped out of royalty, rather. Seeing another team come in, another org come in and pick up a roster in this region, it's just huge. It just shows the growth. I think we look at it, there's only one team without a logo, whereas like regional number 1 last split felt like it was logoless going throughout, and it just shows the growth. But seeing this kind of underdog run, players like Mr. Low just popping off, I think Muzz said earlier in the green room, like, put a controller in his hands. Doesn't matter what kind of controller. He might be rolling with a PS5 controller for the first time today, but it doesn't matter. He's going to pop off regardless. And seeing those kind of performances, fantastic. You love to see it. Especially when it's a new org into the region.
Have you seen the Fisher-Price controller thing?
Absolutely.
It's in the Twitterverse. It's an absolutely fantastic video. We love it, but that's not relevant right now. And what is relevant? statistics, always relevant.
Imagine.
And unfortunately, we have had a late dropout. Our very own Taylor Francis feeling a little bit under the weather today. So I'm going to be heading over to Stats Corner, a bit of a sojourn into the realm of statistics, to join Joe Harvey. Actional, what have you got for us first?
Well, Elliot, it's obviously a pleasure to be back, and it seems like I missed quite a lot on day one. ATK already out at the hands of this Nibble esports team, and coming in against Apex, they look a little bit better on paper, you might say. You know, they're looking at a 3.1 goals per game. Pretty good. A lot of teams really pad out their stats on day one, though, so might expect to see that obviously taper off a bit against sort of quote-unquote better competition. Nibble have already played a couple of top-tier teams, obviously. Apex should be better on defense. Keyword should. Okay, they need to sort of keep that defense tight. They conceded just 1.3 goals a game yesterday, but again, you've just got to look at that. Over the course of the weekend, you expect all of the good team stats to just gradually get worse.
That's interesting. Like, so you say that, right? People expect to pad out their stats early on and then they get worse over the course of the weekend. Why is that for someone like me who's not necessarily in the know?
Well, I think perhaps the best way I can illustrate this, we will be talking about them a bit later on. If we look at someone like Bravado, yesterday they come up against a new team, Sun Moon Esports, and that was obviously a bit of a baptism of fire for them, because it's, you know, one of the top teams in the region, and in that 3-0 sweep, Bravado went 7-1, 11-3, 16-0. And that's going to take quite a long time to smooth out, but when Bravado get later on into the tournament, today they're playing DNMK, you would expect them to carry on. If not in the upper bracket, they will definitely be carrying on in the lower bracket and facing one of our teams that we're seeing earlier this afternoon. And two good opponents will not be conceding 11 goals per game against Bravado, so day two you'll expect to see that curve sort of smooth out a bit at the top.
So to bring this back to what we were talking about here, obviously, this first matchup, Apex head-to-head with Nibble. You mentioned that Nibble have been scoring 3.1 goals per game. And that's the fourth highest number of goals per game in the region. Are we putting that down to luck in terms of the matchups they've been having, or do we expect them to pose a serious threat in terms of their offense?
I mean, obviously these top teams, you know, if they come in high seed, they will get an quote-unquote easier first-round match, or at least one that the seeding is not predicting. A new team, perhaps, one that there's less to go off for. That does mean quite often that they will find their first-round match a bit easier. They will end up scoring more goals. But Nibble have played ATK, and they beat them over 5 games. This is why we do goals per game, because yes, they'll be really high up for goals because they've played more games than everyone else. But to beat ATK in 5 and still have the 4th best scoring record in the region so far is absolutely incredible. It is going to be about, though, you know, they were the same before they got acquired by Nibble, this bot gaming side. Christian W loves to use a lot of boost to chase down, get demos. Great, but he was sat on 93 seconds per game on 0 over the course of yesterday. Again, when you play against, you know, the sort of quality's only going up as the weekend goes on. Other teams are going to try and boost starve him. That needs to change, because 93, I normally go for about a minute, is my benchmark for let's clean up on the boost. If you're spending a minute on 0 seconds, that's probably quite a lot. So a minute and a half, far too much.
I was stunned to hear that statistic yesterday at the end of that series. The fact that they won with, I think there was another player on their team as well with like a full minute per game on 0 boost. So it's just an outrageous testament to willpower that they just managed to grind through that series with absolutely no boost in the tank. But okay, I have one last question for you, Joe. If anyone, who is the key player that we should be keeping an eye on for this first series?
Oh, it's a tricky one. I think it's going to have to be Panda, because, you know, new roster, Apex picking up this split. He's been doing brilliantly. He's been doing very well for Apex, but it's not quite the level we saw him play at for PWB yet. Obviously, new roster means he's going to have to take that time to bed in, fix up, you know, small things, rotations, get things sorted on defense. He's scoring well, scored a goal per game yesterday, got 2 assists in every 3 games he played yesterday as well, so that's great. He will need to pick that up. Apex have played defensive, and I'm not sure it suits Panda as well as that sort of free-flowing, you know, just throw everything in the kitchen sink that PWB used to play. If they can get Panda into his groove, I think Apex will take the series, but Mr. Low on defense for Nibble will be trying everything he can to stop him.
Well, thank you so much for that, Joe, and I am very, very excited to be part of Stats Corner for today. We're going to head back over to the panel to check out what our panel members make of this first matchup. Blake Phillips, you're going to come in first with your prediction. Who's taking it?
I was very excited during the Apex versus Bravado series. I thought we were going to have a crazy upset early in the day, and I was right. We were going to have a crazy upset, but it was not Apex over Bravado. I'm still very excited about this team, and this prediction was very hard for me, considering that I watched Nibble Esports beat ATK in the last round of losers. I'm going to go with Apex simply because I love Panda, but it was like 51% to 49% for me. It was a very difficult decision.
Goodness me, so very, very 50-50 there. Could have gone either way. Murray, was yours any easier to make?
Yeah, not much easier, but Christian W has obviously moved to Nibble, and we saw Christian W absolutely pop off yesterday, right? So, left Apex has Panda, and yeah, just Nibble behind them, Mr. Low with all those saves, did superb work at the back. Elliot, I am still going to stick to my guns and have to say Nibble.
Well, Luke, I'm coming to you next. I want to know what you're thinking. What's your prediction? Been a bit of audio trouble.
So
oh, there he is.
I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I just my dogs were barking outside. I had to slam my window shut, so I muted myself, and then I forgot to unmute. Now everyone knows what's going on. Look, what? Okay, let's start that again. Ask me again.
Okay, so over to Luke George now for his prediction. Apex Gaming or Nibble Esports?
Panda is a really good player, but I'm actually going to go with Nibble. I think their run has been more impressive so far. They've just managed, knocking out ATK in a game 5, hugely impressive. But they also took down Highborn Killers, who, okay, they didn't have the best of circumstances surrounding them, but you know, they've been there, they've done that. They scored a lot of goals in that series. Hugely impressed with them. Can't wait to see how they go. And honestly, like, bring in Mr. Low with the PS5 controller. I'm here for it.
We're here for it. It might not be a Fisher-Price controller, but it's something. He's tried, and it's going to be a banger. Look, I ordinarily, and in fact, straight away, my instinct was Apex, right? They've got that ex-player Panda, and I'm a big fan, but you can't watch Nibble Esports take down ATK in the lower bracket and not want to see them make the Cinderella story happen. Put me down for Nibble Esports. I'm sorry, Blake. I gotta do it. We gotta side with the Nibblers. I'm about it. They're the only team that won me channel points yesterday, even though I did say on screen I predicted ATK. I put my channel points on Nibble, and they came through for me. So I've been a secret Nibble fan for about 24 hours now, and I'm going to carry on in that trend. But look, let's not waste any more time, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to start the Rocket League. Apex Gaming, head-to-head with Nibble Esports. Murray Walton, Blake Phillips, take it away.
Mr. Muzz, Elliot makes some compelling points there. It's tough to bet against this Nibble Esports team after that thrilling Game 5 victory over ATK, but Apex gonna have a couple of words to say about that. I'm so excited to have this as the first series on the day because it should be a banger.
I mean, of course it's going to be, right? There's kind of a small grudge matchup, maybe against Christian W. He wants to show Apex that he's doing just fine on this Nibble Esports side. He scored goals galore yesterday.
Yep.
Saves galore coming up from Mr. Low. So yeah, Panda can shoot good for him. Mr. Low's there hanging at the back, Bepic, and he's going to be pushing out those balls. But let's see what this new Apex side can do. Of course, 2 assists every single game that Panda played. That's some very decent statistics there. So yeah, keen to see what's going to take place here.
I am as well. This is the biggest test for Apex here, that this new roster of theirs. They didn't show up completely against Bravado. It's very difficult to show up completely against Bravado, but now in top 8, this is a huge series for both these sides in the mad dash for extra points to your name here in the spring split. Here we go. Apex and Nibble on the field. We'll see which stars burn the brightest.
Well, best of 5 once again because it is the lower bracket round 3 here, Bepic. So still, it's going to be a quick one. You're going to have to punch hard and punch quick if you do want to get the dub. Oh, Demo coming out. It's going to be Lackstar already picking up our first goal.
Well, that's about as hard as you can punch coming out of the gates. Panda, a menace there on the Nibble Esports back line. The smoke screen as well as clearing out that goal. Beautiful first play for Apex, and it's Panda, the star that we talked so much about on the desk, pretty much getting us started.
Yeah, had done so incredibly well on that PWB side. Now bringing the skills across the ocean here to the Apex side. And there we go, picking up the assist on that first goal there. But of course, that best of 5 ahead of us here. Can't get too excited just yet for the Apex side as Mr. Low having to play out of his own side already. Getting bossed up by Panda. Risen Eclipses there. Risen with the save as well. Pop it over one. Lagstar with the block. Alright, so far so good here. Just our first 40 seconds down, and already Apex holding on to a nice comfort one, Mr. Bepic.
And Christian W, we talked about his boost usage. Joe did a lot of talking about that in Stats Corner. And right there, a low boost in the offensive end, but he grabbed a corner on the rotation out and right back in that play at the center circle. Though, his touch quickly stripped away by Apex Gaming, turning into a clear, but playing a lot on their back foot at the moment, playing for these passes out. Lackstar, a 50 straight down, the finish his, but he couldn't make contact. Another golden opportunity for Apex, but they missed that final critical touch.
Oh, and Panda not able to follow up on Christian's ball there. Or at least got the save, but yeah, sorry, well, follow up onto Christian's save there, but nonetheless Panda couldn't shoot. There we go! Panda picks up a second.
Well, he got redemption. That was a miss from Lackstar, then Panda couldn't put it on net, and, well, here is Panda. He's that star that doesn't miss all that often. Quickly picking back up his shooting accuracy and putting Apex up 2-0. That was a quick burst of speed as well. Nibble Esports was in kind of that slow back and forth, kind of table tennis mode where they put it over the center line and kind of play for possession, and they get punched, and they punch right back. Christian W right there with a shot from his own end.
Yeah, beautiful long ball. Lackstar not able just to get around and save that one. We did notice this yesterday, Mr. Bepic, where we had that leapfrog going on in the Nibble game, where yeah, they might lose game number 1, but they would be expected to pick up game number 2. Yeah, they're already within 1 right now to possibly get the equalizer here. Christian W gets the dunk. Oh, Risen Eclipse though, picking that one off of Christian.
That right there is how Nibble Esports survived against ATK. Those quick spurts of offense, they did go back and forth a lot, not just in games won and games lost, but also with their possession. We had Joda feeding us stats that entire series about how accurately Nibble was shooting on minimal shots. ATK had a lot of opportunities against them, but Nibble here using some mind control off the kickoff, forcing an own goal out of Apex.
Well, Nibble did get 3.1 goals per game, and that's of course the 4th best here in our region, Mr. Bepic. So, yep, they've come to play. New roster, new spring split, new regional. They are ready for action here. Oh, Lackstar taking a cheeky shot there.
That's a little close to a second straight own goal. Apex maybe not completely comfortable at the moment in offense. Here's a good chance to shoot, but the near post angle not found there by Nibble Esports. Still, they've got their 1-goal lead, trying to defend it here. Friction inbound. Panda tried to shoot but made no contact. Christian W called into action here. We'll find it clear only as far as Lackstar at that center line, and now Nibble, another attempt on the Apex Gaming net. They're upping their shot tallies early on here and putting that pressure on.
Oh yeah, and Joe will be able to feed us some juicy stats about how, kind of all the shots came about here. It's Panda trying to push this one onto the backboard, and we did see a lot of that backboard action yesterday as well, Mr. Bepic. A lot of teams, unfortunately, hitting on that very immovable crossbar. Oh my goodness, Panda! What an absolute play there from the outside.
The offenses, Muzz, from both these teams have come to play, especially Apex, creating such beautiful opportunities, using the improvisational abilities of Panda in their opponent's box right there. Quick reaction, he's got the mechanics to back it up, and Apex an answer.
My golly goodness, just such a pass infield there from Friction to find Panda coasting, waiting for that opportunity just to steal one, basically lying in that shooting third of Nibbles. My golly goodness, action here galore. Already 6 goals scored here, only game number 1. Everyone at home having an absolute treat of a time.
I hope this is a sign of things to come in this series. I said it was going to be a banger, and I say that sometimes not knowing if it will come out and be a sweep or or if it will go the full distance, but this has the ability to, especially with Panda's mechanical ability on the pitch. What a double to make it an Apex lead.
Oh, and just past the infield again from Laxstar. At least Friction and Laxstar just allowing this French reunion player to absolutely pop off here. Already 3 goals scored here for Panda, so hat-trick in game number 1 with an assist. Absolutely giving Nibble an absolute run for their money right now, but of course a minute 29 remaining, so we can still see Nibble come back here. Laxstar going up with the ball. They're not going to get the dunk. Second touch, not able to come off their Friction. Is looking to battle. Christian W does get the knock but pops it out. Christian with that save as well. So the ball goes long into the opposing corner, and Nibble gonna have to find a way just to get the equalizer here. It would be our 8th goal just in game number 1, Mr. Bepic. You've said it, it's gonna be a banger.
Yep. So far it is. Apex though need to be careful. Last time they were put under extended pressure like this, they folded a couple of times and relinquished a lead that they had previously, but so far doing well, especially with touches like that and the follow-up. That net's open. Panda, uncharacteristic miss there off the crossbar, but at the very least wasting time. Friction will be able to turn on this ball, but it's taken away by Mr. Lowe. Chance here for Nibble Esports. They're moving forward, but Panda, a toe touch on that ball to keep the shot out of the blue box. Apex, big 30-second stretch here of defense.
Yeah, just time to hold on for a little bit. You're up by 1. You can take game number 1 here against Nibble. Of course, we saw them take down ATK yesterday. It's Panda looking just to try find one more, try pick up a 4th. Having played so incredibly well in game number 1 here. Doesn't find Friction on the midfield. Christian W is going to have to go on a very quick counter-attack if Nibble wants to try get the equalizer here. Not too much time left if they have it to do so. Oh, opportunities!
My.
Go in a miss.
Close, though. Apex, fortunately, in game 1, able to back up their defense, which is a little bit sketchy at times, with some phenomenal offense. We'll see if they can keep that going. We know they have the ability to, but it was scary there. They won game 1, but by this wide a margin, 4-3. Apex, a little scary, Muzz.
I mean, let's remember, Panda also went and hit that crossbar as well on his dunk. I mean, that would have put in a 5th as well. So, you know what? Apex came out absolutely guns blazing. They want to show everyone that they still have it. We were speaking a little bit earlier there in the pre-show. They're doing pretty well on those overall rankings. I think sitting currently in 4th. So, Apex looking to get some crucial points right now. And yeah, Nibble would be the big hurdle for them to continue in this lower bracket and head onto this quarterfinals. So, yeah. That was a good game number 1. Very, very close there. We'd love to see what kind of juicy stats Mr. Joe's provided for us.
Well, we want to talk juicy stats. Panda had 754 points. If Apex is going to make a run at one of those 2 world spots, and it would have to be a run with some luck involved, then they're going to have games like that, but with better defense. Yes, they put up 4 goals, but like I said, it was close. Wide or small margin of victory. Nibble Esports very well could come out here in game 2 and tie this series up with some ease if they're able to just possess the ball a bit more. But so hard to do with a player like Panda on the field. Those weird touches. He's in awkward spots where the defense might not expect him. That's how we got a couple of those goals in that last game. En route to that 750-point affair. We'll see what happens here on Aquadale.
Yeah, a lot of effective demos coming out for the Apex side as well. You did mention that smoke screen there when they scored their first goal. So just 5 demos there for Apex, being incredibly crucial. Friction, again, getting the opener for Apex.
Uh-oh. Transitional defense, a problem there for Christian W. Looked like he didn't have enough boost to comfortably get to that ball, and it seems like every time we say Christian W, there is a boost or a boost issues in that sentence as well. It's becoming synonymous with his name, and it leads to the opening goal for Apex.
Yeah, and the thing is, Apex looking to target Mr. Lowe right now. 15 saves coming out of his last fixture against ATK and Mr. Bepic, so they want to make sure they get rid of Lowe at the back, and they have, right? They've demoed him in both of those early goals we saw in game number 1. So, yeah, they know exactly who their targets are, and they're doing incredibly well to do so. Mr. Lowe taking a shot there was kept out by Friction. Now Friction on the counter. Oh, you see demos again, galore coming in. Laxstar trying to push this ball. Panders here. Friction, can he get up? not able to do so. Still leading here by 1. Nice aggressive plays here, and pressure getting applied here by the Apex side. Still stuck in his orange corner here. Panda just threatening. So is Friction there. Lackstar waiting in the wings, ready to pounce. They do so incredibly well, this Apex side, pressurizing their opponents. Panda taking shot after shot here.
Big saves, though, and a big clear as well. Nibble might be able to do something with it. Double straight down, but Mr. Lowe not quite anticipating it going to the other side of the box as opposed to straight down. So, Nibble going to have to try again. Shot off target, rebound. No good. Lackstar, a strong clearance out and finding Friction down the field as well to maybe get a quick counterattack for a 2-0 lead. But Nibble Esports in their defense, after that early mistake from Christian W, they've really solidified and they turn good defense into good offense. Tie game.
And Christian W finding Risen Eclipse in the midfield, gets past Panda. Panda, of course, coming around from that near post, not able to pick up the save there as well. So Risen Eclipse are picking up the equalizer here for Nibble Esports. Just a long period of play before they were able to string those together. Just kind of so much, pressure on the onslaught coming out from Apex. Mr. Bepic just not allowing our orange side here to just do anything with the ball, not able to hold on to too much possession right now. They're getting rid of Lowe, who we know is a king in the back in defense, and just, nice save there by Christian W as well. Just pressure galore here from Apex.
We have learned, though, that Nibble Esports can thrive on low shot opportunity games where they rely on transitions and shoot with effectiveness. Right here, that's a miss from Christian W, so being pushed back just a little bit, and then Friction taking advantage of another miss. Now, shot on is saved, but Nibble can't be affording to give up possession that easily. I was saying that they can win games when they don't shoot a whole lot, but you'd rather take advantage of opportunities when they present themselves, especially when you're playing Apex. Panda pass to Lackstar, but bumped, though he's right back to it. Shot just short of being on target. Panda still being that dangerous presence in the midfield, trying to create a lead back for Apex.
Yeah, and it's an absolute scrap fight just in the midfield. You see all 6 players kind of fighting and jostling for that ball. Mr. Lowe getting bumped a little on the flanks there as well. Panda then missing that ball. Panda taking another shot. It's going to go into the near post. And so, it's definitely a scrappy game here between both sides here, Mr. Bepic, because all 6 players want to get on the ball. They're kind of fighting on that midway line, trying to gain possession here, of course, with one goal here to extend the lead for either side here. And everyone's desperate to do so right now. It's 50 getting beaten there. Mr. Lowe taken up by Lackstar, doesn't get the pinch on that line, so Friction doesn't come in either to shoot that ball. So many shots and attempts are coming out from this Epic side. Panda bringing that ball down as well. From the left-hand flank, Friction takes a stab as well, is kept out. Shots are coming in thick and fast for this Epic side.
Yeah, Apex really putting on the pressure, nabbing boost as well, but Nibble Esports a chance. Lackstar a miss, and Christian W all over that play and their win against ATK. It was Christian W that was down the field taking advantage of so many opportunities, and right there on 0 boost, no less, he caps off that play with a goal.
Yeah, and Lackstar just not kind of waiting on that near post, doesn't stall the play, just kind of jumps across face and heads onto the opposing wall. Then, of course, Christian W waiting for the right moment to take that last shot. Kind of the maturity that we see from the SSA players here between fall and spring has been immense. Just waiting to pull the trigger, faking out defenders, and just making sure that they kind of can take more calculated shots to score. That's kind of, in the last 6-7 months we've seen. Oh boy, so much maturity coming up from all of the players here, but Panda quickly finds the equalizer.
Well, you talk about calculation, that play was straight up just speed. Friction won that ball outright in the corner, and Panda won that ball outright on the goal line. Apex, a phenomenal answer. It was a simple play, just winning challenges, and Apex making it look easy right there. 60 seconds on this clock. Nibble trying to get back in this game, in this series, with a game 2 win, but Apex controlling the ball at the moment.
I wonder if we do end up going to an overtime here. We might just, but both of these teams love to score. We saw 8 in the previous game, 4 now. It's just absolute goal rush coming up from the sides here. Mr. Lowe has to break out the save again. The demo on this left-hand side, and now Apex looking to try and pick up the winner. Friction is there. It's going to go into the near post. No follow-up from Lackstar. Pushed up by Christian W. Now, quick counter-attack. Getting kind of stopped here on the midway line by this Epic side. Nibble trying to push that ball. Mr. Lowe's underneath Friction. Friction playing on that flank. Mr. Lowe nabs the 100. Panda's there, pops it up to the ceiling. Can they do something with it? We might just find an overtime coming out here. Risen Eclipse popping it down, beaten out by Friction. They really want to hold on for that golden goal opportunity here.
Oh, it's open!
A long ball. Oh,
Black Star, no! The shot off the crossbar. That was an open net on 0 seconds, and Apex Gaming couldn't put it in, but they have to forget that immediately because we're in overtime now, and Mr. Lowe's headed right for a game win, but stopped there by the defense. Christian W back in time to collect that, picks up 100 boost. He's going to look to drop the ball down for Risen Eclipse, but a scrum in the midfield going to leave Panda with control, though he's collapsed upon. And Apex Gaming sent back. Great redirect right there by Lackstar into Friction's arms. Off the sidewall, drop down for Panda, the player you want on the ball at all times if you're Apex Gaming in this overtime, as he can create game winners. But so too can Nibble. That miss there not going to help, though. Mr. Lowe has his teammates back. Risen Eclipse using some improvisational skills there in the corner to get it center, but there was no potential for any kind of finishing touch. Instead, Panda, transition, flip reset. It's off the crossbar again. Where's the rebound? Not there in time. We play on.
yeah, no second man coming in there for the Apex game instead of follow-up on Panda's beautiful flip. Opportunities Gloria. Lackstar should be able to shoot.
Oh.
It's an open net.
Out of nowhere, I turned aside for a second because I thought it was time for Nibble to transition out, but Mr. Lowe, a mistake in defense. We don't see that all that often. He is the stalwart for this team on their back line and giving up a crucial game winner there. Apex now leading 2-0 in the series. A reverse sweep needed for Nibble just to stay alive in this bracket.
Oh, I mean, yeah, what an incredibly tough series thus far. Nibble just kind of biting at the heels here of Apex, but Apex still holding strong here. We're going to match points. It's only a best of 5, and so, yeah, Apex looking to have a stellar lower bracket run. They really would love to. Yeah, unfortunately there, either demoing Mr. Lowe, bumping him out, just, yeah, sneaking up on that last goal. They Lackstar to take an opportunity and a kind of a lax of concentration. They're coming out from Nibble. Only 2 saves there out from Mr. Lowe as well.
Yeah.
So just, yeah, not the kind of performance we usually see from him.
Nope, and Apex, again, showing that their offense is enough to win games. Their defense did solidify a bit there. There weren't the mistakes we saw in Game 1, which I think also helped, but it was still very close. Nibble Esports certainly could give some credence to the reverse sweep hopes, as they've played solid, just one too many mistakes against Apex, and here in top 8, those mistakes will come back to bite you, especially when you're playing a best of 5 to stay alive. This is a quick series comparatively to the other ones we're going to get after the second on the day, Muzz, and Nibble Esports really needing some advantages soon.
Yeah, I mean, just unfortunately, it's just about how much consistency can you have when you're playing, you know, in your regional games, because of course we did see Nibble have a tough time against Espionage, but then play so well against ATK, and now they're 2-0 down against Apex. So, you know, you either just have to be having a stellar weekend, or you're gonna, you can't be too lukewarm. You know, if you're lukewarm, you're gonna get spat out. So, yeah, tough things happen here, Mr. Bepic. Apex Gaming looking to close this one out in 3. Nibble have to try stop them.
This is a good start. That pass center met with little opposition until it reached the goal line of Apex, and then Friction, a huge dunk there, setting up Panda for what would have been an immaculate shot on. Couldn't quite get it though. So Apex Gaming going to have to try again after playing a bit of defense. No Friction, the man for the job. Good control out of the corner though. Dunked himself. That net's open, but Lackstar closing the gap, needing some assistance again on the defensive line was Apex, and that time Lackstar could not provide it. Good finish there from Nibble.
Yeah, Risen Eclipse just setting up Mr. Lowe beautifully here, and of course the defense scrambling just a bit there on the Apex side to allow Lowe to pop that one down from Risen Eclipse. So Nibble Esports definitely needing to lead and try kind of put their best foot forward and command, you know, the play from here on out. Of course, still 4 minutes remain, a lot of time left.
Oh my!
To concede, well, Panda, he shoots true.
That's what a star player can do for you right there. Just create goals out of a simple ceiling bounce. It went straight down. He picked it up, used the backboard as his friend, and brought Apex Gaming back. Now, Nibble Esports in a tough spot because Panda's going offensively. He's been going offensively this entire series. You need an answer quickly, as Apex Gaming just showed you how quickly they can whip goals out of nowhere. And it would be a lot easier to play this elimination game if you've got yourself a lead.
So much pressure here getting put down onto Nibble's side. Risen Eclipse here having to block that one off the back wall. Lagstar trying to pick up the lead here. Lagstar punts that one straight to the backboard. Friction is up, doesn't get the dunk though. Blocked out there by Christian W. Mr. Low. Oh no. Own goal coming up there from Mr. Low, trying to put the ball to the wall.
Ooh, that's a good touch from Friction right there. The second one, putting it straight down in the box, making it awkward for the defense, but that's still a bad touch, a bit of a panic touch. Yes, Panda is coming in, and he's very good offensively, but you gotta be a bit more calm on your goal line. Can't afford to give up that goal. As now Nibble Esports, I said they needed an advantage in this elimination game. They've got themselves a disadvantage. 2-1 Apex. Nibble really, really needing an answer quickly.
Oh boy, yeah, you just kind of cannot allow those small moments to kind of get under your skin and, you know, accidentally put in those own goals there. So that's going to be, you know, one that's going to sting the wounds here of Nibble Esports right now. But of course, 250 still remaining. Lagstar having to push this one out of his own corner. Mr. Low trying to pressure there. Christian W as well. No beans in the tank as per usual for Christian W. Doesn't seem to find too many of the boost pads, but always seems to manage to score without them. Risen Eclipse popping this one up to the wall. No one at the back.
No.
Christian W gonna have to get back real quick. Defense here looking a little shaky for Nibble right now. Long balls, of course, going to be advantageous in this game. We've seen all of the players bunched up, sometimes too much and playing too close together. Oh, there it is, Mr. Bepic.
I'm going to harp on it one more time. Christian W had no boost, and he could not put an immediate clear back into the Apex Gaming end. He had so much space to put a clear back, but no boost to get to it. He was on 0. That possession starts for Apex Gaming, and they show us what they can do. Just wore down Nibble Esports with relative ease in that instance. Now, 3-1, a 2-goal lead for Apex. I don't think we've seen a 2-goal lead in this series thus far, and the fact that it's in the hands of the team already up 2-0 in this series, not a good sign for Nibble.
And if you thought Digital Devils like to demo, well, so do Apex. They make it work. They try to get rid of that last defender, smokescreen, as you mentioned, and shoot, and they score. Oh boy, there it is. Okay, slow comeback here for Nibble with Christian W scoring.
All right, whatever works. That time, giving Apex a taste of their own medicine. Clean beat there off the back wall, and Christian W right there for the finish. So, Nibble hitting back with some quickness to their name. I like that. I love the resilience they're showing now. It's not a flashy goal to get themselves back in it. It's just a simple couple of good touches, and your opponent's defensive end now just down the one, and that is critical here that we're in the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, they're going to have to find another one real quick. Mr. Loya at the back, getting this one off his backboard. Lagstar pushing the punt outside, gets a big rebound into his own side though. Christian W with the miss. Mr. Low is there to follow up, gets it, finds Risen Eclipse, puts that to the ceiling. Mr. Low with the shot. Oh, Panda with a decent save, keeping out Low's attempt there to try get the equalizer.
Now Friction can potentially boom it, but Nibble Esports actually starting to turn on the pressure. Mr. Low all the way back here. Christian W does get the save, but Nibble forced to give up possession now. They'll have to restart this potential offensive out of their corner. There's an Eclipse, no boost, going off the back wall to challenge this. Panda to win it down into the hands of Friction. Mr. Low, couple of 50s won. He will clear the zone, past center. Christian W out to the side, no second touch. And now Nibble slowly gaining territory here, but Apex Gaming doing well to control the ball, keeping a player in the vicinity of the rock at all times just to make sure they can take a 50. That'll waste more time off this clock. 30 seconds for Nibble to find a goal to extend their tournament life.
1 goal down on match point here, Mr. Bepic. I mean, Nibble Esports have to pull something out the hat right now. Apex Gaming, they're sitting pretty with this lead. Possession there by Friction as well. Risen Eclipse popping it out. Does find Panda in the midfield. Mr. Low not able to challenge for that ball. Going dangerously now over into the Nibble half. Laxstar with the pressure. There's a Friction in the midfield. Friction takes a shot. Oh, doesn't find it. Near post gets kept out. It's fine. They're stalling for time. There's only 4 seconds remaining here. Panda can kill this ball. Risen Eclipse trying to keep it out. Panda has to put this down. Maybe they're going to try to score 1 more. Why not? Here it goes. It's going to go long. It's going to go down. That's going to be Apex continuing through the lower bracket.
Apex looked really good right there, especially offensively, but they made some critical saves there in Game 3 as well. Panda alone on the back line. I think there was a chance to equalize, if my memory serves, for Nibble, and Panda a backflip save to make sure to keep it out. That was well played by Apex, and I gotta say it, I was the only person that predicted it on the desk after some mental adversity trying to figure out who would win it, and I was correct, but I did not expect that to be a sweep.
Oh man, yeah, me neither, right? We again, because we saw Nibble Esports have such a stellar time yesterday in that lower bracket. But Apex, they came out as the stronger team today. They're going to extend their life here in our regional number 1. Let's head back to Tofi Elliott and see what the panel has to say.
So I am continuing my 100% incorrect predictions so far in this regional. And it does not feel amazing. I'll be honest with you, that really hurts. Nibble, it was so close. We were saying all in the green room all the way through the first couple of games, like, these are so close. This could go either way. It's such an exciting series and a brilliant one to start off with. I mean, Luke, your face says it all. What are you thinking right now?
Yeah, look, I mean, close series are close series, right? But it's just, you got to win games to win Rocket League series. Like, that's what it comes down to. And Nibble
just win, lol.
Just win, lol.
Just win.
And Nibble just couldn't quite pull that out in that series. I got to say, the Panda, just Pandemonium. Panda.
Wild.
There's a song out there about that exact thing, about this player, exactly, precisely. Yeah, back to you.
It's good to have you with us again, Luke. I appreciate it. Blake, thoughts? I'm done now.
Well, it's not fair. Luke already talked about Panda, and he stepped up there.
Did I really?
Yeah, well, I mean, you said his name a couple of times, and I think that's what I was going to do as well. But the entirety of the Apex offense looked so clean. It wasn't just Panda. He did have some step-up moments where he had some solo plays that really helped put that series on ice, but Laxstar and Friction as well dished it over to him a couple of times. They had their moments in the spotlight, and Nibble Esports, they played well. There were some crucial mistakes that they made that gave up opportunities to Apex, but they played a decent one as well. They just didn't win the games, yeah.
Well, let's take a brief visit to the corner of statistics. Joe, how did that painful series for Nibble Esports look on paper?
Painful, Elliot. Well, there you go. Back to you. No. It was. All of these games within 1 goal, it's got to be a really harsh way for them to go out. And we were saying before, if they can get Panda into gear, then they'll get Panda into gear, and he'll do really well. The fact that he's putting up 523 points per game suggests to me that they managed to, get Panda his Weetabix for this morning, and he's been playing absolutely brilliantly as a result. And I do feel sorry for these Nibble players, particularly Mr. Lowe, who we were touting as that defensive rock, and he did so well. But the problem is, he's just being demoed way too much. Just way too much. And I was particularly impressed, I must say. Apex got 11 demos across 3 games. Quite a lot, but in SSA we do see a lot of demos, so that's not entirely out of the question. But I would say maybe 5 of them were useful. We say useful demo within 5-10 seconds of a goal. And they were getting Mr. Lowe a lot, particularly in Game 1. I think 3 of their 4 goals, someone from Nibble was off the field in the preceding 5 seconds. So they were really making the demos work for them on the side of Apex there.
Yeah, I mean, like, a fantastic topic of conversation here. I'm going to step in for our Queen of Violence, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. And I'm actually a massive fan of demolitions and the disruption meta in Rocket League in general. I know it's a bit of a controversial one, particularly at lower ranks, but it really does have to be emphasized just how crucial demolitions can be. I mean, as you say, right, if you have a demo that's within 5-10 seconds of a goal, then there's a very high chance that that demo had a big part to play in. It really is just as simple as you take someone off the field, you've removed a third of their team, and that is a brilliant opportunity to capitalize on their weakness.
Exactly, I couldn't agree more. And I mean, I think the final thing that's worth pointing out, the boost management from both sides was not fantastic. Obviously, each round that these teams progress through, it's going to get harder to manage their boost. Apex will want to be tidying that up. I was saying that coming into this series, it hasn't really come back to haunt them just yet, but I think next time it could. The other thing that Apex really, really need to watch, they were just... Yeah, in addition to that boost, it's the distance between the players. Like, they play quite a long way from the ball, Apex, but they're playing so bunched up in those defensive rotations that I think they come up against a really experienced team coming down from the upper semi-finals. You know, you're looking at a top 4 team potentially coming down from that upper semi. They'll play long clears, they often do. You look at those top teams and that's how they win games, and I think Apex is very susceptible to that, so something they could work on potentially going forward.
Well, fantastic advice both for Apex and for anyone who might be facing off against them. Thank you so much, Joe, for your insight. And there's plenty more Stats Corner to come yet today. That's the end of the first series. Just like that, it is done and dusted. Murray, I can't believe it. Nibble Esports are out. It wasn't going to be the Cinderella story.
No, unfortunately not. It was not gonna be. Apex just using such effective demos that win that game. They kept low at bay. We saw him go from 15 yesterday to kind of single digits today. Unfortunately, absolutely kept at bay. And Panda popping off there. But let's kudos to Friction as well. They put 4 or 5 assists on there as well. So Panda getting fed very decent ball to be allowed to even do what he did on the field there today. So yeah, Apex, there you go, marching on.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for our first series, but we have 5 more coming up. Just 1 more best of 5, and then 4 best of 7 series of Rocket League. I'm so excited. It's going to be amazing. We cut 16 teams down to 8 yesterday, and today we've already seen 1 go home, and 3 more teams will also be ejected from the tournament. And the next game, absolutely crucial. It's a lower bracket one, which means someone is going home. Ice Esports versus Team Espionage, fighting for survival in the first regional of the spring split, coming up right after this break.
Find in Risen Eclipse in the midfield, gets with this epic side.
Yeah. This world is mine for the taking.
You know,
Never give it up.
Never
give it up.
never give it up. Nah.
I am the man. I'm a monster in the making. Never give it up. Never give it up. I am the mayhem. I am the mayhem. I am the It feels like we're living in a dream. Stay with me, I'm in ecstasy. 'Cause you've got a mouth like the ocean, and I'm slipping under. Been so lost, now my heart is open. My love, I surrender. You're a fever dream. Never believed it meant to be. Now it's so obvious to me. Little bit holy. 'Cause you've got enough like the ocean, and I'm slipping under. Been so lost, now my heart is open. My love, I surrender. You're a fever dream. If I could slow down the clock, I would. When I'm with you, I just feel so good. Every day, every single night. So for now, let's just take our time. Now that I got you by my side, tell me how you ready for the ride. Here we go, make it last all night. So let's just take our
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Rocket League Championship Series Sub-Saharan Africa, where we have just seen Nibble Esports go home. They are out of the regional. It's a rough one, but good news for Apex Gaming fans. They continue their lower bracket run. Now we have to find out who else is going home. Ice Esports going head-to-head with Team Espionage. Blake, this is going to be a very, very interesting matchup. Team Espionage looking quite strong at the moment.
Yeah, they are. After winning that first series against Nibble Esports, who they could face later on in the bracket if we have a serious run of one of these two teams, that'd be an interesting one. But Ice Esports, PWB, it's that former roster, 2/3 of it at the very least, and we all know how much the casters and a lot of the fans loved that team. They looked so good in the last split, and I would not be surprised, even though it's a somewhat different roster, that they could run as well.
Yeah, actually, regarding that, Murray, what do you make of the dissolvement? Goodness me, these are not words. Dissolving's a word, right? Like, my brain is melting.
Dissolution?
It's dissolving. Dissolution is the word. Thank you.
Oh, that's a better word.
Thank you so much, Luke.
No
I
worries.
just appreciate you being inside my brain, picking
appreciate you.
words out of the library.
That's why he's here.
Murray, the
Yes, sir.
dissolution of PWB. Of course, one of our favourite teams here, and now their players joining, maybe even forming two different, forming one team, joining another. What do you make of Ice Esports? What do you make of PWB disbanding? Thoughts in general, please.
Yeah, I mean, PWB didn't even do that poorly in the last regionals as well. They did superbly well for a team all the way playing from Reunion Island, right? They were getting a top 6 finish. So, you know, the fact that Panda kind of wanted to jump ship and, you know, play in a new roster, personal reasons, I guess. You know, I think that was a very kind of, stellar team. If you look at the names, PWB are the players, right? I think Ultrism was telling us that. So, you know, it's obviously maybe an old school friend team there, but, you know, they wanted a branch of, and Panda wanted to find kind of success elsewhere. They've picked up now Ice 5BS, and what can he do on this roster? We're going to see. They've had a stellar time in our lower brackets, so we're going to have to take a look. They did 3-0 evolved there, Elliot, so yeah, it should be a kind of it's going to be a dirty, kind of hard-fought round 3 here, I would say.
Without a doubt, and Team Espionage, I mean, look, I think it's always dangerous to bet against the two former PWB players in Ice Esports, but Team Espionage, Luke, managed to, even though they didn't win, they took a game off of Orlando Pirates in the upper bracket, and that is not something to be sniffed at.
It's definitely not an insignificant result. We don't really have to delve too deeply into that series as a whole, because Orlando maybe crushed Espionage in the remaining 3 games. But look, again, we're not looking too far into that. Jerome, Starman for Espionage right now, has been popping off on the defensive end as well, but especially on the offensive end, rolling in the shots, and has been the carry so far. But even with him popping off, he does need a little bit more a little more help from his teammates. But the big factor from Team Espionage is the demo. 3rd in the region so far. They are popping off at an insane rate, just exploding cars all over the pitch. And I mean, I haven't looked at the demo stats specifically against Pirates, but Pirates don't demo, right? So that may well have been a factor to them stealing a game off them. It was a low-scoring game that they did steal. They were able to keep that Pirates side completely quiet for the entirety of the 5 minutes, but they've also gone on a little run in the lower bracket as well, 3-1 over the Unity to set themselves up here. But I mean, they're looking pretty spicy going forward.
Looking pretty spicy, and I appreciate that little injection of stats. And,
Oh, my bad.
Actually, it's got me kind of jonesing for a little bit more. So, Joe, give us the numbers.
All right, if you insist, I'll do my best. So, let's have a look at these two teams then. Like we say, you know, we're getting to the point now where these two teams, they're probably not gunning for wildcard spots, but there's still big scope for both of them to get a long way up the rankings. If they get even one decent finish, obviously the whole format is designed so that you get more points for each regional. These guys are in record-breaking territory, you know. Ice, they would need, you know, another win, but Espionage, already their best performance so far in terms of SSA ranking points, so that's great news for them. The other thing that they'll be interested by is, statistically speaking, it's 100% likely that if they take game 1, they will win. Ice have only been involved in sweeps so far. What you make of that, Elliot, I couldn't tell you. If you want some actual numbers, what you would be looking for is, interestingly, Ice's best player is the one that they've used to replace Panda. 5 has been 415 points a game over the course of yesterday. Pretty decent. Ice is still very good at managing their boost. They don't seem to have changed very much in terms of their overall play style. Still brilliant at managing their boost. Espionage will give them a run for their money there, but it's going to be, for me, how well Jerome shapes up against Ice and against, like I say, their Starman 5 in particular. So, be an interesting one. Don't know what you make of it, but I think, personally, it could go the distance, and I think Ice will at least definitely break their record of only sweeps so far.
Oh, that's an interesting take, and I love it because we are all about going the distance right here. Game 5's all the way, at least till later
100%.
when we get some best of 7s. And that stat about only being involved in sweeps, and at 100%, if they win that first game, they win the series. We all know, anyone who has spent more than 10 seconds in a chat with Luke George knows that correlation equals causation. They are the same thing. And so,
Can't agree more.
just guaranteed, right? If they win that first game. But how important are demolitions going to be in this matchup?
See, it's interesting, because I would say not very important, but had you asked me that an hour ago, I would have also said not very important. So, you know, it's so tricky to see when all of these teams coming out with new rosters. You look at the teams that are particularly interested in demos. That was always teams like Royalty, now Digital Devils. So we'll see if they can manage it in their series later on. You were saying earlier yourself that Pirates don't demo too much, so Digital Devils, maybe that's their way in later on. But for this series, I think both teams are sort of in the middle somewhere for their overall demo stats. It'll be the boost. Both teams actually really good at managing their boost. I spent most of the last series moaning about boost management, but hopefully I'll be happier come the end of this series when you come back and have a chat with me then. But interestingly, I think the stat I'll leave you with, Espionage's shooting percentage, they're 28%, perfectly reasonable, but actually the second worst of any team left in the competition at the start of today. Second worst out of the 8 left, and the only team worse is the Pirates. So maybe, just maybe, there's a chance that some of these teams can make a decent lower bracket run. You won't expect the Pirates to come down, but they might give some of these other teams, Digital Devils, DNMK, a run for their money in the lower bracket. We will just have to wait and see.
Thank you so much, Joe. That was brilliant and fantastic stats there. Just incredible. To think that the worst team in terms of shot conversion in the regional remaining is Orlando Pirates XD. It has absolutely blown my mind. I don't even know what to make of that. Man to watch, Jerome here. No pressure at all, Jerome, but we are all waiting. So go ahead, honestly, take the stage. The floor is yours. Blake Phillips, I'm coming to you first again. Who do you think is taking the series?
I'll make it snappy. It's close again. I was once more torn on my predictions, but I want the potential for an Ice versus Apex matchup later on in the bracket. It'll be tough to get to that point, but Panda versus his former team would be awesome. I'm going Ice.
Oh, he wants the grudge match. I love it. Look, behind the smiles, it's not the same, is it? There's an evil mastermind. The inner machinations of Mr. Phillips' mind. Wow. Not streamable. Certainly not on this channel. Murray Walton, who are you predicting?
Well, I'm going to have to be a thorn here on Blake's side and say that I suspect this will be going Team Espionage's way.
Okay, I think that's a very fair prediction. Team Espionage certainly looking strong. Luke, who are you thinking?
I think whenever you share a stat with the Pirates, it's probably a good thing. So I think the second worst shooting percentage actually means they're the second best at shooting, if that makes sense. And that's why I'm going with Espionage. It's that easy.
Do you know what? Absolutely. I've learned to take you at your word. You have literally never been wrong.
Literally never.
So, I do have to go the other way. You know, I think Team Espionage are favourites coming in here. But if I've learned anything from my time this weekend, it is stop betting against the ex-pub players. Honestly, you just can't do it. It's not okay, and they punish me every time I do it. I've learned my lesson, okay, pub? Please forgive me. I also want to see that grudge match. It'll make an absolutely fantastic storyline, but it's going to be a tough one. This could go either way, so let's see which way it goes. Ladies and gentlemen, Ice Esports, Team Espionage, one of these teams going through to the lower semis, one of them going home empty-handed. Luke George, Murray Walton, take it away.
Oh, we will take it away, Mr. Tofu Elliott. I'm excited. First time on the desk, well, first time off the desk for this particular regional, straight into the booth, and an honor to be here alongside one Mr. Murray Walton. Muzz, how are you feeling about this one? You've already wet your whistle so far. How's this one going?
No, I have indeed, Munson. I'm pretty excited to see what we're going to get out of these two sides. Obviously, best of 5 still, and yeah, both of us predicting Team Espionage, so we better be correct.
You gotta be correct. I'll tell you what is correct. The niceness of these graphics, the hype chamber coming to SSA, and the... versus Team Espionage. A reminder, this is a best of 5, our last of the weekend, because here are where the stakes get a little bit higher. We're at the pointy end of the tournament, or the pointier end. Not quite up there in the sharpness factor just yet, but we're starting off early. Boy, with the early one, just a bare 16 seconds in.
Oh, and there we go. 5 BS already setting up Boy for a beautiful goal. Of course, 5 being the best player statistically here on the side of Ice Months. And so, yeah, setting up the players seems to be what is going to be kind of the South Africa's job here with his 2 reunion teammates. And Ice picking up a nice early lead here. First 15 seconds of our game time.
You love to see it. So it's on Team Espionage to get the early response, and it's all a little bit awkward and slow for them here. And in fact, they do get dunked out of their minds on halfway. Kino gets the save away, but the pressure is on them early. Right now, Ice Esports looking to double their lead, really starting this one with the pressurization, but Team Espionage with a chance to hit back. The post denies them. It's down to a bit of a midfield battle, but only momentarily. Both these teams having chances early on, Mars.
Yeah, taking opportunities there, but again, we do see Team Espionage here just on the back for Jerome in the back, having to take another save after Kino's earlier one. And so, Ice Esports taking shots here, trying to apply a lot of pressure here onto Espionage. We do see Wailu as well, creating another one. Doesn't get the shot on there, of course. Kino having to push that one out here. Months actually will be able to shoot. Oh, close there, kept out. Yeah, small opportunity there coming in for Espionage, but nothing to get into the back of the net just yet.
Wailu with the chance, and the demo comes in. Oh, I couldn't quite see who it was. It was so quickly. Did the offensive, the second offensive player come in? It was Boy indeed, absolutely defeating or demolishing the goalkeeper and defeating the defense of Espionage. 2 goals to the good in our Ice Esports with a fair bit of physical play. Love to see that kind of action.
Yeah, I mean, you know what, Elliot was telling us about this kind of disruption and demo meta, and you know what, all of these kind of SSA teams here, months just seem to be, you know, playing out of that playbook right now. Their Boy coming in with a beautiful demo just so that Wailu could score there. That's the MO for, it seems to be a lot of these players on our weekend spring split number 1 year. So yeah, Ice Esports 2 to the good right now. They're going to try extend their lead, but Kino having to play to his own corner and already getting disrupted there by 5. Boy as well, causing just a little bit of trouble with Jerome. Jerome not throwing the bathtub at Ice just yet.
And it is Jerome that we're going to see most likely see make an all-over-the-pitch impact. Right now, lacking any kind of impact, because instead, impact coming from Ice, just finding the cracks in Team Espionage's defense and exploiting them relentlessly. I mean, I've barely had a chance to talk because I get it handed over to me, and then Ice Esports just score, and it's like, okay, we'll talk about the goal for a second. I guess I'll hand it back to you now, Muzz.
Yeah, well, you know what, your months. Oh, well, Kino! Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, kind of, Muntz is not allowed to say too much or even, you know, be quiet for too long before we see, you know, goals galore here coming out. Of course, Kino finally picking up 1 goal here for the Espionage side. And it's a much-needed goal here with 2:42 remaining. They need that one desperately.
I mean, they've still got plenty of time. We're just approaching halftime in game number 1. Let's see if Team Espionage can find some kind of rhythm, but it's so difficult when you're just getting removed from the pitch. Whenever the other team gets a chance, gets a little, just the barest taste. And the demo's just a huge impact on this game so far, and Ice Esports, the beneficiaries of those demos, although they get a little taste of their own medicine as Team Espionage find one in the back play, but immediately the revenge comes in, and it's Ice Esports on the offensive end, looking to counter and looking to score, but Team Espionage trying to pressurize, trying to set up shop for what feels like the first time in this game and therefore in the series. Can they get a boost deal or two? Can they pepper the backboard? The fake from Ram doing enough to pass to Kino. Kino not quite expecting it. Unable to find contact, find the back of the net, but Jerome with a big 50-50, finding a way into this game and finally having a bit of an observable impact.
Yeah, just slow build up to that play there coming up from Espionage. Jerome trying to get the ball down. Oh, there we go. Wailu picking up the 4th goal for Ice.
Just as we were saying that Team Espionage finally finding some rhythm. Ice just... This one hurts, right? For Team Espionage and anyone supporting them. Just as you feel like they might have been resting a little bit of momentum their way, Ice just come in and say, We're just going to put a freeze on that. Quick pause, champ. Not checking the chat. It's 4-1 suddenly. Less than 90 seconds remaining. This one probably out of reach for Espionage. They do have it in them to make a comeback. If things can start to click, if Jerome can find a goal and really get himself rolling, there's definitely a chance in it, but it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, not too many opportunities here going the way, of course, of Espionage. Oh, and boy, well, talking about opportunities, boy, taking that one with all 4 wheels. 5 setting up here from the left-hand side. Yep, Ice are running away with this game number 1.
That's a fantastic pass. 3 defenders in the vicinity. But Ice Esports able to find the pixel perfect positioning on the pass. And yeah, it's a fantastic finish to match, but I mean, all the work done in the assist with a minute remaining. This one, I think we can probably call it here. What should we chat about for the next 5 minutes? Or for the next minute, rather?
You've been making those delicious smoothies again?
Oh, mate, I'll talk about the smoothies all day. I was trying to deflect and send it away somewhere your way, but look, everyone in the chat, get on the breakfast smoothie train. Cannot recommend it enough. But oh my goodness, Team Espionage not letting the goals stop just yet. With 34 seconds remaining, it's technically, theoretically possible to come back.
I mean, yeah, you know what? You got to get a couple kickoff goals. You got to make sure you're scoring real fast. You got to hold on to the ball as well, which Team Espionage just kind of have not been able to do. Possession definitely not been on their side throughout this game number 1 year months. And Ice Esports having instead of time, of course. Oh well, Ram finds his 2nd. All right.
Okay, so recently I famously cast a series with one E-Jam who bet his mustache on the fact that a team could not come back from 3 goals down with 21 seconds remaining. That man then had to remove his mustache live on stream. 26 seconds, only 2 goals in it for Team Espionage. It's definitely doable. But if it is doable, it's got to be done from their own half. They're under pressure early. Although Kino, with the chance to attack, he's got his flip, opts to take it around the corner. Boy, waiting patiently, plays it absolutely perfectly. And with that clearance, with that play, high above his own goal, will secure game number 1 for Ice Esports.
Yeah, and as Mr. Bepic was saying, when you have 2/3 of the PWB side months, you can do great things, and they did there indeed. What is that, 5-2, with Ram scoring those 2 goals. So, yeah, boy, Ice Esports, they're coming in. They've got ice in the veins. They know how to make a decent run through the lower bracket, and they want to show up this Team Espionage.
Yeah, fantastic showing from them. Even though Espionage kind of had that late resurgence, it did feel comfortable for Ice, right? Obviously, they would have had the doubts after they gave up kind of 2 late goals, and you think, okay, it is doable if they score here with 1 more attack and then, maybe get some kickoff shenanigans going with 1 or 2 seconds remaining. But other than that, like, brief moment, those maybe 10 seconds or 15 seconds or so, it was pretty chill, unintended, for Ice. And they just looked comfortable. It was too strong for them. All 3 players playing out of their minds. For me, Boy stood out, not just from a goal-scoring perspective, but also from an early challenge perspective, just really stopping Espionage from breaking out whenever they wanted. Fantastic showing from them so far, but a little ways to go yet. Just a reminder, this is still a best-of-5 territory, so 2 more games required for Ice Esports. But Espionage, Team Espionage looking to respond as early as possible. You do not want to have to reverse sweep in this kind of situation.
I mean, tough to do, right? Ram, as you mentioned, coming in quite late to the party. They're scoring the 2 for Team Espionage. And of course, both Wailu and Boy, our Reunion Island play, scoring 2 each there. So Ice, they're feeling pretty comfy with that one shot there coming up from Ram. It's not going to do too much. Jerome takes an opportunity there, kept out by Boy. And nice early shots here coming up from the Espionage side to try to take the lead.
Just getting some word from Ash. Just, Jerome, the impact man We pointed out a few times already for Team Espionage struggling for boost, and I think that's a key stat, right? 70 seconds in game number 1 with 0 boost. I'm not sure if you remember, Actional was saying earlier that his mark for, okay, we need to start getting more boost is 60 seconds. So an extra 10 seconds on top of that, spent on 0 boost, just looking for pads, hoping to find something, and watching the other team find goals, and it doesn't look like it's stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, we go, and there's your MVP from game number 1. Boy, taking a cracker shot off of Wailu's pass. No one home for Team Espionage, and things are looking a little dicey for our team in orange right now. Of course, Ice scoring nice and early. They want that lead. They want to have that safety net behind them. 5 going up for a shot. Does he get the dunk? Kept out there by Jerome.
And just to put a little bit of emphasis on that boost stat, a little bit of clarity, give you guys some perspective. Boy and Wailu combined didn't have 70 seconds on 0 boost. So Jerome had no boost for longer than both those players combined. A huge significance in this matchup, especially when it's your impact player, right? With that little boost, struggling to find the aerial they want, struggling to even get around the pitch as quick as they want, relying on flips, relying on wave dashes. It's not where you want your impact player to be, but I tell you what, Kino looking for the impact. He can't find the bounce off the crossbar after the flip reset into the setup, but Ram might be able to find something. Never mind. 5 gonna cut it out, clear it away.
When Kino gets 1/3 of that ball across the goal line and then nothing gets sunk and no second man coming out from Team Espionage, either shoots it, I think it was Ram, not able to bring it down, and double save there from both Boy and Wailu. Yeah, you got to do better than that. You have to sink those balls if you are Team Espionage, right? You kind of have an opportunity to get the dunk, you don't off the crossbar or just the backboard. And yeah, Ice Esports, they understand the assignment here, Months. They know exactly what to do. Even if they do have 2 players that are playing from across the pond, they're A-okay.
Right now, Boy waiting, trying to wrap that ball around the corner instead. Just cleared out. Now Ram taken to the sky again. He's already found 1 flip reset set up. Setting up his teammate here and bumping the opposition away and getting a demo for good measure. A little bit of bullying there on behalf of Ram, but that's not a touch from Kino. He'll want to see too often. Just lazily playing it across his own net, but Jerome in the bath, in the way of IC Sports on that particular occasion. Kino, 5 clears it. That might just do it for this particular attack of Team Espionage. They're going to have to scramble back. Wailu almost finding the dunk, had the read on the defense, but just unable to quite execute.
And there are about shot there, long from Boy. Oh well. And you know, this is kind of what was mentioned also from Edge as well and Elliot, is that kind of when teams are grouped up like this, and we've seen Espionage being so close together, Months, that those long balls, those nice lobs, kind of end-to-end goals, they're going to occur here. And so, you know, if we don't see Espionage kind of maybe fanning out a bit, having the rotations been decent, well, you're going to get long straight balls going in like that.
And it kind of felt like they realized that like early in game number 2 here, and it did feel like they kind of spaced out a little bit more, but just tightening up on that particular occasion, kind of getting baited in a little bit, pushing forward. You know, pushes forward as well. Jerome's up early, but doesn't have the read off the corner. It's a difficult one. We've got to be putting that into a dangerous position. 2 goals down now, 90 seconds remaining, and Team Espionage on the verge of going down match point, but they're not going down without a fight. They do halve the lead, bringing themselves back within 1.
Oh, and beautiful here to see Jerome just set up for Ram, and of course Kina, third man following in a sink. That goal double committed from 5BS and Wailu. And finally, for once, not able to push that ball and giving Team Espionage an opportunity to bring the game back within 1. So, Mr. Months, Team Espionage, they're going to have to still do a little bit more to try pick up an equalizer and, you know, score against quite a strong defensive Ice side.
Now that Ice Esports side are pushing forward, looking for another. Even, I was going to say a go-ahead goal, but that's not correct. It'd be a further ahead goal at this point. 1 minute remaining. Just got to talk you guys through the way my brain works sometimes. Otherwise it just doesn't make sense to anyone. But right now, makes sense of the scoreboard. 2-1. Ice Esports looking to go up onto match point, looking to force a reverse sweep from Espionage. If Espionage want to stay in this tournament. Of course, this is a lower bracket matchup. The loser goes home. The winner moves on. thankfully, but there are no second chances. 30 seconds remaining, Muzz. Team Espionage, they're not really pushing, but they're finding a push here. Kino has the open net, unguarded. The defender went up, but not getting anywhere near the play. And he finds that top corner. That's a great finish from Kino.
Yeah, and Jerome from the bot just setting up from that back left-hand corner. Gets the ball into the mid before passing off to Kino, and Kino able to pick it up and bring it home. And as you mentioned, kind of the urgency that Team Espionage needed and the way they need to just get in the face of ice, they do so through a brilliant Kino goal. But Five already trying to get a rebuttal here. Oh, Wailu taking the shot. Long ball going all the way back. Kino with an open net.
And this looked like a bit of a switch the other way around. It was Ice getting baited on offense, sticking close together, trying to find plays off the 50-50s, but no 50-50 to be had here. Just a big old ratio. And then Team Espionage sitting pretty. Looking like they're going to take game number 1 for themselves here in game number 2 of the series, but it's not over just yet. They need to stay focused because there is chance for a counterattack here. 5 seconds remaining. Boy, taken to the sky, but it should be touched, it should be grounded, and it is exactly that. Team Espionage fighting back.
There we go. So they're going to tie up our series 1 apiece here. And yeah, just Kino absolutely doing superbly well to pick up those goals. Decent assists coming up from Jerome in the bath as well. And so, yeah, there we go. You know, we were kind of, Ash was telling us, you know, there's going to be reverse sweeps. Can Ice do it? They play from behind. They want to lead, and so they did in game number 1. But Team Espionage, of course, Mr. Bepic having mentioned beating Nibble Esports 3-0 previously. They also want to get kind of, you know, they want to put their hand up and say we can also run through this lower bracket. So it's going to be close. It's going to be fierce.
And it's going to be fun. If this series so far is anything to go by, like, it's going to be fun. We're seeing players on both sides absolutely pop off. We saw Five in game number 1, 566 points, like, big performance. Boy had 635 in this game, so that's 2 different players on ice, but that's 635 points, not enough to hold off the rampaging Kino, who's sitting on 805. Look, I'm not someone that looks at points and always uses them. You can farm points with saves, right? But Kino's out there farming with flip reset offense, and it was exciting to watch. It felt like anytime he was in the sky, bearing down on net, it was danger, it was chaos, and it was opportunity for Espionage. And they took the majority of those espionages, of those opportunities. And here they are sitting pretty level with a team that thoroughly outclassed them in game number 1.
Well, we will at least get guaranteed a game 4 now with our series scope tied up here. Already shots coming out from Ice Esports. Wailu getting in the face there. Kino having to play out of his own corner, and Team Espionage not wanting to go home here in our losers bracket. Jerome with the bath. Oh, there it is. Throws the bathtub straight at them.
Jerome in the bath, picking up what I believe is his first goal of the series. Correct me if I'm wrong, but been fairly absent so far, at least in my eye. Finally, having a real quantitative impact here on the scoreboard. And if he starts to pop off, watch out, Ice Esports. If you got Kino having the games of his life, and then Jerome in the bath starts to step up and really push things, then it's going to be trouble for the defense. But you have Team Espionage the ones looking to defend. Oh, Five, he's got the open net, and he will find the bottom corner. I think I recognized that the defensive play needed to happen, but Espionage didn't. They just kept kind of pushing forward. Rams all the way back, picking up boosts, and then turning upfield when the shot's coming in.
Oh yeah, just kind of that siren in the corner that is that 100 orb just luring that Ram in there. And yeah, that's kind of, it happens to all of us, right? Just, you know, we get sucked in. Yep, exactly that. And so conceding very quickly. Ice Esports. Oh, Jerome trying to pick up a second. Munch, you were correct that Jerome haven't scored his first goal here in game number 3. So the much needed Jerome in the bot picking up a goal where it is much needed for this Espionage side. Jerome finding a second.
Yeah, you know, Jerome, he does this stuff. Just, you know, picks the ball up, beats one player, takes the ball back down, then picks the ball back up again, beats a second player. It's just that easy. Like, honestly, if you're in the bath, like, you're chilling, right? Your heart rate's low. I'm guessing he's got real nice hot water just hanging out. Maybe some yogurt nearby. Good vanilla yogurt. I was talking about breakfast smoothies earlier, but if you just have like some yogurt in a hot bath, cold yogurt in a hot bath, I don't mean put the yogurt in the bath, I mean just like eat it in the bath. It's, you know, it's a little bit of a mix-up of temperatures, really does the right stuff. And I think Jerome right now looking to do the right stuff. He's certainly looking much more dangerous here in game number 3 than he was in the opening 2. And as I mentioned earlier, that is a dangerous proposition.
Yeah, when you unlock your plays and you get them to score, then, you know, it's going to be opportunities galore here for this Espionage side. Just, they want to find that right key to enable their shooters and players. Wailu putting that ball back into the corner. Boy following him up as well, and they're stuck. They're double defenders there in Jerome and Kino, trying to push the ball out. They take it down the left-hand flank. Kept out though. Ram, of course, to follow up. Espionage leading here our game number 3 by 1. They want to try extend the lead, of course, and try extend their series point, but of course, they still have half a game to do it in. Wailu doesn't beat them on the midway line. 5 has to go up. He's going to push it out wide. Gets a small touch to it, but no second man in the midfield as Kino, though, will get rid of this ball. Our Mozambique can play here, just to, you know, show it is a huge SSA kind of a player base.
Go on, then. Love that. Ooh. Big pinch away. Wailu keeping the pressure on. That's going to be awkward for Jerome. He can't get to it, but neither can Boy. The clearance will come in. Team Espionage escaping. Somehow, defensively there, I thought for sure it was going in once Jerome had missed it. In fact, they might be able to capitalize on the double commit. Never mind. Boy, following his momentum through, able to get the dunk away. Demo coming in. Boy responding in kind. There will be a chance to get this in field. Jerome, can he take it? He's off the ceiling looking to shoot himself, but it is cut out. Boy can't find the continuation. So, Ice Esports continuing to defend. Jerome just disallowing any thought of Ice entering their offensive third. And Ram wraps that one around. It's awkward for 5. He couldn't make the player. It was ending up in the back of his own net. He'll try to beat a couple players here, set up something on offense. But Team Espionage looking tight, looking tidy on defense here in game number 3.
Yeah, and 5 just absolutely ran that ball all by himself. Decent solo play there. Wow! Ram slotting that one in. Who did it come off there? Oh, no one, actually.
It's just a clean smack.
Yeah.
I've got close to it. Jerome causing a little bit of chaos with his earlier attempt hanging around, but, I mean, that's just a well-finished shot, a well-placed shot. It's a nice bit of power. Team Espionage have really flipped a switch here since the end of game number 1. They've looked a more comfortable team, and I'd love to see the spacing stats to see how that's affected it, because it does feel like they're playing just a little bit further apart, and they're playing very well. A 4th goal going in, that's looking too easy. Their challenge game on point. At this point, this isn't even a 50-50 anymore. Rams just absolutely dominated that challenge.
Yeah, and Jerome just kind of camping off sides there as well, just in case that ball went a little astray, maybe cross where he would have popped it in. Yeah, Team Espionage, they've definitely flipped that switch here once. They are absolutely ready. 3 goals ahead. A minute remaining here. Oh, opportunities for Ice. It gets kept out. Oh boy, can't take a shot either. Now Ram pushing this one all the way downfield. Tries to find a player midfield. Bit of an awkward shot. Goes wide, but it's fine. He follows it up again incredibly quickly. Just players on this Espionage side able to move across this pitch at blistering pace.
I'm going to have to apologize to Atch in the stats corner. I was like, you know, I'd love to see those spread stats, but he already provided them for the last game. I just missed them because he's putting so much content on our plate as Jerome does exactly that. As watch a replay. Look, this wasn't too special a goal, so I'll continue talking about what I was talking about. But in game number 2, they did spread out. Espionage just a bit, but it was enough to change up the challenge game. Able to wrest more positional advantage from the field, and I mean, improving in spades. Just the slightest of adjustments having the largest of consequences. And we haven't got the stats in for this particular game, but I'm guessing it's much of the same. So it's going to be up to Ice Esports to figure out how to counter that in game number 4, because yes, I am ruling this one out. It's not going to happen. Team Espionage are going to take the lead in the series. They're going to take 2 match points. And yeah, Ice Esports going to have to win 2 in a row if they want to win this series. Ram finds just another one, you know, for the road.
Just for the road, proverbial nail in that coffin. And I wonder much, you think there's just a little bit of quiet John Legend getting played there in that bathtub?
Tell you what, I bet
just in the
Timo's
background.
upset that he didn't score that off the ceiling. I'd be upset. That would have been a clip.
But it's fine, you know, he picks up the assists, he's got 2 assists, and the other players, Ram and Jerome, 3 goals each, right? They're just having a cracker of a time. Well, Mr. Muntz, look what you've done. Kino said, I'll score this one for you.
I mean, no, he scored it for Clever Rabbit. Ask him, ye shall receive. Come on, Brazil, quick KO goal. That's exactly what happened on 0 seconds. Yeah, winner. Team Espionage. There it is. They've turned it around. They've completely adapted, shut down what looked to be, like I said in the end of the last game, Ice looked like the ascendant team in game number 1. They looked the favorites to close the rest of the series out in pretty prompt fashion. Instead, it's looking like a bit of a gentleman's sweep from Espionage. You know, start slow, let the opposition take a game, and then just sweep them off the floor.
I just coaxed them into a false sense of security as you kind of just, you know, beat them by 6 goals in a very important game number 3. So, of course, Team Espionage extending the lead there, or not even extending it, but at least taking a lead. And, yeah, head into game number 4 here, Muntz. How are you feeling? Team Espionage, do they close it out? Does Ice come back through a Wailu and Boy combination?
Look, I'm hoping for a game 5, but right now, Espionage, I think, not only have they kind of adapted to that early dominance from Ice, I think they've completely overtaken, right? The momentum is just so thoroughly in one direction right now because they've not just adapted, but they've also built on that adaptation. They're starting to control the boost. They're starting to dominate the offensive side of things. They're also dominating the midfield, just not letting Ice take any kind of step out of it. We've seen Jerome constantly stopping aerial plays, and we've seen Ram just ratioing kids on the halfway line in the ground game. So right now, there's just so little avenue back into this series for Ice. They've not only got to adapt, they've got to totally flip the script upside down, read it backwards, and find some kind of sense in that.
Well, match point on Utopia Coliseum. Are we going to see Team Espionage take it 3-1, or is it going to be a comeback and push us to game 5 from Ice Esports winners to see what takes place here? 35% of the shots taken in this lobby have gone in. So accuracy, yeah, you know, we've seen kind of a lot of crossbar and backboard action in all of the previous series, but it seems, you know, teams are shooting, or at least players are shooting out of these 2 teams today. And yeah, 7 goals registered there by Espionage in game 3. Wow.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Wow, wee, wow.
Wow, wow, wee, wow. Bit of a 50-50 in midfield. Kino should have some time. Gonna opt to leave that boost. 49 in the tank, proving enough, but 50-50 will spill the ball away. Double miss there from Team Espionage. Boy, hopping it up, trying to play this one out to Wilo. Instead, he opts for the shot, and it has to be saved off the post. Kino able to do exactly that, taking a bit of a frivolous route to the corner boost, but he's able to follow it up onto the ball, and oh, Jerome into Bath. He's got to be thinking about a shot there, or at least putting it above the net onto the crossbar or the backboard. Does neither of those things and just skies it to the corner.
Oh, 5 taking a cracker there. Jerome keeping it out. And between Kino and Jerome on defense, absolutely saving so many hard shots that are coming in here from this Ice Esports side, but nothing to break our deadlock just yet. Boy trying to go up over Kino, but Kino popping it out. 5 getting angry on the midway line, though. Does get demoed by Jerome in the bath. Ram takes a shot. Oh, falls on the near post. Second man coming in. Gets the miss as well. Decent saves here coming out now from the Ice side. Boy challenging up in the air. Kino to bring it down. Still a deadlock.
This is what we want to see, right? We don't want to see it complete. At least, I know you and I don't want to see this. I'm sure there's some people in the chat hoping for a very one-sided result either way in favor of either of these teams. But right now, a nice competitive game. A goal or 2 would make things a little bit more fun. If 1 goal goes in, you know the other team's got to step it up, and the play might stretch out a little bit. Conservatism out the window. These teams desperate to get the next win. Ice to keep themselves alive in the series. Espionage to move on in the bracket. And Ice, I guess, to keep themselves alive in the tournament as well. Let me remind you, if they lose this game, they're out. They're gone. They're going home. They're already home, most likely, unless they've gone to someone's house to avoid load shedding. I'm not sure of their current situation, but they'll be heading home empty-handed. Oh my goodness, Jerome's got to be thinking, how did that not go in? It was in my hands. All I had to do was hit it. But somehow, the Ice defense keeps him away.
solid as a glacier, it would seem.
Sure.
And Ram missing that one with the whiff. Wailu having to pass it back. They're going to try to take a shot. Should be near post. Kept up by Jerome. And the defense still being tested here on Espionage in their 1/3. Jerome. Shot on by 5BS. Gets it in.
Felt like it was from nowhere. Just some, you know, I mean, just inobvious play in the corner. Just hanging around. There were defenders there, 2 of them at the near post, ready to challenge, but Jerome just not getting out to the shot, and goalkeeper on the line, maybe expecting Jerome to make a challenge, at least to block off a bit of the angle, the only angle available, but Ice Esports fine the go-ahead here, and not much time left to adjust for Team Espionage. We might be looking at a Game 5 situation. They can't figure things out quickly, as Ice Esports have, looking to take the shot here. And it seems like we've had a pause.
All right. Yeah, you were mentioning the load shedding a little earlier and wondering, is everyone safe? We're going to have to hear quickly from the production team what has transpired.
But I tell you what, whatever the case, I don't think we're seeing any removals of goals or anything like that. So that's the best case. Like, that's the number one thing, right? There's not going to be any no opportunity to change the results so far. It definitely, as far as I can see, I don't want to rule anything out, but as far as I can see, we're still going to be going in Ice 1 goal ahead and Espionage chasing that lead. I've just received word one of the players has disconnected. So, just a nice little innocuous thing that happens occasionally. We'll be back into it as soon as possible. The admins, the production team sorting that out quickly. But I talked about it before we went into the game, right? Ice needing to respond incredibly quickly, needing to sort things out because Espionage had just been utterly dominant in the last 2 games. They've done exactly that. Not only was it competitive, as we were saying at the beginning of the game, but they managed to find the goal. Look, it wasn't the most convincing of finishes. They kind of maybe gifted the opportunity a little bit by a lax defense on the side of Espionage, but they took that chance with authority, and they're sitting pretty 1 goal up with 1 minute, 37 seconds remaining as we get this one started. I'm glad to see this for one, and oh goodness, not like this.
Alright, so Kino disconnects and then comes back to score through a Ram assist. Punts this one all the way downfield. And what a major shot there coming up from Kino to score far from the left-hand side. I think he shot from the midway line and was able to poke that one in. Just Ice defense nowhere to be found.
That's a rough one. Team Espionage just adapting to the kickoff a little bit, or to the restart a little bit quicker than their opponent. So, that's just rough for Ice. They worked so hard for that go-ahead goal. They worked so hard to get back into it, and it's just taken away so quickly. Having to restart. Now, having to restart from their own backboard, but 5 bumped off it, and Jerome in the buff puts it in the back of the net for the go-ahead.
Oh boy, well that little pause that Espionage could take there seems to have done them well. They've picked up 2 goals in an incredibly short amount of time here and taken our game score here 2-1. So on match point here, Muntz, Team Espionage looking good, but of course we know Ice Esports are able to hit back like Thor's hammer, and so yeah, we're going to see as Wilo, does he go up, can't get it down, blocked out there by an Espionage player, and Kino chasing down 5 trying to push it out of his own corner, get it all the way across field. Jerome is there, and Jerome having done so superbly well on defense right now. Just before that pause, we did have Jerome having saved quite a number of goals and shots that come on there. He seems to be kind of stuck at the back in that 3rd-man role, just really hunkered down, keeping out any shot chances from Ice.
Oh, and Espionage have a chance for a dagger, and they do take it. Again, it's Jerome in the bath, just stepping up big in the latter half of this series here. 2 quick goals to just shred the hopes and dreams of Ice Esports, but they're not out of it yet. 29 seconds remain for Ice Esports to save their series, but right now they've got to save this shot by Kino and a follow-up They do exactly that. They'll be able to keep Jerome away as well. And now 5 looking to take to the sky. Not too much boost. He's got to get under it. No flip, or at least he saved it. Got to the ground, puts it midfield, but with 10 seconds remaining, the ball heading in the wrong direction. This one's surely out of reach. Team Espionage with a resurgence, dominated in game number 1. Comeback in the series. The gentleman sweep secured. They will move on. Ice will be eliminated.
Oh boy, 3-1. And Muntz, you and I, we correctly called Espionage, and as Elliot did say, Muntz doesn't lose. And so,
Never
yeah,
happens.
I am good to be on your team here for once, because they're picking up the dub. So, poof, thank goodness for that. But yeah, Jerome and the Bath, they're picking up 2 goals. Ram with the 2 assists. Yeah, stellar performance at the end. They're coming out from Espionage, and of course Kino scoring that very first goal straight off of that when we unpaused. And yeah, Team Espionage, they're gonna go straight on through.
They will, and big part of that, Jerome into Bath, stepping up big on the back of a performance from Kino and Ram early on in the series, and really stepping up. But I think we should take this one back to the desk. There was a bit of drama in that one. We saw some fantastic goals. We saw some flip resets. We saw shenanigans all around. We saw a few people on the desk get things wrong, and a few others continue their 100% win streak. I don't know, Elliot, you got any thoughts about that?
No. Blake?
That's fair.
No thoughts. No, I'm just kidding. I really thoroughly enjoyed that series. Even though I predicted it wrong, I would have been genuinely sad to send Team Espionage home if they had lost that series, because they were playing so well. Jerome, I think it was on DFH Stadium, was that game, the Brazil. That was a heck of a performance from Espionage. And Ice Gaming, they just simply couldn't keep up.
It was such a crazy series. And actually, like, it was 2-0 to Ice with like a minute left in game 2. Already a game up in the series, and in the green room, might have been the producer, I don't know, I'm going to blame him either way, said something like, wow, this is going to be a sweep as well, isn't it? And then it couldn't have been further from the case. The comeback of the entire regional so far, just in that game, from 2-0 down to take that 3-2, totally changed the momentum of the series, and then knock out Ice Esports 3-1. Team Espionage moving on in the lower bracket, and a fantastic way to do so. But let's see how that series shaped up in numbers. Joe Harvey, all over the statistics.
Oh yeah, why not? Let's claim that. I can pretend. So, let's have a look at this series, Elliot, because I have actually been all over the statistics in the minute and a half since the series ended, and I would be particularly impressed by Espionage's just general output. I can't even pin it down to offense or defense, because both Kano and Jerome over 500 points per game. You don't see that very often. I mean, you'll see it occasionally if someone will put up 500 points in a game, but over 4 games in a series, that really doesn't happen very often, certainly not at this level of the tournament. And I mean, it was a really interesting one for me personally, because they were really good on boost, Ice. You know, formerly we talked a lot about the old PWB roster and how good they were on boost. They were good on boost for about 2 games, and then it did just sort of, it derailed a little bit, and they started losing out on that boost battle, and that was for me the key turning point as to when Espionage really managed to get a foothold in that series.
And you said before the game that Jerome was the player to watch, so I mean, that's a pretty decent performance from him there.
Yeah, definitely. Really pleased with his performance. I mean, I say that like I'm his coach. He can be pleased with his own performance. He shot 38.5%. Very clinical there, putting up 3.25 shots, 1.25 goals, and on defense, not slacking either. He actually led the lobby for saves per game, 2.25, so he managed to get, you know, great work done on both sides of the ball. His time 0 boost was the highest in the lobby, but when you're doing that much, I'm not sure your teammates can really complain.
Well, and what a way to go out for Ice Esports as well. They looked like the stronger team heading into that matchup, but then Team Espionage managed to turn it around very rapidly once they got going. Was there any particular difference in the numbers from game 1 compared to 2, 3, and 4?
Not sure, Elliot. I mean, I think it is, you know, it's so hard to spot live, and then you look at the stats, and it seems clear. Obviously, Espionage managed to turn something around. I mean, you know, you don't win game 3 by 7-1 without turning something around. It was just keeping those stolen boosts, I think. It was the fact that they managed to get in with so many particularly small pads as well. The big pads not so much, but getting small pads in the opposition half, Espionage did really well, particularly games 3 and 4, I'm looking here. And it just, I think, it rattled Ice. You know, they're so good on those small boost paths, getting everything they need to get set on defense, and when you're conceding 7 goals, you're clearly not set on defense, and I think it must be that boost that was really turning the tide in favour of Espionage.
Just yet another indication, right, of how important boost management is at this level of play, and something that I'm always harping on about when I do get the opportunity to cast is you've got to use these small boost pads. The canisters are great, right? It's brilliant to have 100 boost immediately, but then the proper pathing around the stadium is absolutely vital, and Team Espionage showing exactly how to utilize them in this series. Do you know what? I'm going to ask you, what is your favorite statistic from that series, just to finish up?
Ooh, that's a very interesting one. Favourite statistic from the series? Probably actually the one I already told you, that for the first time so far this weekend, we've had all the players averaging under a minute on 0 boost. So that boost management, definitely a thing to look out for going forward. But my next best statistic is looking forward for Espionage. They have never played Bravado, who may come down from that upper bracket. They have never beaten DNMK in the 2 tries they've had during this season of the RLCS so far. So they'll be trying not to think about that one too much, but it's a record for Espionage, their largest number of SSA ranking points ever. This is really just give it everything you've got, because you've already outperformed all expectations.
Well, thank you so much for that, Joe. I really appreciate the deep dive into the statistics. And, well, you told us before the series that this was going to be a game of good boost management, especially compared to some of the other teams in this regional, and it certainly was. Made the difference there for Team Espionage, and it's going to be an interesting one to see if they can utilize that structure moving forward. But as we head back into the panel, Luke, you were casting that game, or that series, of course. What did you make of that turnaround? Did you see anything that stood out to you in terms of the step up from Team Espionage?
Yeah, look, I mentioned it a couple times, and it was from the help of Stats Corner actually providing us wonderfully throughout the games with the information. But we just saw Espionage really bunched up in that opening game, and they got smacked around. The ball's just getting played over them so easily as they push forward. They just spread out just the tiniest bit, and it looked to change the momentum. It's just the smallest of pixels, the smallest of positional changes that are just allowing different challenges, different angles on the ball, and a higher probability, a higher chance of winning challenges. And boy, were they winning some challenges. Jerome in the air, Ram on the ground, and it was all over. But look, good fight back from Ice right at the last, just couldn't quite secure it.
Murray, again, you were watching the series as well. We talked about Jerome's performance, but was it him, or did you think someone else stood out for you?
I mean, I think it was just a whole team effort and performance that coming up from Espionage, right? The first 4 goals coming up from Kino in games 1 and 2 there. So, yeah, I mean, Jerome ended off the show, but trust me, Ram and Kino were starting off that show, right? Tons of assists coming out there from the whole team all together. And so, yeah, you know, Ice at the end of the day just couldn't bring it back. We did see Wailu and Boys starting off incredibly well, but of course Espionage able to close it out when it matters, and they had the big match temperament there, Elliot. So yeah, kudos to them.
Ladies and gentlemen, fans of Royalty Esports, be pleased, because they may have been dropped by the org, but they're still here under the name Digital Devils, and they're still in the upper bracket, and we get to watch them next. After this short break, Orlando Pirates XD, reigning champions of Sub-Saharan Africa, going head-to-head with Digital Devils. And I just want to say a big shout-out to the APAC stream for the host. Welcome if you're joining us from Rocket League APAC. We're very pleased to have you here, and we hope that you're going to enjoy the day of Rocket League from the smallest region with the biggest hype. We'll be right back with one of the most exciting matchups of the weekend in just a few minutes.
Blow build up.
Right. It's right now. Why are you hiding? Tell me, what must I do? Come to you, come to you. You're
We're falling hard to find the answer. With this life we live, be all that matters. The life of dreams is moving faster, and no one knows the constant fear of what comes after, and we'll never know. It's weighing me down, got my feet on the ground. Let's hide away from the light, and run away from the night. Let's run away.
Been trying to change what I've been trying to say. Words don't come straight from my head to my mouth. It's such a shame that it fell out of place. Was never me that was bringing you down. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? Always looking for more. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sub-Saharan African Rocket League Championship Series. Well and truly in the thick of it now. Day 2 off to a pretty intense start. We've already lost Nibble Esports, who were looking like they'd managed to turn things around yesterday, knocking ATK out in Game 5 in a huge upset. But swept out of the competition today by Apex Gaming, who now in the lower quarterfinals are awaiting the result of the next matchup, because the loser of Orlando Pirates XD versus Digital Devils will be dropping down to face off against Apex Gaming. Our second upper semi-final, Bravado Gaming versus DNMK Esports. The loser of that matchup going to be dropping down to face off against Team Espionage, who just then turned the series around against ICE Esports to send them home with nothing. It was an amazing series, and it's only going to go up from here, because we are switching from best of 5s to best of 7s for the entirety of the rest of the weekend. And Blake, I know that you are very happy about this as well.
Oh, I am. I want this series to go as long as possible. It'll be a difficult one for Digital Devils, but we saw Pirates drop a game against Team Espionage earlier, and I think if you study that series, there's one key factor. This is how you beat Pirates. Take games off of them. Don't let them score. It's as easy as that. If the Digital Devils can just perfect sweep the Pirates, then they'll have an easy time in this series.
Murray, Orlando Pirates have won 5 out of 6 of the regionals that we've had so far this season. And we know that Royalty, who are now Digital Devils, have done pretty well, especially last split. They managed to make some pretty deep runs, but it's still going to be a struggle against a roster of this magnitude.
Yeah, let us all remember that this roster on Digital Devils was able to take games off of XD during that winter split. I think once in the group stages and once later on as well. So twice picking up games there against a very strong SSA team in Pirates XD. So yeah, you know, there's definitely a huge mountain to climb for them. But if any team can do it, they can. And I mean, it's going to be a hard graft, Elliot, but we'll have to see. I mean, Espionage are taking games off of us, so we do know that Giants can bleed.
Months, Mr. George, Luke,
Elliot,
various other things that people call you.
so many other things.
Any hope for Digital Devils?
There's definitely hope. There's definitely hope. As Muzz said, they have taken games off Pirates. They've not just taken games off them. They've done it recently as regional number 3. It was a 4-2 right before Pirates went on to 4-1 Bravado twice on their way to the championship. That says something. And I remember that series. I'm not sure if I was casting it, but I do remember it. And Royalty looked so close throughout. Look, if you look at the goal scored in the last game, okay, it was 5-0 to Pirates. But by that time, it had been a close series up to that point. And it just felt like It felt like Digital Devils, back then it was Royalty, were so close. If they just taken advantage, they just hadn't hit the post on that one shot, or they hadn't hit the crossbar when Snowy missed it, they could have turned that one around. It wasn't to be then, and it might not be to be here today, but it definitely could be.
Could it be? I don't know. Maybe. I'm hoping so. Joe, do you have any information that might help us sway our decisions? I mean, do you have any? I would love some, please, if there are some available.
Alright, I shall do my very best, okay? What I will do then is I'll tell you a bit about how the Pirates have been doing, and I'll completely neglect to mention that their stat line has been ruined by the fact they didn't get a round 1 match yesterday. Oops, already spoken it out loud. So their stat line looks promising if you don't look too closely, because they've only played a round 2 match that should have been a bit more challenging. It's still not that difficult to see how well the Pirates are doing. Snowy's put up 430 points a game, shooting 35%. I could keep going. It's not looking great for Digital Devils, but, you know, we saw it when they were Royalty. They will probably be the same again. If they can play demos, if they can get boost steals, anything is possible. We saw them take Pirates to 6 in their last matchup against our current, you know, nailed-on champions in SSA, and it's possible that they can get at least that far again. Zero got 1.83 demos per game last time out. All 6 players in that lobby, when they last met, averaged between 310 and 370 points a game, which is very quiet, particularly for the Pirates. So if they can manage to keep things quiet, it might be possible. Keyword might, because the Pirates love to sit back and play on defense, and it's just a very hard style to break down.
So that's 100% guarantee is what I'm hearing, that Digital Devils are in fact going to take the series. And, you know, it was mentioned on the desk earlier that Orlando Pirates just don't demo. Is that borne out by the stats, and how important is that going to be, bearing in mind how disruptive physically the Digital Devils are?
Yeah, I mean, certainly compared to a team like Digital Devils, Pirates' you know, demo rate is fairly non-existent. There's not much point looking at it, really. It's a byproduct of the fact that they just spend most of their time sitting and watching other people play Rocket League, and it's a setup that's worked really well for them historically. They just sort of sit a bit further away from the ball, wait for things to happen, because inevitably there will be a touch that's a little bit loose, there will be a pass that's a little bit far in the wrong direction, and they can then pounce on that. And I think in terms of their sort of overall team synergy, they are comfortably the best in the region. And the fact that they know that and they can sit back and just watch, effectively, and see what happens and pick their moments, does make it very hard to play against them, because the pressure is then on Digital Devils. They sit there and they go, we've got to do something, something's got to happen, we need to go for a demo. Suddenly they're out of rotation and Pirates have spotted their opportunity. So it's going to be interesting. they played 3 times against Pirates in winter, once in each regional, and they lost every time. But they did win 4 out of the 15 games. So if they can win 4 more out of the next 5 to 7, then, you know, there's every chance they can win. But I do think the smart money would have to be on Pirates here.
Well, that's one way of looking at it, and I appreciate your input, Joe, but just to take things back to the panel, I'm going to start off the predictions, and, well, the smart money probably still has channel points left, and I don't. So I think we know where my bet's going. Look, I loved Royalty Esports, and I'd love them now that they're called Digital Devils. Put me down for the Digital Devils, please, Mr. Producer. Thank you very much, and then we're going to head straight over to the gent to my left. Luke George, who's taking it?
Look, I've bet against Pirates a total of 2 times in my SSA career, and was correct both those times. Bravado won both series and took the championship. And you know what? This time, I'm not going to do that. I'm going with Pirates. There's no chance for Digital Devils.
This is unacceptable to me. Murray, please tell me you think differently.
Sadly, not Elliot. It's incredibly tough to bet against the 5-time champions. 5-time champions, not 1-time, not 2-time, not 3-time champions, 5. And so put on Orlando Pirates there for me, please, Mr. Sunderlad.
Wow. A lot of people here trying to walk away with more channel points than they started the day with. Blake, come on, you're going to bankrupt yourself with me, right?
Well, Elliot's the last series, we both went with the underdogs, Ice Gaming, and I appreciate you joining me there, but I cannot back you up this time around. There's a certain weight that is applied to one's shoulders when you try and take on the kings of a region, and the Digital Devils will not be able to overcome that. Orlando Pirates, not Ice Esports, they're already out, unfortunately. I'm going with a safe bet this time around.
3 versus 1. Well, look, Digital Devils might not be royalty anymore, but they're still kings to me. It's going to be a tough one. They're facing off against Orlando Pirates XD in a best of 7 matchup. And let's see how things play out. Luke George, Blake Phillips, take it away.
Perfect. This might be our most, or at least it's my most anticipated matchup so far in this regional. We're finally seeing the, let's not say the Titans, but definitely a bit of a David and Goliath, if David was a little bit bigger than David normally is, kind of situation, right? Like, this is definitely a team in Digital Devils that are capable of just taking an upset. They're definitely capable. Whether or not Pirates are capable of giving away the upset, that's a whole different story.
Yeah, I like the David versus Goliath, but, you know, David's maybe 6 feet tall this time. 6'10", I'll give it to him. Royalty's a really good, or sorry, not Royalty, Digital Devils, very, very good team. Eliakim, especially, is going to have a phenomenal series if they're going to take down the Pirates. So we know his boost consumption is up there in this region because he spends so much time in the aggressive rotations, offensively, trying to down a team's defense. That'll be tough here, Mr. Muntz, but I have faith. Digital Devils going to make this a heck of a series to get the winner's side of the bracket kicked off here. Beautiful entry as always. Here we go. First best of 7 of the day.
Oh, that feels good to say as well. Those best of 5s can be over and done with so quickly. As Darklet looked to start us off quickly there with a spectacular aerial play, but he was denied. Will be denied the treat of what would have been a fantastic replay. Instead, went down the other end, and Original just slamming that one in to get us started.
Well, how about that? Yesterday, I casted a series with this Digital Devils roster in front of me, and it was the Original Eugen duo that took over. I believe it was Game 2. They came out and just, I think they put up 6 goals. I don't have the numbers in front of me anymore, but they looked
at least
unstoppable. Yeah, at least. They are so strong. Out of the corners, into the infield. Right there, it was in transition, but still, a passing play right there to take some of the offensive burden off of Eliakim's shoulders.
And you talk about that burden on Eliakim. Historically, the burden is on his shoulders, so it's fantastic to see his teammates really stepping up. Not to say that he was a hard carry for the team, but when the times got tough, it was Eliakim that got going, and he really was the one that they kind of ride or died on his form, but that seems to have changed here. Snowy, though. just putting things back to a bit of normalcy, finding the opening goal for Orlando Pirates, and let's just start this one off again after a minute.
The difference between this series and the one I just mentioned is that the Orlando Pirates are such a strong shooting team. They can hit just about anything. That's why they are the best team in this region, because shots like that, it can be hit with the eyes closed of the player that's going up for it. So, tied up, you're right, that first minute, pretty much worthless. I mean, come on, it's 1-1, minutes gone, nothing ever really happened. The Pirates, though, they do have a bit of momentum on their side now.
I don't even remember it. My brain's deleted it from the memory banks, and I guess Orlando Pirates have as well, but I tell you what, no, Digital Devils not letting that winning feeling get away just yet. It's still firmly in their grasp, but like him, we were talking about him, and he said, what, I'm not a carry anymore? Well, you know, carry this, and he just slams it in.
Well, he's not content with me just talking about the Pirates and their shooting capabilities. That was a sharp shot from the star of the Digital Devils team, and the pass back center off kickoff. That set piece, gorgeous. The fake working into the favor of the Digital Devils.
It's just perfect. Look, the first pass off the fake, a little bit behind Eliakim, but he manages to adjust, and he puts it right on a platter for Original, and that goal goes in. And Digital Devils starting with a little bit of panache here in game number 1, putting Orlando Pirates on the back foot. But just to remind you one more time, we're back to a best of 7, which means the Orlando Pirates have got plenty of time to start up in the gears, start changing their way through the motions, and really start putting the hammer down. But for now, it's all Digital Devils, and rightfully so.
For now, the fans can rejoice, or maybe just watch the game in a little bit less anticipation as they try to hang on to this 3-1 lead. They're possessing the ball very nicely, very few opportunities going the Pirates' way, and Skill Steal actually driving around that ball. A bit odd at the moment. Perhaps the Pirates haven't quite warmed up into this series just yet, but Digital Devils, a fast start. They're feeling hot, but Darth here to cool them off just a touch.
Okay, it's a little bit scary now for Digital Devils. They've started well. They've used a nice kickoff set piece to take advantage of an early lead to go up by 2. And then Orlando Pirates go, hey, let's just calm things down a little bit. You're forgetting who we are. This is Snowy, Darth, and Skill Steal. We're the most historied players in Sub-Saharan African Rocket League history. And that's implied by... Okay, well, I'm going to stop talking. Let's watch the replay. Snowy's an absolute beast.
Yeah, I stopped listening to you right there, Muns, and just watch Snowy have so much space in the air. I was like, this is a goal. I didn't want to say it out loud because there's a chance it gets saved, but with placement like that, it's not, even with 2 defenders in the net. Orlando Pirates storming back after a phenomenal start by the Digital Devils. I mean, you had to expect this. Orlando Pirates, they don't take full games to work their way into a series. Maybe they take a couple of minutes to get warmed up, but Digital Devils still playing pretty hot. Nice shot there from Original.
Look, I was just about to, before I was rudely interrupted by Snowy's goal, I was about to say the scary thing for Digital Devils is that Orlando Pirates are on the comeback trail with so long remaining in game number 1. Have Digital Devils expended all of their offensive energy, all of their reads, all of their good luck? But no, they haven't. Orlando Pirates fought all the way back, and Digital Devils still eking out a lead, just nudging themselves. A toe ahead, a finger ahead. Look, I'm here for it. Let's go, Digital Devils. Can I switch my prediction? Is it too late to do that? It probably is, right?
Yeah, I don't think Chris would be too happy. The center lad in the background not wanting to update any more graphics in the middle of this series. We'll have to focus on the overlay and all that beautiful stuff we've got in front of us. So much you're stuck with the Pirates, but Digital Devils, you're right, looking pretty good. I'm worried about my prediction as well, though the Pirates starting to gain more time with this ball, and with more time comes more chances, and with more chances with this Pirates team, almost always comes more goals, but that's a phenomenal clear to abate some of that pressure, and we're going to stay at this 4-3 scoreline.
Pirates do like to just kind of sit back and then explode on the counter-attack, but we're seeing pressure here from them. It's not oft seen that they do this, but they're absolutely peppering the backboard. They're coming in, they're stealing the boosts, and Skill Steal going to steal it there, but instead, his teammates having to defend a counterattack, but Dark with a flip reset, dangerous, can't make contact. Eugen scrambling, Original eventually gets it away. They're coming down to a minute left. Digital Devils, well, they're not looking comfortable. There's not been any huge opportunities for Pirates, although Darth looking for the double tap, gets the misplay. The follow-up from Snowy's wide.
A little bit inaccurate. The Pirates, I talked about their sharpshooting skills at the beginning here, but they've slowed down, but they still have opportunities. That ball actually looked like it was going in. I don't think the defense was back in time, but saved there by an orange card. I didn't see it. It was a blur across the blue back line, but still, that's a mistake potentially if the Pirates are able to come back in the final 30 seconds here. Though, Digital Devils, pressure of their own, wasting time for the Pirates, and Original, a big step-up challenge one right there, coming off the bench in this regional and performing so well, but this is an important touch. Eugen couldn't make it. Rebound from Skill Steal, blocked by Original. Big save.
Huge save from Original, keeping his team in it, in the ascendancy here at the end of game number 1. Big 50 in midfield. I like him with the wave dash into the 50-50. Original's just got to hit the ground with the ball. I like him. Inexplicably keeps it up. It's going to give Skill Steal a chance to catch it. He does that, but immediately drops it. The control lacking at the last. My goodness, what a way to take game number 1. Digital Devils in the lead.
Do we have ourselves the beginning of a historical series in this SSA region, or do we just have another Orlando Pirates comeback? That's the big question that's looming here after that Game 1 performance. A lot of goals scored, but Digital Devils showing us that they can keep up with this Orlando Pirates team. I can't wait to get to Game 2, honestly.
That was a fun one, right?
Yeah.
I kept doubting Digital Devils. I'll admit it. Like, I've doubted them from the start. I predicted Orlando Pirates, and if I'm completely honest, I still believe in the Pirates' ability, their comeback ability. Once they've got the ball rolling, it's pretty difficult to stop it. But Digital Devils, they just keep proving me wrong, and I'm slowly getting dragged towards that kind of corner of the pitch. I'm starting to think, oh, a little bit of doubt. They just do seem to be outplaying the Pirates all over the pitch. Defensively strong, holding off double tap attempt after double tap attempt, and just scrambling away at the last. I'm not sure the scramble defense is what you want to be relying on against a Pirate side that are so good at just crunching down once they've got you vulnerable. But it's worked to now, and they've been countering quickly, they've been setting up offense quickly, and they've been executing and scoring those opportunities. So, huge stuff from Digital Devils. Can't wait to see the rest of this series, my goodness.
Out of the tunnel and into the spotlight come the Digital Devils. See if they can extend their lead here in game number 2. But on the back foot early, that shot, golden skill steal for the opener.
Oh, and these are the sort of things that you can't let happen against Pirates. You can't have cheap kickoff goals. Look, Eugen's there. He's got to make contact. Maybe expecting a touch from the diving defender at the initial shot. But either way, that's got to be cleared. Rough start for Digital Devils, and just little things like that. So the big pop-off plays from Orlando Pirates don't worry me, right? Like if Skill Steal scores a double flip reset or something, I'm like, okay, that's to be expected, but you can't give them those soft goals, so to speak.
No, Digital Devils need an answer soon. They did it so well twice in that first Game 1. They answered with goals of their own when Orlando would find the back of their net. That's why it was so high scoring, because Digital Devils had that clutch factor. It wasn't end of the game, end of the series clutch, but it was immediate response when the pressure has been shifted to your side. And now, in a kind of a 2v2, Original had to slow down there. There was an opportunity, and with a pass over to Eugen, he'll be able to do something here out of the corner. No skill steal. A dangerous ball. Center giving that one up completely. Original totally fine with having that ball fall into his arms.
Yeah, a couple defenders in net, but too far in the net. Actually, it was just Darth. I didn't even see the contact from Eliakim on the first viewing, but Eliakim getting a decent chunk of Darth there in the net, just popping him into the back of it. And then the ball to follow quickly. Digital Devils mixing things up, playing a little bit physically there, and getting gifted a goal because of it.
Okay, Eugen won that ball outright. Was looking for the demo on Snow. It was to be a second goal guaranteed if he found contact, but instead the Pirates flipping that sequence on its head, leveling a shot towards net. Good save by Original. Better save by Eugen, keeping us at this tied scoreline. But in come the Pirates with so much pressure. That's their game. They keep you stuck back, and they do it with their challenges, not demos to keep you boostless and out of position. They just win challenges, put hard shots on net, and so far, New Level surviving, but for how long? No longer.
I put emphasis on the scramble defense from Digital Devils in the break, right? Huge, huge efforts there from all three players on the goal line, but in the end, the pressure tells. You said it. Pirates just taking the boost, the challenge game too strong, making it awkward, making you use the little boost you have just to stop the ball from going into the goal. And that's your situation for a good, 30 seconds? It's going to be trouble, but, I mean, apparently, Digital Devils kind of chilling with it, whatever. We'll score a goal out of nothing.
Sure, I mean, a kickoff goal definitely welcome by the Digital Devils. That was odd. You trailed off with an ellipsis question mark at the end of your point, and I'm with you. I don't know how that happened. Darth just got beaten to that ball straight up, and the Digital Devils still hanging around.
It's like, yeah, okay, I guess that's a goal. We'll stop talking about the last one and talk about this one. But right now, it's Orlando Pirates pushing for their third goal of the series. Would be the go-ahead, but Original turning a quick counter-attack into an opportunity. Well, finds a shot, but it's a little bit too easily dealt with from Skillsteal. Eugen continuing, not much boots in the tank, so he's going to pick up that mid-boost, slap it off the backboard. Oh, it's a big save, just pinching it onto the crossbar. I was sure it was a certain goal. I was sure this one was as well. And that one, the woodwork doing some work there, but Original eventually puts it in at the last.
That's perfect placement, too. I mean, great job pulling defenders out of position with awkward shots off the crossbar, off the back wall, making saves come out of the Pirates until eventually they weren't there any longer. And then Original has, honestly, I'm so impressed with their capabilities offensively so far in this series. So many beautiful shots coming off of that golden Fennec, but, and it seems like there's always a but whenever the Digital Devils are scoring, because Darth just soloed his way back to a tie game.
This is just so cool and calm, calculated even, gets a flip reset, doesn't rush it when the challenge comes in, know he's well positioned for the 50 win. If that challenge does make contact with the ball, it doesn't. It's like, well, I can just time this to perfection, scoop it into the top shelf, and does exactly that. Orlando Pirates so difficult to deal with individually, let alone as a team. We saw that right there.
Oh, they want more. In comes Skillsteal. That block, we'll see if it did more harm than good. Shot still comes out of Snowy, but it is blocked. Original up, but couldn't find a touch. Darth with the faintest of touches on that ball, dropping underneath the crossbar.
And this is where that scramble defense becomes unsustainable. When you're all bunched up, dealing with shots from close range, you've got to throw two people at the ball sometimes. You just don't have time to communicate who's going. They didn't have time then. The soft double commit did come in. The save nearly comes off the second player to commit regardless. It's just a pixel away. They can't quite make the contact needed, and instead Orlando Pirates squeeze a goal out. But still plenty of time left. I cannot believe that we've had 7 goals. It feels like surely we're in the final 15 seconds, but no. A minute 40 remaining. Digital Devils still within punching distance. They're looking to punch a goal right here.
Sometimes in game ones we have 7-goal games and then it slows down tremendously in game 2, but apparently that's not the case for these two teams. They put up 14 now through a game and 3 quarters. Huge and dangerous miss there. If there was someone back post from the Pirates, it was a goal. There's someone up in the box though, and it's Darth, not the player you want to see shooting against the Digital Devils net, because he seems to be hitting everything at the moment.
Yes, and it all comes down to boost, right? Original, ironically, the only player with more than 15 boost on his team, but the placement of the shot so well, just straight above him. It's so difficult to get up to that quickly, especially without backflipping. But it's a struggle here. No help from the other 2 defenders because they've got no boost. It was all up to the final defender, and when the shot's that well placed, there's just nothing you can do about it. But I like him, looking for some shot placement of his own, passes it to himself off the backboard, and finishes with just a little bit of ferocity.
I like him says enough with that Orlando Pirates run. That's a showstopper right there, and if it was the equalizer, it would have likely given a huge burst to the Digital Devils side, but instead a slightly smaller but still very big burst of potentially catalyst energy that gets them going for this final minute. They still need one to take us to at least an overtime and extend their series lead to 2-0. That will be monumental, but still tons of work to do here, and we're getting down to the business end of game 2.
do feel like, oh no! I didn't feel like that was going to be a goal-scoring opportunity, but who was it? Eliakim. Awkward touch out. I thought Snowy was going to get in the way, but it's just dropped perfectly for Darth. He smacks that through. We saw it from his point of view, right? There was just a little hole in the defense. He really thread the needle there to find the go-ahead. I was just about to say, like, no matter what the circumstance, whether it's a leveler or a just downing the deficit type goal, a double tap like that will get the communication buzzing. It will get the vibe up. Unfortunately, they couldn't find the next goal, so that vibe probably suppressed just a little bit. Not all hope is lost. If they find an attack here, find some goal mouth action, they could mount a late comeback, but it doesn't seem to be happening. Although, with the skill steal, Darth is there. He's not going to get to it. Originals put it into the midfield, and with that clear, it's now impossible. Pirates. Wasn't super easy. 10 goals between the two teams, unless another one goes in, but the ball's going to drop to the ground. But the scary thing for Digital Devils, they work so hard. They grind it out. They get it so close. They come to within pixels. But in the end, Pirates overcoming regardless and still feel like they're yet to find that extra gear. We saw kind of moments where they just grinding down the Digital Devils, just really putting them under the pump on that defensive end. Digital Devils doing well offensively, but it's scary to me. I said it after the first game. I don't feel like this scramble defense is something to rely on long term. Kind of feel like, unfortunately, I was proven right there. They're going to have to find some earlier challenges.
I think if Digital Devils play this kind of game against anyone else in the region, they're up 2-0 in the series right now. But the Pirates are too strong offensively to be downed that easily. I mean, we're seeing just a complete shootout. And the Pirates, that's their bread and butter. They can hit shot after shot all day long. Digital Devils, with that scramble defense, not able to keep up. They need some solid rotations back there to find clearances, because when the Pirates really ramp it up, really get every player involved offensively, just winning challenge after challenge, and all three can hit whatever shot emerges, that's when things get dangerous for your defense. And a lot of time spent on zero boost for Eliakim and Eugen. Original did step up in that game, was hitting shots, but Eliakim and Eugen playing slowly there. They'll need to manage their boost just a tad bit better.
And look, you mentioned shots as well. You've got to look at Darth. 4 goals from 5 shots. This is from a Pirates. Yeah, a Pirates team that, coming into this, was the last place team for shot accuracy, and you have a player score 4 goals from 5. And Darth is going to be add an extra miss to his name there, but let's say it's a nice pass that's going off the inside of that post.
Yeah, it was all calculated. I mean, Darth was like, all right, I'm going to play it off the bottom right corner, then the crossbar, you better be right there in the box for a perfect pass, and then
I'll never expect
score it. Yeah, I don't know. If you don't know what you're doing, sometimes the defense isn't going to know what you're doing. So, off kickoff, the Pirates doing piratey things, and they've got themselves an advantage. They might be storming back now. Off the back of 6 goals in Game 2, they're just not stopping their scoring spree.
Oh, bumped out of what could have been a pretty play. He was looking for that ceiling flip and just absolutely annihilated. But he's back on the ball now. Gets past one. Original, a moment of time, but a heavy touch allows Snowy to take over. He can't keep hold of it either, so Darth coming in for the 50. Delays Eliakim the ability to follow up, and it's going to be Eugen off the ceiling to himself, to the sidewalk. Snowy cuts it out. Suddenly, I don't know how Snowy got there after we just seen him moments before. But look, it's all Orlando Pirates right now, just disallowing any progress from Digital Demon, or Digital
Same
Devils.
thing.
Goodness, same thing. Well, it's not, but, you know,
Yeah,
skill steal.
They are demons as well as devils. They're just about
demons.
Everything in that category. But the Pirates, they're kind of the same. They're scary. They're scary little demons that can come up from the ground and do things like that. That goal was out of nowhere, Muntz. It was just a quick transition, easy as you like.
Yeah, Digital Devils getting a little bit stuck together there. But it happens. The problem is it can't happen if you want to beat this Orlando Pirates team. We talked about it. Kind of, you expect goals like this, right? Darth just score an absolute slammer of a double. Whatever, that's normal. It's par for the course when it comes to Orlando Pirates. You can't be giving them open nets. I mean, this is probably an open net as well. You didn't really have to double tap it, but it was kind of fun. It kind of went with the quarters.
I mean, that's That's an Orlando Pirates thing. That's a double standard that just got shown on broadcast. If any other team in this region hits that, we're erupting. But then the Pirates do it, and we're like, all right, Darth, that was cool. You've done that so many times before, though. I don't know what Digital Devils can do at this point. The Pirates have just come online. And maybe pull out their Ethernet cables, Mons. That's my best strategy for the Digital Devils at the moment.
I mean, yeah, it could well work for them. I mean, it worked for Espionage. Right?
Oh no! I meant pull out the yeah. Oh no! Yeah, keep going. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, we can move on. We can move on because right now, Digital Devils not letting this one go. They've got plenty of time to reduce the slippage of this series. More than half the game remaining. It's already scored about 1,000 goals in the previous 2 games. Don't quote me on that. I'm sure Atch in the stats corner is absolutely pulling his hair out of that comment. But they've got goals in them. We know that. Even last split in regional number 3, when they took those games off Orlando Pirates, there were some high-scoring games. So we know Digital Devils have the offense to score against this Pirates team. Right now, they're getting shut out completely, though. Challenges like that are going to help, especially misses from Snowy, but no one can expect that. So they can't react in time. Larkin, with a lot of work to do, doesn't get it done, and Darth somehow anticipates, looks for the counter, gets the pass down to Skillsteal and Snowy at once. They get in each other's way, and it gives Eugen a chance to play it away.
Ooh, and Eugen can actually take a ripper of a shot. It wasn't really on target or a ripper of a shot. Unfortunate there. It's an opportunity. Gone by the wayside, and Darth quickly punishes. He's having a game. Mr. Mons, I can't believe what we're seeing out of the Pirates.
He is having a game, but it does feel like Digital Devils have changed something up. And I'm not sure it's working for them. They feel to me like they're pushing forward a lot more. They're looking for those risky challenges. I mean, at some point, like you're three goals down, you've got to, right? But it felt like it was coming in a little bit earlier, maybe 1 goal down even. And I don't feel like they need to change too much, but something like that, as dramatic as that, can have huge ramifications, and it's not always positive. I think we're seeing the negative side of it here. They're just getting beaten. We're seeing open nets to be had for Orlando Pirates. And as we said, and keep on saying, you cannot give them those soft goals.
Nope. No, you cannot. Gifts are not allowed. It's not any kind of holiday right now. Oh, Snowy. Hitting every shot. I mean, I think the Pirates in this game have showed us why they are the least accurate team in SSA, is because they take so many hard shots that are on target that get saved, but then it leads to more shots on target. More shots until the defense can't save it any longer, and then they're able to tick their accuracy up just a little bit. Yeah,
I mean, I think Squishy was famous once for saying, like, you can take a shot at net not expecting to score, right? Because it uses the resources. You've got that's a ball you have to deal with. You can't just let it go and bounce off a wall and go get boosted or pick up some pads. You have to go up and try to save that ball because you know it's a goal, obviously. But it's so underrated. It's so valuable. One, you're putting a defender out of position. Yeah, you're giving him a touch, but he's got to use resources. If your team is spaced out, well positioned to deal with it, to apply pressure on the follow-up, it's a great strat to pepper that goal mouth, pepper the crossbar, make plays happen, and then benefit on the back of it. And right now, Orlando benefiting all over the pitch. Not just the pressure plays, not just the counter-attacks, but, you know, demolitions as well. Why not?
This is a statement game. This is brutal. Digital Devils played such good games 1 and 2, and the Pirates saw that and raised them a 6-0 in Game 3. This is brutal. Digital Devils going to have to quickly forget about this game because they're still only down a game. After this one, as we move into the next map in a little bit, Digital Devils have to forget that DFH Stadium ever existed in this series as they regain and find their offensive footing again because they've been largely shut out of the offensive end.
Yeah, they've absolutely got to put it out of their minds. But, okay, we look back historically, what's in a 7? Just going to stop talking about Orlando Pirates.
Historically,
Royalty have been able to come back from from very one-sided losses. In that series that I keep referring to in regional number 3, upper semifinals against Pirates. They lost the first game 5-1. They won the second game 2-1. They lost the third game 4-0. And then they won the fourth game 5-1. Look, none of those are 7-0s, or maybe more, or maybe less, but still significant batterings on the wrong side for Digital Devils, and I do think they can reset. They've shown it. They
Yes,
can
they can.
reset, come out with adaptations, and put it back onto Orlando Pirates.
This is going to be an interesting game to learn the stats of. Snowy, one for the road, why not? Pirates enjoyed a victory lap of a Game 3, but possession-wise, it felt like the Pirates had the bulk of it. Maybe 80% would be my guess. That was fairly dominant. Digital Devils, nothing gained offensively. Maybe there were a couple of shots on, but for the large part, they were playing defense, and that is the difference between that game and the previous two. They had plenty of opportunities on the offensive side, for Original especially, but the entirety of the DD roster to show us what they're made of in terms of their shooting, they're nothing. It was just save after save, and then it wasn't a save, and it was a goal, and then right back to saving again.
And look, we talked about the gears that Orlando Pirates have. Right now, they've just dropped down one, hit the nitrous button, and blasted right through. And it's hard to see Digital Devils responding in a way that can be sustainable for the entirety of a series. Because Pirates, they just feel like they've just got oodles of back, like just talent to spare, and it's just a matter of calling upon it at the right time. They've managed it here. It's scary. I'm scared. I'm scared for this series. Up to this point, like, I think we saw 17 goals in 2 games between the two teams, but seeing 8 for one team and none for another, that's scary business.
Pirates kept up the mantle of scoring, but the Digital Devils not allowed to right there. Here's a stat that sums that up pretty well. Snowy, 757 points. That was more than all 3 of the Digital Devils players combined. That was fairly dominant statistically. And once we get to... we got a timeout, actually. Timeout. So we're not going to get to Game 4 just yet. A breather. I think everyone needs a breather, Muns. You and I, especially after all the scoring we just saw. I'm a bit lightheaded from all the dazzling offense we saw from the Pirates. But Digital Devils, a lot to talk over in this stretch.
Yeah, I'd stand up and have a little walk around, but then you'd be able to see what I'm wearing on the bottom half. Or what I'm not wearing. But we don't have to talk about that. Snowy, 7 goals. But get this, Darth scored 9. Like... in the series so far. It's insane, the goal tally for both these teams for sure, but specifically Pirates in that last one. Absolute domination. Skill Steel's just got 1 goal so far this series, and they're still absolutely wrecking on the offensive end. It's shenanigans. It's just shenanigans, and look, I don't know if it's possible. I can see that it is if I'm looking back at Liquipedia and I'm looking at the last regional. I touched on it at the end of that game. The Digital Devils can come back from these kind of situations, especially with a timeout. Let's not forget, icing the other team, absolutely a strategy. If you feel the other team heating up, the momentum going against you, call a timeout. What is there to lose at this point when you're getting absolutely smacked around?
I mean, you're playing the best team in the region. You got to make sure you use your timeout before it's far too late. It's a good call. Good call after losing 2 straight for the Digital Devils. But Skill Steel has been locking it down defensively. That 1 goal, we make fun of him for only having 1 goal, but he's been unlocking the other 2. Darth and Snowy are allowed to perform as well as they are because they have the anchor behind them, making sure DD can't get anything going offensively. It's a full team effort, and although we always look first at the Pirates and the dazzling goals they score, we also have to take a moment to memorialize the solid defense that they play as well when they have to play defense. But that midfield line, their guardian of possession is Skill Steel here, and if that keeps going, Digital Devils, big, hard puzzle to solve.
I think it's a great point. Like, we look at save stats and that kind of thing when we're looking at defense often, but Orlando Pirates defending so far forward, just not allowing any time on the ball for Digital Devils, and I think that should be valued as good defense, right? Defense isn't always making saves, but stopping shots coming in, and Orlando Pirates doing that incredibly well while creating for themselves. So huge props to that defensive end. But look, we're here. We're in game number 4. Digital Devils took the lead early, but Orlando Pirates coming roaring back. 2 game wins in a row, including a dominant 8-0 in game number 3. Can Digital Devils respond? Can they level the series? Can they hold up a double commit passing play by Darth and Snowy? The answer is a resounding no.
Wow. Darth and Snowy,
Goodness.
the 2 goal scorers for the Pirates for the most part in this series, put on another dazzling display of capabilities in the Digital Devils, and so hard to save that. Like, Darth could score that on his own. Snowy could score that on his own, and when they combine for that, I don't know how the defense stays put together, and I guess the answer is it doesn't. 1-0. The Pirates on a... Well, how many goals is that in a row? Like 10?
300. 10, sure.
Oh, 11? Oh, no.
I cracked me up. Oh, goodness. All right. Let's all reset. Digital Devils. Backing them. We're winning this game. Holding it 4-2. Put your predictions in the chat. Give us specificity. I'm here for it. Right now. What do you got, Beppe?
What do I got?
Quick.
I got another shot from the Pirates. I'm going to go with 4-2, though. I think I'm with you. I believe in you. You never miss a prediction, and I learned that today. So I'm going to follow you. Pirates still possessing the ball. It's going to be hard to get 4 goals for our newfound boys in the Digital Devils. They need offensive pressure, but they can't escape the defense at the midfield line. We need some sort of stat for saves found at the center line, because Orlando Pirates would win that by a mile.
Like him, Big 50 tries to go low, but Darth reads it. Eugen, just a soft touch forward. Original's there to harass, but it's Snowy that's turning on it. Just going to use some boost to get up there and look for the bump. The pass coming in, it's got to be played. Is done so by Eugen. Looking for the pinch in field, instead plays it directly back. Snowy cutting it out. No boost to work with, so he's just going to chip it towards the top shelf. Original, though. Oh, gets past one, gets past the second. Oh, throws it away to Darth. Able to turn on that, but Eugen there to smack it. No pace on it. Snowy can cut it out. This is awkward, though. Darth with a precarious piece of play there. Does enough, and the demo's going to open up the space to clear.
Still backflip, but Snowy still the first player to that ball, even with the first man going for the Pirates and not making contact. Second one so fast, quicker than any orange car on the field, and Eugen, an original, could have gotten past the near post, but the defense a bit too strong, and it's turned into a second goal for the Pirates. Digital Devils barely overextending themselves. I didn't feel like that was overzealous offense, but apparently it was.
I mean, that two players even flipping back as the shot came in, but just not in the vicinity, not relevant. And I think relevancy, a pretty key word when it comes to Rocket League. You're not relevant. You may as well not be on the pitch. And 2 players just missing at the back line there for Digital Devils. Another soft one, but look, it's easy for us to sit here and just continually say you can't let Orlando Pirates score that, but credit to Orlando Pirates. They're seeing those opportunities, right? They're positioned to take advantage of them, and maybe any other team's not going to score those because Orlando Pirates, I don't know if you noticed, guys, this is a really good Rocket League team. That's a really good doink. Not quite finding its way in. Original going to play it away.
I know we're a long ways out from what I'm about to say. I'll gloss over that. The defense, we'll ignore what just happened. Third goal, Pirates, yes, but what I was going to say is this Pirates team is definitely a side that plays solid enough that could take some games off of really good teams in the wild card. And I was given a statistic today that if the Pirates make the grand finals, if they secure just a top 2 placement in this regional, they will lock in not the number 1, but just a wild card berth. They will be going to Worlds if they make it to the grand finals, and so far, this is a pretty good start en route to that securement.
It'll be interesting to see them in that wild card tournament. I'm interested to see how they match up against some of the other so-called minor regions, as well as a team like Bravado, if they manage to eke out a spot. Because, I mean, there's been a lot of talk alike him, though. Maybe forcing us to talk about this game instead of the future once more. And you know what? You know what I like him? You're right. You're absolutely right. Eugen, fantastic pass. And no one's saving that. I don't care what team you are, how much history you have. That's an absolute belter into the top shelf. And 43 seconds. Digital Devils in with a chance.
Okay. Momentum. Right. Just a little bit of momentum for Digital Devil. It's something to build upon there. It's a foundation to potentially making this comeback happen, but we can't forget that this is the Pirates, so Digital Devils going to need some very, very large step-ups from their roster members. And Eliakim not going to find it there. Original not there, even though a strong clear down, and it doesn't like him chasing it. Though a little awkward, had to wave dash a couple of times to recover. That's a dunk in center. Skill Steal has missed. In the corner, Eliakim, a lot of space, puts it back in the infield, but Skill Steal shutting it down, shutting the door. The Pirates going to take this game 3-1 and now go up 3-1 in the series.
There was a huge demo from Pirates. It seemed a little bit innocuous at the moment of eruption, I suppose, or explosion. But when the ball came out from the backboard, it rolled perfectly into the position of the still receding smoke. And just little margins like that, keeping Digital Devils out of this one. They had the chance to really put the sweat down on Pirates there in that final 10 seconds. Because, okay, it's unlikely, right? Even if you find that goal in that particular moment. But we've seen it happen so many times before. A quick goal, just to half the deficit down to 1. And then some kickoff shenanigans, and suddenly there's a 0-second ball in the back of the net. And we've got an overtime. Chance for Digital Devils. They've had a couple of them. It really feels reminiscent of that last regional we keep talking about, where they're so close. Even if the scoreline's vastly against them, they're so close. There's just a few turning points where Pirates are just a bit too good and able to stop the chances coming in and stamping out any hope of a comeback.
Usually when we have those small margins of victory for a team, or small margins of success for the Pirates here, it's close, yes, we look to boost. And the Pirates are controlling the boost phenomenally well. 103 seconds of 0-second boostage for Eugen when he had nothing in the tank. That is so much. That is something that Stats Corner just shakes their head at. But it's not his fault. I mean, it's the Pirates just unable to relinquish a second, a drop of boost to the Digital Devils. I don't envy them whatsoever. They're not allowed to play Rocket League in the upper semis. This is where the best of the best come to play, and Orlando Pirates showing us why they are the best of the best of the best.
Hashtag not my fault. Saw it trending earlier in chat. I'm here for the return. I'm also here for a return to form from Digital Devils. Look, I think all the credit's got to be to Orlando Pirates for really turning up the heat. But, again, Digital Devils, we know they've got goals in them. We've seen it now. We've seen it in the past. They've just got to find it in the next 5 minutes, or else their journey here in the upper bracket is going to be over. Again, this is the upper bracket, so if one of these teams loses, which I guarantee you they will, when one of these teams loses, they will drop down with a life remaining to that lower bracket. But it's scary down there, Bepic. There's some good teams remaining, and oh goodness, Snowy looking to put Digital Devils halfway over that threshold already.
Oh, Skill Steal. Nice redirection there, and it forced 2 up in defense as well, though there was no Darth in the area just yet, and had to bide his time until he puts it center. Snowy has that pass intercepted. I'm sure started salivating the potential to shoot that ball on net, but the defense with a successful stay in their own end now. A chance on the other side of things. Eugen, bottom left, and Digital Devils will score for the first time in a long time.
It's been... I wish I knew the quote well enough. It's been 17 years. I don't know. Look, it's been a long time since the Digital Devils have scored, as you said, but they're back in it. They're back in front, and they've done well when they've had leads against this Orlando Pirates team. They've, at times, managed to hold off some pressure with the scramble defense that we said wasn't sustainable. They did move away from that, although the adjustment wasn't a fantastic one. It just involved them throwing themselves at the ball and allowing lots of space in behind them. If maybe they just go back to the scramble defense and just ride their luck for a couple games and hope they can force a game 7, then at that point it's a bit of a coin flip. Anything could happen, but they're scrambling here. Original just scrapes it off the post. It's another post play from Eliakim. He keeps it away. Eugen has the boost to get up. Snowy can't turn it in. And finally, Digital Devils get a second of respite. Eliakim over the top of one. Snowy's awkward. Original's going to beat him. Never mind. Pip to the ball by Snowy. Eugen with the shot. Original and Eliakim looking for the bumps, and they almost go 2 ahead, but Orlando Pirates doing some scrambling of their own.
Well, the scramble defense right there was in effect just a little bit, and it worked out. Digital Devils with the transition as well. That was a scary moment for Pirates fans, almost going down by 2 goals in a game. That is an unbelievable thing that unfortunately didn't happen. So still just the 1-0 lead for the Pirates, but it's getting closer. The Digital Devils have really come to play here on Wasteland Night, but a demo opening the way for Snowy Eugen back just in the nick of time to get that save.
Darth now with the pop over the top, and the follow from
What?
Snowy. He's not going to miss that, but he slots it. Top corner, the toppest of corners. And that will be the leveler over halfway here in game number 5.
That cannot be fair. How on earth did Darth read that? Incredible play. It didn't go for a dunk into the net. Went for the dunk to spike it down for his teammate. That's an incredible use of car control and mechanical ability, and it gets the Pirates level, and that back check from Skill Steal will keep this game level. The Pirates continue to impress me. Everything they do. I've watched a decent amount of Pirates Rocket League, but here we're watching Digital Devils Rocket League. Eugen again with a huge shot.
You got to say Eugen shot, right? You just got to.
I didn't want to go there.
That's one strike.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you.
two
This
more.
isn't baseball. I'm not going to tell you how many there are remaining. You're just going to have to find out. I trust that you won't strike anymore. But look, Snowy looking to strike right here, and Skill Steal also hanging around. Snowy hoping for the boost spawn. It's not to be. That's off the crossbar. Darth, surely he does find the net via the post. That's a shot well placed, and back on level footing do we go.
And Darth with the Eugen shot right there, top left. Is that right? Is that right, Munch? Did I get it?
Strike two.
No. Well, Digital Devils, they're a couple of strikes away from getting out of the upper bracket. 2-2. The Pirates starting to roll. We'll see if Eugen can put any Eugen shots on net to take a lead.
Strike 3.
No. All right. Well, Munch, you're going to have to solo cast the rest of this series.
That's what you're not. It's not baseball. I'm telling you.
Yes.
Got more than 3 strikes. Eugen passing it up to the crossbar. Like him, all with the miss. Opts for the demo attempt. It does give a little bit of space to Original, but he's shut down by Snowy. Gonna continue. Looks to put that off the crossbar as well. Might have been opting for the shot. Not sure either way. Was fairly effective, but Eugen able to take it away. Original can't miss those. Gonna allow Snowy a relatively unguarded net, but he had to slow it down to get the angle, so the defense able to get back involved. Darth with the boost steal. I nearly said the skill steal. Probably could have played that off. That's going to drop down into a dangerous position. Eugen, though, makes sure of it. He's going to have to get back because no one else around. I can't see anything. Smoke, clear up, please. The save somehow comes in.
I was in the same boat. I thought that was going far post, but it did not. Oh, no, Darth. Fortunately, Eugen will be there for the save. We might just have an overtime in this series if the Digital Devils can survive, and that is what they are doing at the moment, is surviving in their defensive end. That's a fake. I like him. A gutsy call there. Underneath another. Pop center. Eugen not prepared. Original the same. Couldn't put that ball on net. And oh no, in come the Pirates towards an open net. They may have just put this series on ice.
Potential heartbreak here for Digital Devils, taking the lead on 2 separate occasions here in game number 5, giving themselves hope. There is still hope, Epic. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Kickoff shenanigans. We've already seen a set piece from them. Here's another one. I like him, he's got the chance, but he can't find the shot past Darth. The demo comes in, Original misses at the last. And Pirates will take game number 4, move on through the upper bracket. Digital Devils will drop down. They survive for now, but they're on their last legs.
Well, I suppose a 5-game series is not unpredictable. As we started off with a sweep today, then went 4 games in the next one, now 5 in that best of 7. Pirates looked very good. That's my best analysis. Elliot, you agree?
Oh, goodness. Oh no, he's hit his desk in anger, and it's cut out his entire microphone.
I just needed to break something, and it's okay. We fixed it. The microphone is okay. Digital Devils, still okay. All right? That wasn't a knockout round. They are still in the competition. I need to make that clear. The last 2 series were, of course, knockout series. Digital Devils with 1 life remaining. Or is it 0 lives? I'm never entirely sure how that quite works. But they have 1 more chance, and they'll be heading into the lower quarterfinals to face off against Apex Gaming shortly. But my goodness, I mean, it started so strong. And how many goals were there in that series? That was absolutely
At least 1,000.
outrageous. I think easily 2,000 or 3,000 goals in that series. Oh, goodness me. Do you know what? I have to throw this straight over to Joe, but we need to get some numbers in the air right now just for us to throw around. Please, Joe.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Elliot. To give you an answer to your first question, that 5-game series, yeah? We see best of sevens hit this figure quite often, but normally because they go to 7 games. That 5-game series got 34 goals in it, which in itself, absolutely ridiculous. I mean, what's that all about? But it was an interesting series, wasn't it? Digital Devils came flying out of the gates, and I think, again, they may, people may feel free to disagree with me, and actually that's my favourite part of the job. I think Digital Devils beat Pirates at their own game in Game 1. I think they sat back off the ball, they played quite well defensively, they soaked up pressure, took opportunities that came. It was a 4-3 game, but actually there weren't that many opportunities. It was just sort of the fact that the defences weren't quite set, and it was a bit sloppy from both sides. Pirates then warm up, realise that no, they play their game, Digital Devils don't play their game, that's the Pirates' game, and then just slap them about for 4 games, which, for the neutral observer, a bit of a shame, but it did lead to some interesting stats. I mean, you just have to look at this Pirates team. They're incredible daft, averaging nearly 600 points per game across 5 games, shooting 44%. They were clinical, and it was, for me, and I've been harping on about it through my caster mouthpieces for the last 5 games, it's the boost. Time 0 boost, it doesn't tell you everything, because time 0 boost, often you do end up on 0 and you get small pads, and if you don't like big pads you end up with more time on 0. If you're spending 90 seconds a game on 0 boost, Eugen, unfortunately that's not going to help you win a series. Against the Pirates, to be expected, but Digital Devils will really need to tidy that up going forward.
I'm sorry, but did you just call the casters your mouthpieces? Can I get clarification on that, please?
Yeah.
Yes? Yeah, okay.
I tell them things about, for stats. Their opinions are their own, but I give them some numbers to talk about. I was moaning about Boost. They'll vouch for it on the desk. I was moaning about Boost in my little cave where I talk about stats solidly for about half an hour. So I can only apologise for that, but it does, it's upsetting because Digital Devils are a fantastic team, and when they came out and beat Pirates in their own way in Game 1, I thought they've absolutely cracked this, but then it was just that sort of old habits sneaking back in throughout the rest of the series. Pirates pushed them to the very edge, and I think when you are being really tested to your absolute limits, when you're having to play at 95-100% of your capabilities the whole time, you slip back into that idea that you had. I think it was clear enough to me that the Devils had a plan going into this, and they executed it really well in Game 1, but when Pirates started warming up, you just sort of slip back into that rotation, that style because it's yours, and it did cost them here.
So you said Eugen was averaging, was it 90 seconds on 0 boost per game? That wasn't a one-off, that was per game.
Yeah. No,
that is incredible.
2 games out of the 5, he was over 100 seconds on 0, and we didn't really have any particularly, it wasn't like we had lengthy overtimes to inflate that stat or anything like that. It's what happens. You see it even, even for teams that aren't normally susceptible to this kind of thing, you see the Pirates push them into that kind of territory. So it's not something that they really need to lose any sleep over, and I think they will probably right that particular ship in their next match, which will be up against Apex, but they will have to, because it is something that, can really catch a team out. And if, it's the only resource you have in the game, there's nothing else that you can sort of replace that with. So having no boost for that long does cause you a lot of problems.
It did certainly seem that as the sort of series went on, Digital Devils started to feel the pressure more and more, and you could sort of feel them crumbling underneath it. But the question I actually want to ask is about Orlando Pirates, because going into this, actually, it might have been the series before, we just threw them under the bus. We mentioned that they had the lowest shot conversion ratio out of anyone in the entire regional that was still remaining. So I want to know, how did their shot conversion ratio compare to their average in this last series?
So they went into this series averaging just under 28%, which, for the record, yes, it was the lowest out of the top 8 teams. It's actually not that bad. Converting over a quarter of your chances is pretty good. We normally say 30% is the benchmark for good shooting. That's the sort of label I use. Obviously, that's completely made up, as are most of my stats. But They were shooting 34% this time. It's a marked improvement coming up from 27 to 34, and it, I think, did really help them. You know, I mean, they're putting away 8 goals in game 3, so they're always going to sort of start padding out those stats a bit. But it was just a complete performance from Pirates. I think, in fact, that game 1 loss just sort of, you know, it riled them, woke them up a bit. They started playing their own game, and after a while, it did come back to that. You know, Pirates sat back, they're positioning so much further away, and they played their game. And when they do that, they usually win. It was no different today.
Well, thank you so much, Joe, for your insight. That was absolutely fantastic and definitely my favourite Stats Corner so far. Back to Joe's mouthpieces on the panel. Do you know what's interesting to me? Blake, in particular, right, this is the upper semi-finals, and it's the first match of the day for these two teams, right? Like, how much of an impact do you think it has coming in? Like, I mean, obviously they'll warm up, but there's nothing that can really warm you up for championship gameplay other than championship gameplay. Like, how hard is it to get going?
Well, first of all, it's not Blake, it's Joe's mouthpiece number 3. Well, we got that sorted. I think we saw the slow start from the Pirates there. I mean, they dropped game 1 to Digital Devils, who they've dropped games to before, but in similar situations where they're not quite warmed up on the day, and their offense didn't quite look it. There were a lot of balls off of the back wall and off the posts in that first game. It could have been another 6-4 scoreline, maybe 6-3 scoreline. Digital Devils, good job keeping pace with the slower Pirates, but the Pirates, well, we saw what happened when they warmed up.
You certainly did. I mean, look, either team allowed, but Joe's mouthpiece number 2, throwing over to you, Murray. Did anyone in particular stand out from these two teams for you?
Yeah, I mean, Snowy was scoring a ton of goals, but let's just look at Wasteland at the end there. Where'd the winner come from? Darth. If you were in the green room, because I know you were hiding away, everyone went insane because we were expecting their tie-up Game 5, please, Digital Devils, and of course Darth just sinking an absolute dagger through everyone's hearts there. I would say the whole team, you know, it's kind of, we know XD plays so well all together that it's tough to kind of single out that one player, so definitely all of them. But yeah, Snowy had some decent games and goals, and then of course Darth just to clinch the victory there at the end.
Joe's mouthpiece number 1 coming to you last of all, and as this... Sorry, I broke my microphone again. As this is going to be the final piece from you guys, we are going to be having a talent change heading into the latter half of the day. Luke, I just want to ask you, this isn't the end for Digital Devils. They are now in that lower quarterfinal matchup against Apex Gaming. You watched that series, you saw how they were playing, you saw how they did. What advice, if any, do you have for them as they progress through the rest of this lower bracket?
Stick to the game you were playing early on. I know that seems obvious because they won the first game.
Just win.
But even in game... Just win, lol. But even in game number 2, when they just kind of changed things a little bit, stopped relying on the scramble defense and started challenging a little bit earlier, it was before they went full ball chase mode. That was like the sweet spot for me. At that point, Pirates got the win, but Pirates were really getting things rolling. And it was a 10-goal game. Like, Pirates scored 6 goals, and still, Digital Devils made them work for that win. If you can find that kind of form, that kind of goal-scoring form, and weirdly enough, decent enough defense, I think that's a recipe that you could take a win from Bravado. When they do inevitably fall, okay, not inevitably, Bravado looking pretty good, but if Bravado was to fall into the lower bracket, or Pirates, if that happens, it's happened before, that kind of style could take wins, could take a series off those two teams.
Fantastic advice, and I just hope someone, maybe all of them, are listening. Ladies and gents, that's it for the first half of the day, and that is it from these 3 lovely gents. Luke George, Murray Walton, Blake Phillips, thank you so much for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on today. When we come back, we are going to be bringing you the action from the other upper semi-final. Pirates XD, the first team to book a ticket to the upper final. And now, to see who will be facing off against them, we're going to have Bravado Gaming going head-to-head with DNMK Esports. First, we're going to take a very short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Looking for a better place, not to stay alone. Gain our trust and you chose to break it. Ask for truth, but you only fake it. Thought you said what we had was sacred. tables turned. Didn't think I'd go this far, but here we are, the end. Now you're just a lesson learned, a slowly fading memory, so I can breathe again. Gain our trust and you chose to break it. Ask for truth, but you only fake it. Thought you said what we had was sacred. It's all lies, all lies. I was broken and isolated, but inside held the fire waiting. Not a word that you say can save this, so don't try, 'cause this time you crossed the line. This time you crossed the line.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Rocket League Championship Series Sub-Saharan Africa. It is the spring split. It was a long wait. It was a cold winter break, but we're back, and it's the first regional. It has already been an absolutely stunning weekend of Rocket League, and it's only bound to get better from here. My name is Tofu Elliott, and I am joined for the rest of the broadcast by these wonderful people. Sat on the panel with me, Jolly, Greybeard, Pyro J, that's Lisa Malhas, Ryan Hogarth, and Jake Bittner. Thank you all so much for coming out to join me. Jake, of course, you were here yesterday with us, and you've been hanging with us in the green room today. I know how much you love SSA. How is this weekend shaping up for you so far?
I simply cannot get enough of it. I think today's broadcast, today especially, has asserted the narrative that we've been talking about the entire weekend, is that this is a new SSA. This is one with depth. This is one where you do not know what to expect. Okay, Digital Devils came out swinging as well against Pirates. I know they had their valleys and peaks, their ups and downs, but I'm ready for more goodness as the day goes on.
And more, there is plenty left yet. 3 best-of-7 matchups. Ryan, I know that you were watching all the action yesterday from your couch on the big screen. It's honestly, I wish sometimes that I could just be a viewer and relax with a beer or something and just watch the action. How much has this region come in terms of the excitement of the games over the course of this season?
First of all, I got to tell you, as good as my picture on Twitter looked, I hated it. Yes, it was nice to watch. I was glad I was watching, but man, did I have FOMO. I wanted to be here. I wanted to be casting and being involved. But you know, just everything that's going on in the region, every day I'm more and more excited because there are things we can do that were just not possible a year ago, 12 months ago. What we're doing right now was impossible. We had a tierless stream the other day. No one cared. Now everyone cares, and more are. It's just wonderful, and I'm so enormously pleased and proud.
It's been amazing, and honestly, hats off to what you just mentioned. The community has absolutely made this. It's such a pleasure coming back to Sub-Saharan Africa every single weekend for... Well, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. I wish it was every weekend. We have 3 weekends in this split, and... Lisa, it's been a while since we've had you on, but we're really glad to have you back. How are things over on the West Coast, or ish?
Good. I like Ellie. Elliot's like, I know she didn't watch any of yesterday's games. You guys were introduced. We saw you on the couch. You were here yesterday. I've been busy, okay? I got a lot going on. Of course, I'm really invested in the North American Rocket League scene, been doing a lot of that stuff, but this is still, at the end of the day, you know what? I'd much rather wake up really early in the morning to align myself with SSA time so I can be able to be part of this. And hey, you know what? I caught the last couple of series so far for today. It's already panning out to be exactly what I was planning.
We love it. It's absolutely incredible. And look, I think we have to talk about this game that's coming up. As much as I'd like to pretend this is the beginning of the stream, it's not. We're midway through. I'm sure players are waiting for us to get on with it, and so is everyone at home. Bravado Gaming, DNMK Esports. It's going to be a big one. And do you know what? Let's throw this straight over to the corner of stats. Joe, what can you tell us about this upcoming matchup?
Well, Elliot, I mean, Bravado DNMK is one of the sort of key matchups that we would like to have seen going into today, but I think, you know, you'd personally be interested to know a few things about this match, but first off, how many times do you think these guys have played each other all year long?
Bravado DNMK, how many? Do you know what? I can see on my other feed. I can see someone is holding up the answer. So I'm cheating.
You're cheating.
I'm cheating. I'm so sorry. You have to tell me.
Once. Unbelievable. Absolutely unreal.
How have these teams gotten this far in the season and not faced each other? These are 2 of the like definitely in the top half of the teams in the regionals. Always making it to this stage. How have they only played once? That's crazy.
It is, and I mean, I think, you know, DNMK had that bit of a shaky sort of winter split, and we were a bit worried for them, some sort of rumours of them maybe disbanding or going to different rosters. Personally, I'm very glad they didn't, because I really love the style that they play. They'll have their work cut out against Bravado. They swept them in that only meetup that they had all the way back in fall, but Bravado's stat line, it's one of those things that you look at, and you know, we were mentioning it earlier, in fact, in our corner that we share, and you know, it was one series against Sun Moon Esports has heavily inflated Bravado's stats, so I can give you loads to die for. 640 points per game. They've scored 40 goals in 6 games so far this weekend. Nibble have played 14 games and only managed 38. You know, you can keep going with these kinds of things, but this is going to be a real test for them, and probably one of the first that they've had this weekend, whereas DNMK, they had to play ATK in upper round 2, which they won. So coming up and beating a team like ATK shows that they do have what it takes to really bring it to a team like Bravado. Bravado, because of all of these, you know, absolute blowout victories that they've been having, their players are the top 3 for score per game. But on DNMK, you've got Yapego in 4th and Casper in 6th. So out of the top 6 players in SSA this weekend, 5 are going to be on the pitch tonight.
That is an absolutely outstanding statistic. 5 of the 6 highest statistic players, anyway, at least, statistically speaking, 5 of the best players of the weekend so far. In this next series, it's shaping up to be extremely exciting. Joe, look, we're running out of time. I just want to ask you one more question. It's one I've already asked you today. Who, if anyone, is a player to watch in this series?
Well, see, I think, you know, we want to, normally I'd say let's watch the player who's scoring the most, and that would be someone like To Die For on Bravado, but we watch them a lot. I think this series is going to hinge on what kind of DNMK we see. Bravado were very consistent. DNMK can beat this team, or it might go very much the other way. So I'm going to put a shout out for watching someone like Casper. Okay, they've been doing really well. They've been shooting really brilliantly. Yapego put up 522 points per game. Casper's really not far behind, and I think it's really going to make a difference as to how well they play. And if they can keep things, Casper, I think, just not quite gelling perfectly with Defunct on the boost management front. So if they can both sort of iron that out and DNMK can set things up properly from the back and push through, there's every chance they'll make a proper long series out of this.
Hey, look, here's hoping. We're all about the content. Thank you so much, Joe. Stats Corner, my favourite segment. If I have said that once, I've said it a million times, but now it's time for the predictions. Jake Bittner, I'm coming to you first. Which one of these teams is going through to face Orlando Pirates in that upper final?
Well, you know what? I do not have the privilege of casting this event, but I did have the privilege of speaking yesterday, and that was that Bravado Gaming are not just winning this series, but going all the way. Past experiences between this team, it was a sweep. That's more than enough for me. To Die For is going to be immaculate and probably what will be the best match of the broadcast so far. My vote is with Bravado.
Wow, big calls there. Best matchup of the broadcast so far. Okay, well, players are waiting, so nice and quickly. Greybeard, what are you thinking?
In many ways, this regional echoes the first regional of the fall split in terms of the players that are making through. DNMK coming back into form. And I will challenge Joe. Bravado and DNMK have, in fact, met twice. They've not beaten them. They went down 3-2 and then 4-0, probably under their old name of Water and Atomic. But having said that, I do, to be honest, sense a disturbance in the force, and for that reason I'm going to pick DNMK.
Okay, very mysterious there. Bit of a nebulous answer from Greybeard. Lisa, which one of these teams do you think is taking it?
I do get the opportunity to cast this, so I'm just going to make it quick. I went with DNMK. I have a feeling this is their time to shine. I like the upset.
Okay, we love that, but I do not like the upset. I want to win some of my channel points back. Give me Bravado Gaming, and let's get this thing underway. Greybeard, Jolly, enjoy the first series of the second half of the stream. Bravado Gaming going head-to-head with DNMK Esports. Take it away.
Oh, thank you very much, Elliot. Of course, we're going to be able to check back in with those lovely people after this series in between. And I am hoping, I don't know about you, Greybeard, I think we've got all 3 pixels of you not moving right now. But I am really, really anticipating that this one is going to go to another best of 7. The first one starting out a little bit earlier with that last matchup that we just watched here. So we're into the fun ones. We're into the long series opportunities, and these are 2 teams that are going to want to drag this out as far as possible. You there, Greybeard? I gotcha.
Does, you know, it's all fun and games, but now we're into the hard part, and it begins now, which is fabulous.
Oh, that is my favorite part, right? When we actually get into the game, I'm sure it's all the viewers' favorite parts too, and we're going to be kicking it off again. This is a best of 7. Whoever takes this series is going to be able to take on our other leaders. We previously saw Orlando Pirates taken down in a, what was it, a 4, I think it would ended up being only a 4-1 series. So pretty quick kind of turnaround for that previous one in here. And to start things off on the pitch today, it does not look like we're heading either particular direction, aside from to die for being able to get one of the first shots on goal here.
Yeah, and this is, to return to form for DNMK. Back in the fall split, the start. Oh, look at this! What a great angle! Happy Meal, who shined so brightly yesterday, gets off to a cracker.
No way. What a shot. Less than 40 seconds into this one, it looked like Casper might have had an angle to actually send that one away, but no opportunity. The ball going just a little bit too quick for him to react there. So good start for Bravado Gaming. Not a great start for our predictions here, Greybeard.
Yeah, but there's a long way to go. The best of 7. There's going to be nerves for DNMK. You know, their new player, Defunct, who's been a magnificent addition to the team. The chemistry seems to be gelling well, and they're going to need a bit of time. They're on a massive stage. It's been a while since they've had a run like this, so as soon as they settle, they'll be fine, but they're under pressure. Yeah, They're looking a little nervy, Jolly. They've got to get themselves sorted quickly.
They really do. Even with that kind of stuttering, stalling situation with all 3 members there in the defensive position, they have made a turnaround, though, and it is going to even things up. Not very long for Yopego to be able to turn that one around. A great pickup right there. Casper trying to help out. Not even needed.
Yeah, lovely work. And that is going to settle the nerves. Nothing does it like getting that first goal in. So I think we might see a little less scrap from DNMK and more serious Rocket League as they approach, and they've done it early enough. They haven't chased the game for long, so they're right back in it. Level terms, everything to play for.
Exactly, especially after a bit of a misplay like the defensive one that we saw, to be able to transition that into an offensive play. Not just that, a single shot on goal to actually be locked in as a secure and an equalizer there on the scoreboard. You got to feel pretty good, but that means that if you're Bravado, that quick high ego boost that you got in the first 40 seconds of the game is pretty much diminished here. You have to kind of regain that ego boost back for yourself.
Yeah, and it looked for a moment like Bravado might start asserting themselves, but since that goal, it has been DNMK who has had a good piece of the action, although they are under pressure now and may concede to die for. Great work from Defunct to get in front of it. But, they were being pressed up against their goal line. They've survived for now, and as we come to halfway, the game remains even.
The struggle right now for Bravado is the boost, as we can see, to die for, sitting at nothing. Daisy there sitting at nothing. Happy Meal utilizing everything and not even able to pick up the second touch on the ball. So this is the opportunity, if you are DNMK, where you have to take advantage of some of these lackluster plays that are coming out of Bravado, especially in this game number 1 in this best of 7 series, because like we said, it might end up being a long one.
Best of 7s are always long. Even if it's a sweep, it feels like it's a long one. So there's plenty time here, and I think the longer it remains even like this, the better it is for DNMK, because it allows them to flush out any nerves, any jitters, any concerns they might be feeling. And I think they start to raise in confidence the more they can keep Bravado back. And right now, that's exactly where we are, and they're fighting this game on even terms. Happy Meal will touch it away.
It's still definitely shots in favor of Bravado right now. We're looking at 7 shots for Bravado, only 5 right now for DNMK, and that's 2 of those having just been locked in recently. So DNMK, they are making moves, right? They do have this offensive pressure, but all it will take is one quick turnaround from Bravado. We've spent so much time here on the blue side of the field, though, Greybeard. Can we see another lock-in? That's not going to do it. Casper's going to turn it around, go for another shot on goal, but Daisy regains control of this one for Bravado.
Oh, my gosh. Jolly, that play was just sensational from Daisy, and then setting up, and Daisy is exceptional with this in terms of the plays he sets up.
That was I mean, that was inspirational right there. You heard basically my Blur song too, woohoo, at the beginning of that. You gotta feel good. At a minute 20, we're talking about the longer that this, this scoreline can kind of be equalized out here, the better off DNMK might be. And it was almost a nail in the coffin right there for Bravado to be able to secure another one. Luckily for fans of DNMK, it didn't actually go through. Caster's going to be able to pick up that 100 in the midfield. Defunct regains control. Upego isn't going to be able to find the pass on this one because to die for is just a little bit quick, but it's still a solid play coming from DNMK. They just cannot get the angles they're looking for on these shots.
Yeah, well, here they go again for what seems like... Oh, my word! You were just talking about angle, Jolly. I don't know if a Bravado player got a touch on it in the end, but that angle was frightening.
Oh, would love to see it. And that's Upego again with some of these angles. It was Daisy trying to pinch that one out in the corner, but it was a little too far forward. And that's where a lot of these goals are going to come through like this. The speed, the momentum, the velocity on that ball. If you don't have the boost available to get into position before the ball gets to where it wants to be, then you are not set up great. That means we're back to the equalizer. We're back to a very exciting game here, Greybeard. 2-2 with only about 30 seconds left on the clock in this game number 1 regulation.
The great news for DNMK, can they go ahead here and kisses the crossbar? And the point I was just making, they've come from behind twice, they've not had a lead. Man, they would dearly love it now in the dying moments of the game. 15 seconds to go. Upego is cut out by Daisy. They have to get back really quickly. It's 2v1, but Defunct with a fantastic defensive demo keeps the pressure off.
There's the response right there as well by Happy Meal. The last couple of seconds on this one. It's Bravado who has control, but we are going to go into overtime. Game number 1. Man, you know what, Greybeard? We're talking about long games. Hey, this is the way to make the series as long as possible.
You know, it's always very dangerous to make your call for a series based on the opening game. So much can happen. Oh my word, it's kept out. Casper keeps DNMK alive. But when there's an overtime in game 1, you start to get a sense we might be in for a long shift here, Jolly.
Yeah, that's how it feels. Again, overtime game number 1, that's a good indicator of, how even-keeled the teams are, especially after that 5 minutes. That's usually kind of the opportunity, especially in a best of 7, for either of the teams to feel each other out, especially with these two, again, having only played each other 2 times in the past. We are correct on that statistic. So that's the expectation, and that is something we love to see, especially knowing that DNMK has not come out successful in their past encounters with this Bravado team.
Well, we're coming up to a minute of overtime on top of 5 minutes of regulation play, and it is all over to die for. We'll take it for Bravado.
3-2, a lower scoreline than we might have been anticipating if you were watching the previous series of the day. I think we had easy double digits towards the beginning of that series here, but Bravado gonna take game number 1. We still have a lot ahead of us, though, here, Greybeard. Like we said, I mean, this is, honestly, I just keep saying best of 7, because I love best of 7s. I'm sick of best of 5s, all right? I'm glad that we are stuck with the long hauls here.
Yeah, well, it's now into sort of that marathon, and those 2 extra games makes a massive difference. And the question is always about stamina, and I always laugh when I think about that, because Rocket League games are 5 minutes long. But the amount of intense focus that goes into that 5 minutes, those 2 additional games can wear on you. It is a massive difference. And DNMK so far holding their own, but it's a little bit of a concern that they've lost that game, because I think they can very easily fall off the pace. It would have been fabulous for them in terms of their confidence, but plenty time to come back. But it was closer than Bravado would have wished.
It was, and I think a lot of that has to do with a lot of the mistakes that Bravado was kind of making. I talked about the boost management and how there was a lot of waste, a lot of, misuse, honestly, just misuse kind of, I would say, of the boost towards the beginning part. And that's where you hope a team like DNMK can kind of take recognition, take those stats and say, all right, we have this advantage. Let's see what we can do with it. We didn't quite get as much as we might have wanted, though. And now time over to Bravado to say, hey, where do we need to clean up? Maybe boost management, maybe on these aggressive plays, they were able to do that just fine. So we go into game number 2 with Bravado up 1 game on the series.
And we're in Aquadome, and I know amongst players, it's not a favorite amongst many, but here we are. Game 2, DNMK don't want to fall further behind. They want to take this early demo. Upego, the goal-scoring man from game 1, tries to make something happen. Can't get it in front of the net, but good positive start in the opening seconds.
Still an aggressive play though. Defunct now has control. This ball is stuck in the corner. It's going to be an angle shot. Yopego, one on the goal to dive for, clears that one away. Still in the blue corner here, and it's actually a little bit of a misplay right there by DNMK. We'll see if they can transition this one back over, or if Daisy can stall it out of the midfield line. Once again, boost management becoming a struggle for Bravado already.
Yopego again trying to make things happen, and it looks to me Yopego in the earlier regionals from the last split, I felt he wasn't having enough of an impact on his team in the work for DNMK, but right now we see him very involved, and it's great to see, and he is the sort of player that if he does well, the team should follow.
Absolutely. We're already a minute into this one, nothing on the score line. And this is kind of part of the other expectation, right? As we get farther and farther, we're talking angles, Greybeard. My God, to die for. That's what these plays are right now. 3 out of 4 goals for Bravado have been secured by him.
Yeah, and Daisy, you got to see his off-the-ball play. He dove into the corner just to get in wee Casper's way and not allow him to make any defensive play on the ball, allowing to die for to pull off that immaculate angle.
So well done, and these quarter plays are huge. You can see that DNMK is really struggling with the quarter plays. They're not able to get it out. They're not able to find any shots on the angle, and as we say it, Happy Meal is going to find what is essentially an open net right there for Bravado.
My question is about the mentality of a DNMK who are yet to beat Bravado in RLCS. Granted, they've only met each other twice, but do you come into this game, guys, we got this, we can overtake what is in effect the number 2 team in the region, or is it a sense of fear? I'm not entirely sure, but right now, 2 behind, it's not critical yet, but you get a sense they're falling off the pace.
I think, maybe that was kind of what was along our lines of thinking, right, of going for DNMK in this one, is that they've got the hunger, right? They've already fallen to Bravado so many times in the past. This is their real opportunity to not just show up here with this new SSA series, but to also say, hey, you guys took us down in the past. We have grown. We are a different team. At the moment, it's not looking great. They're going to get some shots here, but Happy Meal finding a demo on Yopego at a crucial time right there is going to set up Bravado once again for a potential play.
And remarkably, they are out shooting Bravado, but that's not saying much. They've only been a total of 5 shots. Bravado, 2 shots, 2 goals. DNMK yet to find a goal of their 3. So they've gotten there, but there seem to be far more opportunities in game 1.
Yeah, many more. Some really solid-looking plays from DNMK, and it was kind of solid responses, right? We were looking at solid reactive play. Now we're watching them try to make some of these proactive plays, and it's just not coming to fruition in the same way that Bravado is able to execute a lot of these. So it's good to see Bravado hit their stride pretty quickly, but if we want to see this series go to the distance, we're going to have to see DNMK kind of clean up a little bit of their gameplay, and also maybe recognize where some of these chinks in the armor, where some of these advantages they might have over the side of Bravado can come into play.
Oh dear.
It's gonna make it hard.
They're gonna make it really hard, and my thought was, you know what, they've kept it to 2 goals. There's lots of time. They're actually okay here, but now wee Casper finds himself stranded on the goal line. Can't get up high enough. Daisy finds the net, and it's beginning to look a little bit like a Bravado runaway, at least out here in game 2.
It is starting to, and of course it is only game 2, but Bravado, they're already off to a hot start. Last thing that you want to allow a team like this is the momentum moving forward through the rest of this series. And so we have to see that stride broken. Like I said before, DNMK needs to find a way to maybe put a stick in those spokes, at least slow down the pacing right now that is coming out of Bravado Gaming, because if they cannot find an angle to at least do that, it's all downhill for Bravado, which is, a good thing, right? Being downhill, I suppose.
Well, it is, whatever the good version is, it's happening for Bravado. Daisy with his second. My word, and it is maybe a little bit like Orlando Pirates. Orlando Pirates in their series starting off very slowly, losing the opening game, and you go, ooh, is there going to be a massive shake-up here? And then they just come out storming and took control of that series. Similar thing here. Bravado slow in game 1, but my word, their 5th goal ain't slow here.
Oh, and a hat trick right there for Daisy, having picked up the last 3 goals within the last maybe minute and a half at the absolute most. And this is exactly what I was talking about, right? The momentum's been hit. The stride has been hit here for Bravado. Now it's not even up for DNMK to kind of show off on their own. They have to stop Bravado first before they can actually make some of these plays of their own. Right now, with 1:20 on the clock, with a 5-0 scoreline, it is feeling very reminiscent of that Orlando's Pirates series that we were talking about. I think game number 3 ended in an 8-0 clean game coming out of them. Daisy with another opportunity here. Didn't quite get the ankle he was looking for, but it's still Bravado who is looking to take this game number 2 no problem.
Yeah, well, they've got sub a minute and not likely to win this game, but they've got to use this minute to get themselves reset and go, guys, okay, let's get back on our game. Let's figure it out. Let's get our heads right for game 3. And the point we've been banging on, this is a best of 7. There is time. Best of 5, they're going to be staring down a series point. Now they've got that extra game, but they're going to have to reset. And I'm going to be interested to see if they take on the take the time out between this game and next.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, maybe saving it, right, for if they do end up getting to the potential for a sweep, right, having faced down a 3rd loss already. But do you want to let that happen? Is it worth the risk at that point? Or do you try to figure something out? When Daisy is making shots like this, when you continuously have an open net like this coming out of DNMK, I think that you need to take some time to reconvene and figure out exactly what the plan is moving forward.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad move. And we were talking about the echoes of the Orlando Pirates series. They took game 3 8-0, so we're at 6-0 here, coming to the end. So similar in that regard, Bravado getting on their bicycle a lot quicker than Orlando did in the other one, not losing the first here. And my word, ominous signs here for DNMK. And my prediction and your prediction, Jolly, perhaps a little too optimistic on our part.
You know what, I like to go for the underdog or the team that has previously lost, because I do think that the hunger, right, it is really definitely something that can be spoken for, right, to say, oh, a team has previously gone down, this is when they really want to shine, right, maybe not even the final series of the day, but it is one that is important to them. And hey, it's shaping up to be a really good one, but we need to see DNMK do something. And I think the biggest thing for them right now is to try to focus on slowing down the pace of Bravado. Either that or forcing maybe some boost loss again for them like we saw in game number 1, because that did not take place pretty much at all in game number 2 there.
And it does seem that DNMK are taking a timeout, so they are going to take a moment to kind of think about where they are or what they need to do. So hopefully that will be of help to them, because they certainly need it, going down 6-0. And, you know, Jolly, you're talking about supporting the underdogs. One of the reasons why I am so bad at predictions, and I think I'm at around a good 70 to 75% of being wrong, is that I do tend to go by a gut feel. And my gut feel about the late part of this regional is that I was sensing a change. Maybe there was going to be a change to that top order, but maybe talking too soon. Having said that, DNMK is still in this and got the opportunity to make something happen.
All right, well, then that gives me the opportunity to ask you. I said what I think, at least one strategy, right, that I think DNMK needs to kind of move forward into this next game to try to turn the series around. What do you think, or what have you spotted maybe that DNMK was struggling with? Either that, or maybe an opportunity that can be taken advantage of with some maybe loose play from Bravado?
I think for me, the key man here is Yopego. He performed very, very well in Game 1, was a very prominent player in Game 1. And in the start of Game 2, again, it looked like he was taking charge, leading from the front. And I'm not sure what happened, if it was Bravado stepping up and looking to keep him quiet, or if he just struggled in the latter half of the game. I'm not entirely sure, but I think he for me holds the key. If he can lead that team up front with his mechanical ability, they're in with a chance.
And we saw a lot of demos, too, coming through from everybody as we prep for this game number 3. This could be giving match point to Bravado Gaming if DNMK do not figure something out for themselves. A pretty quick timeout there, though. It is, they have 2 minutes on the timeout itself, you know, minimum of 3 there to actually be taking place. It seems like they figured out what they needed to within the first minute and a half. Maybe they said, okay, break, let's get back into it.
A great stat I've just seen come through. DNMK burnt about 1,000 boost while they were supersonic in that last game. And that may be an issue, because in game 1, Defunct spent nearly 80 seconds on no boost. They're going to score! No! Wow, what a save from Daisy!
Okay, Daisy, all right, you know, you're talking about watch out for Yopego. I think on the other side, maybe there should be the attacker in Yopego. And then you gotta say Casper, Defunct, somebody. You gotta keep eyes on Daisy, whether it's for the counterattack, whether it's for the defense, because this man is absolutely everywhere. He needs to be. It's another shot this time to die for, turns it away. Still, though, it is Bravado on the defense. DNMK looking for a shot. Yopego finally finding it. You called it here for us, Greybeard.
You know what, I wonder, I would love to know what they said to each other in the timeout. And often, you know, with North America EU, you see these timeouts, you get to see the face cams, and it looks to me like they're just sitting there in silence. And you pointed out it was a short timeout, and I get the idea was like, hey guys, let's stop messing around. We play better Rocket League than this. Let's reset, go out and do it, because they've looked very positive in the opening minute.
Sometimes that's all you need, right? Just kind of a moment to recalibrate, to take a moment with the coach and say, hey, what are we doing? What are we doing wrong exactly? Is there one or two key points that I can kind of put to the forefront of my mind, right, and take into this next game so that things don't turn out the way they did in game number 2? Right there, we see Happy Meal try to take that one in for a drive. No one to pass it to. Not the angle he was looking for. Defunct finds a demo on the backside. Daisy trying to drive this one around the corner, but Casper regains control. Also, Defunct helping out on that one already. I gotta say, Greybeard, that one time out, you're right. I want to know what they said and what they did, because this is DNMK looking a million times cleaner than game number 2.
They look like they're a lot more aggressive. Seen a number of demos already. They're going for the bumps, going for the demos. And it's wonderful to see. And very importantly, critically for them in this game 3, they have a lead. Something even though they came back twice in game 1, they couldn't get a goal ahead and try and protect the lead. They've got one here, but right now under pressure from Bravado.
Still solid saves from both teams. I think we've got 4 saves apiece. We, Casper, and to die for both have 3 of their own for the team. And of course, Yopego has that single goal out of 4 shots that he has been able to lock in. Looking for another one right here. Yopego finds the save. To die for with a pass over to Daisy. It's a great shot right in the corner. Casper in the perfect position to turn that away. To die for tries to snag it away from Defunct, but should be a little bit of control coming from DNMK.
The first half of this game has been all about DNMK, but I'm just wondering, it seems like they're being pushed back now. Bravado fighting their way out of their half and looking to take possession and control of the game. And I think DNMK got to be very cautious of that and aware of it, and defend where they need to and then push back.
Defunct, a nice little pass over to Casper, who ends up actually getting demoed out there by Daisy. Daisy recognizing that, time's ticking down. We're more than halfway through this one. A little bit less than 2 minutes is all that's left. And all DNMK needs to do is maintain this scoreline. Happy Meal's going to pop that one up high. Daisy with the drop down. No way it's going to go in, though. Daisy is going to find the equalizer with just 1:40 on the clock.
Dearie me, and there we have Casper, can't get anything on it, and Daisy, I mean, it's been a series of angles, lovely angles, and I thought there was opportunity to touch that away, but it was one of those that hung on the goal line forever, and then eventually found its way over.
Now is the time where we can hope for DNMK fans and those who predicted DNMK that DNMK hasn't lost that stride. We saw that it was something that was hit by Bravado in game number 1, towards the end of game number 1, really, in that overtime. Game number 2, they carried it through. Now, game number 3, it's been a bit disrupted here by DNMK, but can they find any sort of pacing on their own is the real question, or is it only one goal that Bravado needs here to kind of disrupt that? We see Yopego with a great shot. It will be turned away by none other than Daisy, who is going to make me say his name at least 1 million more times today.
Oh, Daisy, saved by Yopego. Yopego now doing work in defense. And we spoke about stamina. Stamina in a 5-minute game. It seems ridiculous. But DNMK was so good, so quick, so positive on the start. But in this latter half, they've kind of flagged. They're not as quick and not as threatening as they were, not as aggressive as they were in the opening 90 seconds. And now they're being pushed back, and it's looking more and more scrappy. The more times Bravado get that ball around the corner and have a shot on their net.
A lot more demos as well coming out right now from Bravado compared to towards the beginning of this match. Greybeard, we saw DNMK with several of their own, especially on aggressive plays, and that's definitely something that Bravado is going to be able to take advantage of. We'll see if Tadivor is going to be able to get this shot. No way, it looked like Casper could have turned it away, but when you have to focus on either the vehicle or the ball, it's a tough decision to make.
Oh dear, and again.
17 on the clock. That, oh, there we go. I think he cut out for me for a second there, Greybeard. No, my goodness, that was very close to tying things up in the last couple of seconds here. Such a good opportunity for DNMK, but it is looking like they are going to have to face match point here and the potential for a sweep going into game number 4.
Yeah, and this is a very, very tough loss. They took the timeout, Jolly, and they looked fantastic. Couldn't hold on. They had a lead. And then just as the longer the game went on, the more they were being pushed, and they just seemed to run out of juice, of steam as the game came toward the end. And then once they went behind, I mean, there was 18 seconds left. There wasn't a whole hell of a lot they could do.
Oh, we're getting cuts. Greybeard, you're cutting in and out. I have a feeling whatever you're saying is genius, though. So I'm just gonna attest to that and hope that you come in clear for this next game, because this might be the last one of the series, right? We are coming into this one with a split desk. It was 2-2 for the predictions. Channel points, I didn't actually see how the chat ended up distributing those ones or dispersing those, but it does look like Bravado is looking to smash this one in our faces, right? We tried to go with DNMK. We said there was maybe an opportunity for them to turn things around. Clearly not the case with this one, though. Match point, and hey, you're not Greybeard.
I am not. I've been working on a beard for very long, actually, Jolly, and to no avail. But you know what? Bravado Gaming have been working towards another regional win for a very long time, and it looks like they might just get it with the win streak that they're on here. I believe, as I'm dropping in, they're 1 game away from taking this match.
Yep, 1 game away, and not just taking it, but taking it at a sweep, and a pretty decisive one at that. Greybeard and I were talking about how when this game started, DNMK came out, they were looking pretty good. They kind of lost their stride in a way, and then Bravado, once they hit theirs, they've been sort of unstoppable. The beginning of that game number 3, it did look relatively good for DNMK. It felt like that really quick, maybe minute-long timeout that they took was a good conversation, and then they sort of dropped the ball, no pun intended.
Yeah, coming out off a hot streak after a timeout is a really good sign. And by a hot streak, I mean that they really limited the goal scoring of Bravado Gaming, something that's not very easy to do. Immaculate defense that I saw out of DNMK, but losing out with that one last goal is what sets them back in reverse sweep territory. A situation that no team wants to be in, but DNMK Esports, if anybody's gonna do it, it could be them.
I want to see them pick up their speed again a little bit, because that's what actually felt really good about the beginning of game number 3, where they took the first goal. They forced the equalizer to actually come out of Bravado there. And once this boost control kind of finds a direction to go in, a team to sway towards, that's where it feels like we're getting some oh my gosh, the fiction in that one. So close. The woodwork coming into play heavily for Bravado, though.
DNMK Esports about to be searching for a time warp functionality here. They want that situation back again because the net, it was so open. DNMK Esports, at least they're getting those chances. That at least is important. Defunct, though, not being able to take advantage and connect upon that ball. Yopego on it once again, but Daisy about to find a streak of their own. Stealing boost, stealing the ball, putting it right on the goal, and bulldozing it through.
Come on, absolutely ridiculous. Daisy has been insane today. There is no stopping this player. Doesn't matter, defense, offense, and when it comes to these angles, my God, this is the man I would want on my team. And right now, if you are a Bravado fan, you are feeling really good about how well your team's performing today.
And that's it. It's the team. We talked so much about to die for. We were waiting for goal after goal after goal, but look at the entire unit show up everywhere but defense on that play. Yopego keeping DNMK in it.
Not just that, Yopego is the only one that has actually locked down any goals so far this entire series. I've got those written down, one in the first game, one in the third game, and then one right now in the fourth one. We need to see the rest of the team step up, though, and that's something you were kind of talking about. Sure, we have these standout players, right, that we're talking about individual plays to die for. Happy Meal in the first game, Daisy really in the last several games that we've seen here. We need to see Casper and Defunct kind of step it up and match paces with Yopego to be able to turn this series around.
Working as a unit, certainly something that's important, especially as you get down to these longer stretches of games, these best of sevens. You're not going to have that endurance as one single leader of a player. It's got to be the whole team, and Happy Meal hoping to look for a teammate here with a pass off of the backboard. That one coming so close, but it's Casper to actually find a save to die for, putting it in the box once again. That's that dangerous position for DNMK that they have to really clench in order to find additional saves. That one off of the ceiling once again. Yopego, the sharpshooter, putting it in territory, but backboard defense very solid for Bravado Gaming. They've got to hang on, and listen, Bravado Gaming finding one more goal, Jolly, it could mean victory because DNMK have struggled to get more than that.
They really have. In fact, they have only gotten one goal per game, and right there it's going to be Daisy, an attempt at a reposition by the defender here. I believe it was Defunct. It was Yopego there, and Casper gets flung back in. It was actually a team bump that happened right there between Casper and Yopego. Very unfortunate, especially when we're looking at the second half of regulation here on match point.
Yeah, and listen, if you want to go down the long stretches of this bracket, composure has to be found during these late game scenarios, during when the clutch factor needs to come out, and team bumps. That lack of composure does not sit well on the side of DNMK. What does sit a little bit better is there's still 2 minutes to go. We've ended the scoreline 2-1 before, but it doesn't have to be that way again. They've got to find this ball on the other side of the field.
Doing a good job here of the defense. It's the transition into the offense that we really need to see kind of come cleaner, I guess, out of DNMK. That's going to be one, though. A beautiful touch by Casper to get over the defender. Ties things up with 1:37 left.
Jolly, if you want to mention transition plays a little more often, I think DNMK are going to be happy with that. And by the way, Casper, what a redemption play. It was the backflip, the team bump earlier that put Casper out of the scenario to save the last goal from Bravado. But there is just a beautiful redirect, the perfect shot to put DNMK over one goal finally. If the turning point at the series was going to happen at any time, it had to have been there. And oh my goodness,
Oh,
Daisy!
no way! Daisy! The opportunity was there. Happy Meal trying to set it back up for to die for, maybe over to Daisy, but no, it transitions back over to the blue side of the field. Hey, you know what? 2 of my wishes were granted right there, Pyro, okay? Not only did we get to see the transition into the offensive play, but we also got to see someone other than Yopego put a goal or a point on the board, and that was Casper locking in the second one. Now, only a minute left. We might be going into an overtime, but that's the last thing somebody like Bravado wants to offer to this team when they are at match point and have the opportunity to find themselves a sweep.
Oh yeah, they've got the momentum, no doubt about it. You can finish it right here. Happy Meal setting up the backboard, and that's a close one to die for. Picking up boost and trying to send the opposite way. Yopego could have a chance here.
See, there's the pop-up. Casper's gonna get a touch. Still a lot of boost utilized, and it's Happy Meal with a midfield transition that's going to break the tie, and only 30 seconds on the clock now. What a play from Bravado.
And there's the clutch factor coming back. Yes, we saw the miss earlier from Daisy, but the whole team says, no, if we get that chance again, we are slotting it through. 30 seconds ago, and a final chance for DNMK to get back in this. The sky from Yopego to save it. Casper, that's going to be a good clear to get something going.
Last little bit on the clock. This is when the nerves really start to pressure down on your shoulders. Defunct not going to get the touch once again. It's so much boost utilized for no actual touch here, but he's just trying to drop the ball to the ground. Maybe a passing play over to Casper. Yopego going a little bit high on that play, and now it's just up to Bravado to say the ball is touching the ground. There it is. We thought it was going to be an incredible series, maybe going out to more games than that, but DNMK pretty quickly were realized by Bravado that they weren't quite on their game.
not on their game as much as they could have been. Bravado Gaming showing why what I called to be this regional's winner, why they could very well be that, a 4-0 sweep, and they have been so dominant through this bracket series. Jolly, but I also want to hear from the rest of the desk. What are their reactions to quite an overwhelming performance out of Bravado?
I got one right! I got a prediction right this weekend. No more 100% failure rate anymore. We've done it. Bravado Gaming coming through. I did predict Bravado, right, Chris? Right?
Yes,
Yep,
you did.
Right?
Yes, you
yes.
did.
100%.
I feel we could have totally just lied to you right there and, just driven you back down into the dirt.
Please do not gaslight me, okay? I am having a hard enough time already. It's a stressful day, okay? And it's just going to get more and more stressful because that's it for the upper bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, Bravado Gaming are in the upper finals. And that means tomorrow they'll be facing off against Orlando Pirates XD. Today, we only have knockout series remaining. Oh my goodness, it's going to be exciting, but we can't get too far ahead of ourselves because we need to talk about the game that just happened. Lisa, that was quite something. I mean, that game had everything. We even had a caster drop out because he was so excited, and we will try to reintegrate Greybeard at some point if his internet allows. But for the time being, I just have to know who, if anyone, stood out for you in that series.
Okay, well, first off, is it excitement or is it shame at that point, right, where Greybeard has to leave? I gotta say, I mean, Daisy, right? Daisy from minute one was there on defense, was there on offense, was getting shot after shot after shot. The statistics for this player alone have got to be through the roof, and hey, who better to talk about the statistics than our own stats guy, right?
Oh my god, well, I can't segue better than that. Let's go over to Stats Corner. We're both on the desk anyway, but I love the cube zoom, all right? Give me a cube zoom, Chris. That's Oh! Yes!
There we go.
I love that transition.
We nailed it. Smashed it out of the park. This is just one of those series that was, frankly, a little disappointing to watch because we were talking fairly, in a fairly balanced way about how these two teams could have turned up in that match. And I was saying we need to watch for DNMK. Bravado are going to turn up and play this very consistent, somewhere between 8 and 9 out of 10 Rocket League most of the time, whereas DNMK are much more variable. And unfortunately, they had moments of absolute brilliance, but they just weren't able to replicate that consistency throughout what is obviously a long format, and it did come back to bite them there.
Absolutely, and my goodness, Look, I know, right? We were talking a big tale about how this was going to be so close, about how DNMK could really do it. I predicted Bravado to win, but I did not predict a 4-0 sweep. What has gone wrong?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one, and I think it's just one of those things sometimes where once you get that head of steam up, DNMK, the heads go down, things start to, compound. The little errors they're making, they snowball, it gets bigger and bigger. It's a shame. The one thing I have to point out, and I think I'm going to have to do this quite carefully, Elliot, because it's going to make it sound like I'm picking on someone, but Defunct Boost was a real problem for DNMK that series, and I think it's worth sort of investigating that a bit further, just because, obviously because Defunct is the new player on this roster, I don't think it's his fault that the boost isn't flowing quite as well as it could be. I mean, obviously there are things that you can do as an individual to manage your boost better, but when you're the new person on a roster and you're not getting boost, that also tends to point towards the fact that you're not gelling quite as well as a team yet, because the roster's still new and Defunct sitting out there trying to fit with two people who know what the playstyle is like, and it has put his sort of time on zero boost and his overall average amount, it's gone quite poorly for him in that series. But I think that's something that DNMK as a group have to work on, because it's something that just comes from that new roster syndrome, and it'll be something hopefully we'll see work out over the next couple of weekends, and even potentially, obviously they're not out yet, so there's still a chance to work it out this weekend as well.
Yeah, absolutely worth pointing out that was their upper bracket life. They aren't out of the competition. They now drop into those lower quarterfinals, and well, a rough time for Defunct. But on the other end of things, who stood out?
See, it's so hard to say, because I mean, to die for, and I will just refer myself back to something I said at the end of game one. I was looking at game one and I was like, all right, Happy Meal does well, 528 points, and then I wrote, Daisy just 246. That's quite quiet, not great, Someone was listening, clearly, because after that, Daisy's just completely popped off, and all three of the Bravado players are just so consistently good. And I mean, points, obviously, they mean prizes, but they don't mean everything in RLCS play. Happy Meal sits back a bit more, doesn't go for the shots, is sort of rotating well, playing brilliantly, doesn't get you that many points. Daisy and To Die For, scoring for fun, and they rack up the points, and they were all shooting brilliantly. Daisy in particular shooting 44%. So
wow.
I'd go for Daisy, man of the match, potentially, but definitely a wonderful team effort from Bravado, and something that they'll take real comfort from going forward.
Well, thank you so much for that insight, Joe. A fantastic statistic there, and it one really, I think, to say again, 44% shot conversion ratio is outstanding. I mean, you told us earlier that 30 is your benchmark for good shooting, right? So to be almost 50% better than the good benchmark is, well, it's great. It's absolutely fantastic, and a huge performance from Bravado is going to set them up nicely for that very difficult upper final tomorrow against Orlando Pirates. I know they're working
if
like
just
one.
That would be all right.
They might
have, yeah.
They might be separate, but they're one team, all right? They're a well-oiled machine. And Jake, I'm going to come to you. You hopped in, of course, to catch the latter half of that series. Do you have any thoughts that we haven't already touched on?
This is what I'll say. We've talked a lot about what happened, what's been in the past, that Bravado Gaming haven't dropped a game. What is at stake? What is in the future? I want to remind everybody about the winter split. It was Bravado Gaming that took down the Pirates to the lowers. It was Bravado Gaming that allowed the Pirates to come back and beat them in the grand finals again in the very first regional of the winter split. This is the first regional of the spring split. I do anticipate something like that happening again. I think tomorrow is going to be wonderful.
Ooh, spicy. We're getting excited for tomorrow, but we can't yet. Okay, there's still so much to come. 2 more best of 7s, and they're both knockout matchups. It's, oh god, things just get more and more exciting. Hashtag this is SSA. Shout us out on Twitter. Get involved. The smallest region with the biggest hype. We've got 2 more best of 7s, and the first one coming up, fighting for a place in the lower semi-finals, and of course fighting for survival. Digital Devils going head to head with Apex Gaming right after this short break.
Wherever we go, we'll always know. From the highest mountain to the bottom of the ocean, yeah. Our song is running like a river. Let the current take us there. We've got the melody to set us free, singing destiny. We've got the melody to set us free, singing destiny.
guiding us through the dark. We've got the melody to set us free, singing destiny. We've got the melody to set us free, singing destiny.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Rocket League Championship Series. It is Sub-Saharan Africa, and we are approaching the end of day 2 of the first regional of the spring split. I mean, goodness me, that is a mouthful, isn't it? But we get through it every single time, and I am more than happy to say it because it means we're back. SSA is back. Hashtag this is SSA on Twitter. Find us, shout us out, share your favorite moments. We appreciate it. We love this community. And my goodness, do we have a banger coming up right now. A best of 7 matchup between Digital Devils and Apex Gaming to determine who will be going home empty-handed and who will be making it through to Championship Sunday. The final 4 teams will be selected. 2 of them, of course, already through in Orlando Pirates XD and Bravado Gaming. Just 2 left yet to make it. Jake Bittner, what a series we have coming up.
Oh, we certainly do. We have a team like Digital Devils who have made top 4 every regional of the last split. But you also have a team like Apex Gaming who have swept their last 2 series. They're kind of on a hot streak right now, so I wouldn't say it's a very easy match to determine, to predict.
That's a really interesting point. We've got, of course, Apex, who dropped down to that lower bracket earlier, Greybeard, but they have the momentum now, whereas Digital Devils, fresh off that painful 4-1 defeat for Orlando Pirates in the upper semis. Do you think that that's going to have any effect on the mentality of these players?
It has to. My concern here is I've felt like maybe with the resurgence of DNMK, they were coming up, they've been off the boil. Same with Apex, started off strong in the first split, second split, they kind of fell off. And I thought maybe this is the time for that resurgence, but now DNMK getting a smack. Yeah, I'm still hopeful for Apex, but yeah, they've got to be feeling it. They've got to be feeling pretty good, but Digital Devils, they're such a good team, and I think it's going to be a struggle.
I love them. Well, look, let's not rehash this again. Let's instead take ourselves over to Stats Corner to find out what Joe thinks of the upcoming series.
Well, Elliot, it's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, these teams playing for the second time today, and it's Digital Devils have hopefully used this hour to bounce back. That loss against Pirates was tough. We were talking about it earlier, and Apex, on the other hand, they'll probably not have wanted such a long break because they were playing really well earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a long break as well. But is it better to have a long break and be winning, or to have a shorter break and be on the back of a loss? Especially because that was still a break, right? It's a hefty break waiting for another best of 7 to wrap up.
It definitely is. And I mean, yes, it was a loss, but you have a good warm-up playing against the Pirates. If you're Digital Devils, you sit there and you think, well, yeah. But at the same time, you've had 5 games to warm up against probably the best team in the region in most people's books, so no harm, no foul, I suppose. Whereas Apex have played 1 series so far. They only played 3 matches. They played really, really well, and Panda, in particular, absolutely on fire. 523 points per game he got in that series, shot 33%. Lackstar, again, only a 3-game series, but Lackstar shot 75% across those 3 games.
Wow.
And, Friction just filling in those gaps brilliantly. So Digital Devils got their work cut out for them here.
I mean, 75%. We were literally just singing the praises of someone who made 44. Orlando Pirates making 28 on average. My goodness, that is an unbelievable record.
It really is. And I mean, it's something that if Digital Devils were the types to be looking at that kind of thing, they might be worried by it, but if they're wanting something to sort of set their minds at ease, then I can give them this. I mean, nobody has played closer to the ball so far this split than Apex, so that's fine. You know, neither close nor far away is a bad thing inherently, but it's just the ways that the different teams set themselves up, and both sides of that spectrum can be exploited. But when you're playing really close to the ball like that, and you come up against a team who sits back, your Pirates, to a lesser extent your Digital Devils, they can really try those long clears to boom it long, send it far, and try and catch you out on the back foot, rotating around the wrong way, and really causing some problems. So Digital Devils looking to play that measured game that we saw actually. Really the model could be that game one against the Pirates, which was absolutely fantastic play from them. And if they can get somewhere near that, I think they'll have a good chance here.
Well, the one thing I want to ask you is the same as always, and especially given that we've already seen both of these teams play today, I think this sets it up quite nicely. Who, if anyone, on these two sides is someone to watch in this best of 7?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. I mean, I think for me, it's going to be Panda because, you know, they've just been playing absolutely fantastic Rocket League so far this weekend. The new roster looks like a perfect fit, home away from home for Panda there. So if he can keep up the kind of performance he was putting up earlier this afternoon, that will be very, very hard to deal with. But at the same time, I was really impressed by how well Apex were using demos earlier this afternoon to get what they wanted out of things. So that's not just Panda, that's going to be a team effort. If they can make those demos useful, get them in, and capitalize on the disruption of the rotation to score goals, Digital Devils might be a little bit sort of ruffled to be played at their own game in that regard.
Thank you so much for the insight, Joe. Much appreciate it. And, well, I think that would be adding insult to injury if Apex were to take down Digital Devils utilizing their disruption strategy. I mean, that would be painful, but, I mean, no more painful than losing in any other way. No one wants to be going home the series before Championship Sunday. That would be... that would be rough. Lisa, I'm coming to you first. Apex Gaming, Digital Devils, who's going home and who is going through to day 3?
Yeah, we got to say goodbye to 2 more teams today, which is just crazy to think about with 2 elimination series coming up. But you know what? All right, I already said it before. I'm rooting for, kind of the underdogs in this one. And I think with the demolitions that we've seen out of Digital Demos, I think with the aggression that we've seen out of this team, this is their opportunity to shine once again. So I'm going to say Digital Devils have got this one, but I think it's going to be a long series.
I certainly hope so. I'm really dying. None of our best of 7s have gone beyond Game 5 yet. Greybeard, is this the time we get a Game 7? And who's going to take it?
I do think Jolly said digital demos. I'm sure I heard that, and I'll go with that because it might actually work out in the end.
I was complimenting their demos, so
I think it worked out great. So my head says Digital Devils, but my desire to see upset and for there to be a further disturbance in things, Apex take it down, and it is going to be a Game 7 thriller.
Oh, we love that. Jake, come on. We need that prediction for the Game 7, but also tell us who's going to win.
Take me to Game 7, and I'll keep it short and sweet. I will reassert the mantra of months of the recent transfer to Apex Gaming. Panda. Panda, 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 panda. Gotta take it all the way. Listen, Apex Gaming, put me up for them.
Oh my goodness. Hey, I'm gonna have to steal the thing you told me in the green room because you didn't even mention it, right? It's Digital Devils, used to be royalty. They made the Final 4 in every regional of the winter split, and I have to give Jake credit for that stat because it was all his. Look, history repeats itself, and I am a huge Devils fan, so put me up for the Devils. I absolutely love it. Okay. It is time to get into the lobby. My word. I'm excited for this one. It's going to be a big one. Jake Bittner, Lisa Malhas, take it away.
All right, let's go ahead and take it away. We do have a wonderful match coming up. Digital Devils and Apex Gaming. Listen, one team has to go home here. That is the big story right now, Lisa. And it's not going to be easy, okay? You're one day away from championship game. Everything's on the line here.
Oh, yeah. This is huge, right? And especially for a team like Digital Devils, we were talking about, hey, you know what, if you qualify every single time and you get to an opportunity where you have the chance to drop out right before we get to the finals, right before we get to day number 3 here, you're going to be doing everything you possibly can. And I do like the fact that, you know, Elliot, and of course our stats guy Joe brought up our you know, comparison in how these teams have had kind of time, right? We're talking about Pirates having taken down what Digital Devils. It was a 1-3 series for them, but they played more recently, whereas you've also got just a lot of time that Apex has had to kind of sit around, and hopefully that momentum can be maintained. That's always something that I kind of wonder about teams, right? Do you get lethargic from playing so many games in a row, or does that maintain your momentum? Or on the other side of things, do you get tired and exhausted just from watching games and not being able to play, or does that give you the opportunity to kind of regain your energy to go into the next series? It really depends on the players, it depends on the team.
Yeah, well, whether those energy levels are there or not, these teams are ready. Look at the beautiful teams in the hype chamber as well. We are set to go for this elimination match in the day here of the lower bracket. Apex Gaming, Digital Devils have taken the stage. Oh man, Apex Gaming as well. I have to credit them on their most previous win, their sweep against Nibbles. Nibbles had actually taken down ATK, so a lot was riding on this Nibbles roster, who were just swept away from Apex Gaming. I think they're coming in here off a hot streak, and it could help them with that momentum that they could have. Game 1, wheels are on the ground. Here we go.
Corner, get a little bit of a stall on it, but definitely feels like alls are being maintained by Apex, and there it is! I mean, 21 seconds is all it takes for Panda to say, yeah, this is the reason you've been saying my name so much.
That's right, I had to pull out the chant as well. Panda, Panda, Panda. I knew we were going to be calling out their name the whole game. So, getting it started early is Apex Gaming, but I want to see how that entire roster makes their way into this match as well. We talked about Friction, and especially Lackstar, a player who hasn't had as much boost on the ground as the players of Apex Gaming. Spends a lot of the time with Zero, especially. So keep an eye on those boost meters and whether Apex Gaming can hold on to the resources and make good defensive plays.
That can be a little bit risky, of course, as we can see now. Lackstar says, nah, I'm holding on to everything I possibly can. Trying to go in for the play, doesn't get the touch, but that's okay because Panda is going to be able to find that one, turn it away. It was a shot on goal by Eugen though, and the transition back from Apex is looking very, very good right now. Digital Devils, again, just trying to find maybe some consistency, right? Some maintenance, I guess, in how they can handle this ball.
That would certainly help, and a hot start here as well would assist them as well. Going down 1-4 in that series against the Orlando Pirates. I mean, yes, they're the 1 seed, so that's the team to lose to if you're going to lose to anyone, but it can still feel like you're dethroned. But maybe a shot there from Original could put them back in action. Eliakim looking for that follow-up, but it's a quick transition out here. Lackstar looking for that second touch off of the corner. The read is just a miss.
Friction getting a nice touch on this one. Not a ton of boost to follow it up. He realizes that. Is going to try to drop down, maybe figure out if Lackstar can get it. But you know what? If Lackstar can't, you know who can? Is Panda. And once again, we sit here towards the orange side of the field. Midfield is where it tries to transition over, but Lackstar is right there to ensure that it doesn't even get the chance. And now Digital Devils kind of scrounging here to pick up as much boost as possible, to get as many clears as possible. And this is something that we were talking about before the game started, is being able to get these clears, being able to find some target acquisition is going to be huge for the Digital Devils, and they just haven't been able to secure that quite yet.
Not quite yet, but they could find it. Everybody right now from the Digital Devils registering a shot against only 1 shot from Apex Gaming. That was the one that they were able to score. They're looking at another. Panda put 2 on the tally, but not 2 on the scoreboard quite yet. Panda upon the ball once again, looking for maybe something else upon the sidewall, but it's Eugen instead. Pass off the backboard. There's the second pass. Is that third player there? Not in time. Friction with a great read off of the backboard. Lackstar trying to extinguish this momentum that is coming out, and with the clear there, it should be able to do so. Panda looking for the opposite post. It's just off the mark.
good angles, good clears. Honestly, that's the biggest thing so far right now that Apex has been absolutely locking down, and something the Digital Devils haven't really been able to get around, right? They're able to maybe get a single shot off, maybe they get the single follow-up, but they can't get that rebound play that they're looking at because of the disruption that Apex is forcing onto them. That, and then you just follow it up with a clear after so many attempted shots. It really does feel like someone's trying to just extinguish your flame.
Really does here. Well, the flame still needs to be found from the Digital Devils. They are rounding this bend across their opponent's net, just wishing that ball could go a little bit lower, come across the face of the goal so someone can finally get a chance on that shot. Eliakim with the flip reset, looking for a goal. It's a great 50-50, but no one's there in time. Digital Devils, if you don't pounce on that, you're gonna have to get on something soon.
And that's where we need to see the confident play coming out of Digital Devils. Like you said, you make a setup like that, you have to follow up the play. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of wasted energy. Not only that, but it gives the opportunity for Apex to try to find a clear. The shot is going to be high for Friction. No follow-up from Lexar, who's too far back. Panda on the defensive rotation on this one. So with 45 seconds left on the clock, it is still only a 1-goal lead in favor of Apex. Digital Devils have the opportunity.
Oh, Apex Gaming could have just secured the game with that shot. Unbelievable. The Digital Devils even have a chance in Eugen. Oh, if that flick had just come a little bit sooner, they would have been in great position for a goal that they desperately need. Original. The long clear, sends it downfield, and here's Eugen once again. The touch goes, well, the opposite way that they were hoping. Off of the backboard here. Pass out to Panda. Can't get there soon enough. I like him. To Eugen, back downfield again. But Eugen's not there in time. Single digits upon the clock. Final chances remaining here, but Friction a long clear. Could that be enough distance? It most certainly will be. Apex Gaming, secure game number 1.
There it is. That's just the nail in the coffin right there. Digital Devils really looking for whatever they could, but at the end of the day, if it's the last 15 seconds and you leave an open net, a team like Apex, who has been nailing all of these clears, is going to find something in the right direction, and that is exactly what we have seen. So going into game number 2, we got to see Digital Devils with a little bit more confidence, a little bit more responding play, and trying to transition some of these from defensive to offensive. I called it out last time. We got to see it, so hopefully it only takes this one quick break in between games 1 and 2 for Digital Devils to kind of recover on that.
That could be what it takes. And listen, you minus out that last goal, and this was really just a 1-point game. It was for almost the full extent of this. So not too much, I would say, to adjust for Digital Devils. We're also talking about Apex Gaming coming off of a huge hot streak. They are 6-0 in their last games played. Make it 7-0 after this game. But everything seems to be pretty even, pretty balanced for the most part. Shots were almost tied at 6-6. I think it was 6-5 from both teams there. And Eliakim looking dangerous from Digital Devils. Had that flip reset to set up one of the most perfect positions for Digital Devils, but just couldn't close it out. That finishing factor is what it's going to take for Digital Devils.
And I will say, yes, the shots were 6-5, but the saves were 2 for Digital Devils and 5 for Apex. So if we talk about the target acquisition, right, if we talk about these shots actually being more on target coming out of Apex, what are you going to do if you're Digital Devils? Because clearly, just given those numbers, the defense hasn't quite been on point. There were so many shots that went a little bit wide, that went to the crossbar, right, that maybe a defender just had to kind of reinforce, but not actually turn away, not really get that halo medal for. So Digital Devils, again, trying to transition this over. I want to see big clears, because from a team like Apex, they're going to continue to get good clears. They're going to continue to improve their target acquisition. And as we get into game number 2, you want to try to stop the momentum that Apex already has from the previous series going forward.
So much momentum here for Apex Gaming. Could they close it out, or could Eliakim find an early goal? Actually dropping upon that ball and looking to strike first blood, but have to wait a little bit longer for that first goal to be found out of the Digital Devils. Instead, they'll just have to deal with a quick hot streak. Eugen, though, set up there in the midfield. Original, that one's gonna go towards the corner. I think Original and Eugen playing a lot of that assist-type play style. Eliakim so far seems to be that shot taker, seems to be the player that can finish the job. Just hasn't found that point on the board just yet.
gonna gain control of this one. Actually, it gets snagged away by Panda. Panda can't find the angle, but can transition it over to the corner to Friction. Makes a rotation right there. It's a nice one. Lackstar on the follow-up, but Original gets the first touch. Panda, it looked like was just gonna rotate out to defensive and then says, hey, guys, I got an opening. I'm gonna take it.
There's one clear strategy for Apex Gaming right now, and it is get rid of the defense, and you should be able to score for the most part. We've seen some open net catastrophes already in this match, but that should certainly work for this team. The other strategy for Apex Gaming is just have Panda score first. I mean, you lay out that much opportunity for this team, and they'll pounce every time. This time, it's Lackstar.
And that's exactly what we were talking about in the previous matchup between Bravado and DNMK. Something that we saw out of Bravado was this consistency within the team, right? Yes, you had standout players depending on the round, depending on the game, depending on really what the style was of the play. But at the end of the day, they all come together and it's a team effort. That's exactly what we're seeing from Apex, okay? We've got the first two shots being done by Friction and Panda. Now Lackstar and Panda have put ones on the board. Panda, of course, being the standout player that we're looking at. So you can tell that this resilient force of Panda has just mixed so well with this Apex team. I mean, it feels like this has been the team that we have been seeing from Apex for the last several years.
It really does. Apex Gaming. And Panda especially, who needs to get back on this backline. What a transition, finally, and Digital Devils will find themselves on the board.
There we go. That's the first goal for the Digital Devils so far in this series. Of course, the last one, it did just end up being a 1-0, so nothing too crazy. Or a 2-0, sorry. So nothing too crazy. But Digital Devils on the board. Still almost 3.5 minutes left to play. Hopefully, this is the momentum they needed that they can carry forward. And it's starting to look pretty good. These clears coming through, though, once again in favor of Apex.
And clears are going to be a major component of this game as well. Our live statistician letting us know that Apex Gaming spending more time closer to the ball, not only before this series, but even during this match. So getting the ball away from players, especially like Panda, who takes every opportunity to get the first challenge, the second challenge, missed out on that one. Keeping the ball away from them going to be a big part of the solution so far for Digital Devils, who have that first point on the board. That could be the confidence streak they need to get more.
And they're doing a good job of also keeping that ball on the offense, whereas in the past they would go from 1, maybe 2 shots. A nice save right there by Yujin to ensure that it's not a third goal secured at the halfway mark here for Apex Gaming. These transitions are good. We are seeing what we were kind of lacking, I guess, in that game number 1 out of Digital Devils. We'll see if they can actually lock in some of these shots, though, because now you still have to get through Apex's heavy defense. And when we're talking about their offense, yeah, it's great. But their transition, I mean, all around, this is a circular team, right? They have very, very few weak points. And right there, we're going to see how they set up this play.
Apex Gaming may have few weak points, but we've seen plenty on the side of Digital Devils. A sheer absence of defenders on the back line there, allowing for the 2-goal lead of Apex Gaming. That was the separation that they won game number 1 in during the last few seconds. Friction going to find more space upon this ball as well, giving that up to Lackstar, who is given so much time on the ball. Unreal. Just doing a jolly little walk there. Jolly, I mean, maybe you know best.
I like that. I like that. A jolly little, I mean, is it a ride, though? Is it a walk, or is it a ride?
Fair point.
Is it a drive? A nice little drive forward. And it's, once again, we see Apex feeling really comfortable. This is what we're used to. And Digital Devils, this is such a struggle, because when you get to a point like this, where it's just constantly shot after shot after shot onto your goal, you're going to run out of boost from repositioning. And if you can't get to those corner shots while being safe on your rotations, it's going to be a real struggle. And the problem here, we can see Digital Devils, they go for an aggressive play, but only one member rotates forward, whereas all of Apex is on their backside to defend that one away. So once again, it's up in the air, no real control being held by Digital Devils, even though their offense is looking a bit more impressive.
The full push from Digital Devils continuing to be their kryptonite right now. That is what they need. But with a minute remaining, 2 more points are what they need on the board to get back into this one. Eliakim looking at this ball, sky over him. There's a touch, though, from Original. can once again across the width of the field, leaving it alone for any of their teammates to get to. And this is the issue, those clears from Original, it's not to anybody from Digital Devils. The lack of intentionality with these clears, they have to be to a teammate in order to get these next 2 points.
I like to see the clears, right? It's something that I wanted to see. I wanted to see confidence in clears, but I do not want to see the defense left open like we've seen so many times, and I need to see some commitment. If a teammate is making a clear and it's not going to absolutely anyone on your team, you're just kind of hoping that maybe somebody can get to it in time, that's something Apex is going to take advantage of every time.
My goodness, 3-1 still. Friction looking to close out this game, maybe with another goal top of the backboard. Panda looking for a touch here. Off of the ceiling, Lackstar's not in position for the goal. Doesn't even matter. They've got the win that they were looking for in 0 seconds. They may keep this ball up, but the hopes will only remain up for Apex Gaming. What a closing finish for this team, looking so dominant as well. Jolly, this is a 10-2 deficit in terms of shots on target for these teams. It's overpowering right now for Apex Gaming.
Those are big numbers. We do have, Eugen having gotten 4 saves, so Eugen really standing out on the defensive side. But aside from that, when Eugen does kind of move forward, the rotations aren't clean. They're not quite in place. They're very, very loose if they are. Whereas Apex, on their side, their rotations are so tight. They look so immaculate. And that's why we're getting these clears that end up constantly being passes, right? Where the communication is clearly there. So maybe now at this point, right, they've got the parts here for the Devils, Digital Devils, right? They just have to figure out how to piece them together or how to group them together, because you can see Apex is working with the same things. They've already got cohesion though figured out, and so now it's up to Digital Devils to try to avoid putting themselves against match point here as we get into game number 3.
Yeah, we'll see if they can put those pieces together. It just feels like Digital Devils, once they go at the back foot, they just can't regain, because Apex Gaming, like you said, their rotations are so solid. They're concrete at this point. So maybe getting ahead early on, maybe getting that first goal for Digital Devils is really their key to victory, because once they're behind, it's just so difficult to get back for them. Here we go, folks. We're dropping straight into game number 3 with a 2-0 lead of Apex Gaming.
Here's a good opportunity, starting things out on the blue side of the field here for Digital Devils. But my gosh, the mechanics. This is what I'm looking at. The mechanics, the speed, everything is just so on point coming out of Apex Gaming right here. Already a couple shots on goal. 1 out of Panda, 1 out of Lackstar in the first 15 seconds of the game. Apex, they've got their pedal, or they've got their foot on the pedal to the metal, right? And at this point, it's so hard to stop that. Right there, we can see even getting a demo on the backside doesn't help if nobody is on your defensive zone.
Oh, isn't that the truth? The foot is just taped to the pedal. That is to the pedal. I think that's the case. And I mean, look at the amount of time, probably 25 plus seconds out of that 30 we spent in the orange half. That was the case in the last game. It wasn't just the shots that were registered, it was just long-standing possessions from Apex Gaming. Yes, Digital Devils can find their glimpses away and into the blue half, but for how long? Extended pressure is what they need. It's just not what they're getting.
And this is really something that we don't want to see too on these last series of the day, right? These last 3 elimination series, or at least these are 2 elimination series going to the lower bracket. The previous one just sending down, of course, DNMK to the lower side of the bracket here. We want full 7-man series, right? We want full games out of this, but with the way the Digital Devils have been playing today, it kind of feels like they're just a little bit off kilter. I'm not going to lie. This doesn't feel like, the cohesion that we normally see within them, and part of that is probably just being thrown off by how dang good Apex has been doing all day long.
Yeah, Apex Gaming really brought the confidence of the last 2 series sweeps into this one. There is no doubt about that, and I couldn't agree more, Jolly. It's got to be some type of reset right now for Digital Devils, which, maybe they can find mid-game here, because they do not want to be in a situation where they have to reverse sweep to stay alive in this tournament and get to Championship Sunday. So, Eliakim, what have you got here for the Digital Devils? Gonna try and pounce and get that second touch, maybe a ground pinch, but it won't go. Original instead on the corner of a Panda, a long clear that gets past Eugen. He's really got to try and get back here. Friction setting up a double tap for himself, drops it down. Great read though from Original on a save.
Beautifully done. Now the follow-up is what we need to see out of Digital Devils right now, because we see some good attempted plays, right? The interference that's being run by Apex, though, is absolutely insane. And that's one of those things where you can see Digital Devils, we see what they're going for. We see the setup of some of these plays, and there is at least more of a script written, right? They're not just tossing the ball in the direction. They actually have somebody to follow it up. But can they get there before one of these other members? Friction, Laxar, or Panda is the question, and it's so hard to outrun them with the momentum that they are currently playing at.
Does feel like some type of planning offensively coming out from Digital Devils. There was a pass downfield, but cutting right through the passing lane was Apex Gaming. They not only have the strategies, but they've read the full plans of their opponents as well, and they're cutting off these transition passes that really was the only thing that worked for Digital Devils off their only goal in this series. So if you've cracked down on that, then you've cracked down on everything. Double demolition to lead into a 2v2 opens up the lane momentarily, but Digital Devils stay alive for now.
They do. The defense is much cleaner, right? And that's the best thing that you can see in a series like this, where you are going down, where you have only made one single goal in the whole series out of these 3 games so far, is to continuously improve. The adaptability is something that Digital Devils are showing us, but can they match Apex Gaming is the real question, the cohesion that they have within themselves, and it's starting to become very difficult and pretty apparent that Apex is just on their game today. Can Panda finally secure this one? No, it's once again shots on goal that are turned away. Oh my god, like him. No way, 2 in a row. Every side of that vehicle sending something away. Can he find another one? Oh my god, he is an absolute monster on defense. Digital Devils, they deserve to be able to make a shot on goal after this.
Oh no! There it is. If the turning point for Digital Devils would have been at any time in the series, it would have been then. After getting 1, 2, oh, I'll just skip to 7. 6 saves in a row. I don't know what it was. It would have been there. But instead, the pressure never ceases as it only mounts to the finishing of that goal there. And with 1 minute remaining, we could be at a point where Digital Devils are down 0-3. A team that's made top 4 in each regional of the winter split could go down here before getting there in this regional. It's a last effort in game 3 from the Devils.
It's not something we're used to seeing, but it is definitely something we're seeing so far today. We are looking at 13 shots on goal from Apex compared to one shot on goal from Digital Devils. So while it is amazing that their defense has been absolutely incredible, particularly right like him has just been outstanding here, if you can't transition it to anything offensive, as we see right there, the second shot on goal coming through from Original for this game, then it's gonna be a real struggle for Digital Devils. And now that it's down to the last few seconds, this feels like the end of game number 3 already. And now that means that Digital Devils have to face match point, and like you said earlier, Pyro, the potential now for a reverse sweep is their only opportunity to come out of this series ahead.
Apex Gaming right there on your screen once again, folks, as well as on that beautiful, beautiful hype chamber. Wow. I mean, 3-0. They have not lost a game since they got taken down in the upper finals. This is now 9 games in a row that they've won. Monumental performance, and I'm still jolly getting over that barrage of shots that they let back. Somehow, Digital Devils just did not find a goal there.
Yeah, and that's, that's the struggle that I was kind of talking about, right? When you're forced up against your defensive position, even if you have a solid rotation going on, to actually be able to maintain that defense, you have to maintain boost, right? That means that you have to send somebody to the corners to pick up those hundreds. That's if the enemy team of Apex hasn't already taken them. And so it was really, really good saves like him. Again, I can continuously commend this guy on how amazing those saves were, but unless they're able to transition those amazing saves and this really good defense into something offensive, then it's just going to be Apex saying, okay, cool, reposition, another shot, reposition, another shot. And it's really, the time the clock is running against the defenseman there. So I want to see these transitions. I want to see, again, I'll come back to the confidence, but not too much confidence. Not the confidence that we saw like at the beginning of that game number 2, where they were just leaving it open net multiple times, because that is not a way to take down Apex.
Yes, confidence and not cockiness. That may be the mantra here. And Apex Gaming so close to rounding out this series in a sweeping fashion. They did it in their last 2 matches. They can do it here again. They can feed players like Panda, who has been coming up so clutch in the first goal scoring of almost every game. Sometimes, Jolly, the method to your madness just has to be feed the beast. Put the ball on the plate of the player who can put that finisher on.
Oh, if you've got a beast like Panda and you're not taking advantage of that, you're doing something wrong. But that is clearly something that is being utilized here, right? Panda popping off everywhere. And again, the cohesion between this team is really something to behold. And that's how you can tell veterancy within players and veterancy within a team, right? And so this is one where Apex, I mean, they are just skyrocketing. At this point, I would not be surprised if we don't see a single goal come through again for Digital Devils here in this game number 4. I would love to see it, right? I want as many games as possible. But the way that this one's panning out, seems like we're going to be seeing yet another sweep, and it's going to be up to the last series of the day to actually give us more than 4 games in one of these best ofs.
Digital Devils, if they really are going to bring this series all the way, or at least try to, they have to work off of that timeout that they just took. Is that chance for a little bit of breathing room, for maybe a reset for this team? Is that going to be enough? There has to be that adaptation. There has to be that change. And spending a little time here on the blue half is already a new sight to see.
That is a very good sign. Low boost is the scary part of this, and when we're actually looking at it, yes, we're on the blue side of the field, but who is in control of the ball? Really, I gotta say it's still Apex, and now we're back over to the orange side. It's corner play. Panda dropping this one down low, not gonna find the second touch that he wants, like him. Gonna take that one around the corner, but constantly, this is what's gonna happen. Is the anticipation coming out of Apex means that these attempted clears, where it's not an actual pass, it's going to be stalled at the midfield line, and it's going to potentially set up another goal shot for Apex.
Oh, yeah. We talked about clears potentially playing a big role, and, they have to be intentional. Maybe Eugen almost got in front of that one. Just wasn't that close as it could have been. Original trying to poke and prod that net, maybe even the backboard to lay up a good pass. The best missed shots end up being the best passes to your teammates, but that one was not enough. Lackstar following that ball, fading out and making sure Original has to get out of the net for that save. Eugen out to Original, can't find that redirect. Friction breaks it up instead. Still that back and forth continues, but Panda laid it up on the far side of the net, the only spot that was actually covered. Lackstar has to follow up, and that's still not Panda. The goal is not that tall.
No, the woodwork coming into play heavily for Digital Devils. You gotta feel good if you are them, that the acquisition hasn't quite been there for Apex, but the aggression still has. We're talking about shots on goal 3 coming out of Apex. Still nothing yet. Goose egg on the board for Digital Devils. Maybe try to find a clear out of this one is their chance. Again, that was something that I'm noticing out of Apex. Even if they know it's not going to be a clear that is a pass, they say, hey, we're running interference, right? That is what's working well for them. Digital Devils then have to continuously play reactively instead of proactively. And if Apex is the one that is in control of the ball, they are going to get what they want.
Interference just being huge here, especially in the way of stealing boost containers and pads. Statistically, Panda, a player to be sucking up all the pads on the field and making sure that there's no kind of recovery boost is what I like to call it for the defense. They're just completely drained of that fuel they need to mount another transition, which maybe they could do here. Eliakim upon that ball, looking for that second, maybe third touch, but bumped out of the way, and Friction finding it instead for Apex Gaming. Lackstar now with the touch towards the mid. Panda's there for the touch off of the backboard, but Friction still coming around on that defensive rotation. That's a smart 50-50 there from Eugen. Eliakim looking for an additional touch as well, but Panda smart to break that away into a less dangerous position in the corner.
Like him, once again, the name of the game is disruption in favor of Apex. Tries to gain control of this one, can't really find it. But back onto the orange side. I'm getting a little bit blinded by this orange side here, Pyro. I'm not gonna lie. Now, there we go. A little bit of the cool blue to kind of relax things a little bit. Maybe like him setting this one up for the rest of the team, but that demo ensures the rotation to go back towards the defense here for the orange side. A couple of misses, but whiffs on the other side for Apex as well on their aggression. this is really the opportunity. I mean, it's an 0-0 scoreline, right? We are actually seeing a couple of mistakes coming out of Apex, which is something that we haven't seen yet so far today. If this isn't something that Digital Devils can kind of capitalize on, then it's not looking good for them.
Yeah, almost not good enough for them to stay in this tournament. Basically, their lives are on the line, folks, in this game number 4. At the mercy of being swept. Could be the 3rd sweep in a row on record right now for Apex Gaming in this tournament. They are on an absolute hot streak and could close it out with one single goal. They're trying to do that now. Friction lays it up, and there's Lackstar with a couple touches off the backboard. Panda trying to get that around a defender, but actually kicks it straight into Eugen's hands. Wheels, whatever you'd like to call it. Eliakim dumping off to Original. Back to the corner again and into the midsection, but Panda and that defensive rotation has been so solid as it's ever been for Apex Gaming. They just will not allow a play to form for Digital Devils.
Also, just good utilization of the boost right here. Lackstar looking for the shot. It's going to be high once again. The top of that woodwork is coming into play. Can Friction get the drop down? Yes! Finally, with 12 seconds left on the clock, that is when this goose egg scoreline has been broken.
Soon as the shots were coming in, I said, oh, here we go again. This is where disaster strikes for Digital Devils when they mount touch after touch off the backboard, the woodwork, and finally, the back of the net. Could be it here. Apex Gaming on the brink of a sweep. Digital Devils have to make a play. Eugen missing out on this ball. Eliakim with 0 boost. Needs to put this all the way down the field. No resources to do it, but Original has a couple touches to the mid to hit Eugen. Eugen over to Eliakim, who gets a pop. That's off of the ceiling. Original in position. No! Are you kidding me? It hits away from the net. Apex Gaming going to go by the skin of their teeth and sweep yet another series they're into Championship Sunday.
And, you know, well deserved. I gotta say, for Apex, with how well they have been playing recently, my goodness, they earned this one. And so much control, so much decision. I mean, honestly, you know, I love to see beautiful play like this. I hope for it to be towards the beginning of the bracket instead of towards the end of the bracket, because it is sad to say goodbye to a team that has made it into these finals previously multiple times. 4 times, I think is what we were talking about. But we have to say goodbye to them on a sweep in Digital Devils. Hopefully, though, they got something to learn, right? And again, the improvement, the adaptation, the adaptability, it was still there for this team as the games went on.
They did start to stifle the offense of Apex Gaming, but just not enough. So they're through to the top 4. And Desk, how are we feeling about yet another team locked into the top 4? Elliot, are we feeling good?
Oh, no! 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 Come on, Devils! Let me be right, please. Just come on. What's going on? What? All right. Okay, I just needed to get that out of my system. All right, we're good. We're good. Okay. Oh my God. Pain. So much pain. Every time we predict a game 7, it's a sweep. Like what? Greybeard, you were in the green room with me, and we couldn't figure out what was going on. What went wrong?
You know what? It was a case of like, yeah, no. Devils are coming back. They're coming back, and then third game, you're like, no. It was actually remarkable, and it has to be said. Obviously, there's been work on their coaching, but the addition of Panda to this team has seen such a massive resurgence of Apex, and it was wonderful. I predicted them winning from the heart. I did make the sweep. I could not have foreseen the sweep. Remarkable performance, and Devils. They just, they took a game off Orlando Pirates. They couldn't take a game off Apex.
Wow, yeah, that is something to bear in mind. Absolutely insane. We're heading over to Stats Corner. Joe, goodness me. Apex Gaming have only even dropped a game in a single series when they lost in a clean sweep to Bravado Gaming in the upper bracket. Apart from that, they have clean swept every single series that they've been in thus far. What can you tell us about that series in particular?
This series, Elliot, was a really interesting one for me because it was actually quite quiet. Like, normally I can pick out someone and I can say, wow, these guys have got 450, 500 points per game this series, and that's excellent. So few goals, a lot of very cagey midfield play, means that our lead scorer, in terms of points per game, is Friction on 340, which is, not really what you're looking for at all, but it's done the trick for Apex because both Eugen and Original are hovering around the 200 point per game mark. So it's been a very quiet, very cagey affair, something we don't see very often, particularly in this region. We often see sort of big slugfest shootouts. Didn't happen here, and I think, you know, it was all about that, again, that mental for Digital Devils coming off that loss against Pirates. We were always wondering, can they bounce back? And unfortunately, it seems like the break wasn't quite long enough for them to reset. And once Apex took game one, it looked like it was running away from them. It
was really rough, and the timeout didn't help them against Orlando Pirates, and it didn't help them against Apex here. It's really tough to say, but goodness me, was there anyone in particular that we can blame this on, Joe? Anyone that we could point the finger at?
I mean, you know, it's always so horrible when you're looking for reasons someone lost rather than reasons someone won, and I think just they didn't click in that series, Digital Devils. We were worried about, you know, I was saying in the sort of pre-show stats corner that we did about how Apex love to play close to the ball, and if Digital Devils can get long clears, that'll really make Apex struggle. But Apex were doing so well on the boost, starving the Digital Devils side all the way through that series, that when they did get a chance for a clear, they didn't have the boost to execute it, and it wasn't going far enough. And you saw, particularly I think it was the end of game 2, where there was just such monumental pressure on the backboard of Digital Devils, and every time they got a clear, there was no boost on the person clearing it, so it only made it maybe halfway down the pitch, and that was it. And Apex easily able to recycle that possession and get the pressure back up. And you know, I have to look at the fact that actually Eliakim was the only one to score. Digital Devils got 1 goal in 4 games. That level of stifling from Apex is just unbelievable.
I mean, that's insane. Do we have the pressure statistic? And just to clarify what that is, ladies and gentlemen, that is the territory, the percentage of time that a team is in their opponent's half.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredibly interesting one, and I think, you know, pressure is brilliant and it's really useful. And also, like, if you look at some of the heat maps that we saw, I mean, Digital Devils just on their own goal line, huge red spots, all in their own third. Apex spread out everywhere. None of theirs even really touched the orange scale of here I've been quite a lot, because they're so spread out across the pitch. Digital Devils just pushed all the way back, and as for pressure, I mean, it was just unbelievably bad in certain situations. You know, you look at, for example, this game here, the one I was talking about with the pressure on the backboard, 2/3 of the time the ball was in the Digital Devils half. You can't win games like that, even if you're the best counter-attacking side there is. If you get put under that much pressure consistently, you are just going to crack.
Well, there you have it. Thank you so much, Joe, for yet another phenomenal stats corner. And as much as I joke about pointing the finger, we do have to say a disappointing loss, but a very exciting win as well. I'm, of course, a big fan of Digital Devils. It hit me hard, but we really do have to give credit where credit is due. I mean, I'm not going to come back to you just yet, Greybeard, because I asked you last time. I am sorry. Lisa, when we were watching that, only one goal for Digital Devils in 4 games. I mean, Apex have just shut them down.
Yeah, that's, you know, I mean, it's what Pyro and I were talking about the entire broadcast, is maybe what Digital Devils could do. But at the end of the day, I was talking about the fact that they're dealing with kind of the same elements, right? They're focusing on the same things. There was adaptability and adaptation coming out of Digital Devils, but their ability to kind of make this into something malleable, to actually combine all of these pieces compared to Apex, who already had a beautiful puzzle laid out in front of them, completed and ready to go. It's almost impossible to do something like that, right? So I did like to see the little improvement that we got out of Digital Devils, but there were so many fundamentals that were kind of faltering along the way that against a team like Apex, man, I just see them continuing to skyrocket.
Well, goodness me, they are through to Championship Sunday, so still potential for them to reach the stars. DNMK Esports and Team Espionage, though, the final 2 teams left to show in this Saturday, day 2 of the first regional of the spring split. Just 1 team left to make it through to day 3. 1 best of 7 left on the broadcast. But we do have to take a short break before we come back with the action from the last series. So don't go anywhere.
The real you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final series of day 2 of the Sub-Saharan African Rocket League Championship Series Regional 1 of the spring split. It has been a wild day. I thought we were going to get some long series, but they said no. It doesn't matter if they're best of 7s. We're getting them all done in 5 or less. 2 sweeps and 1 game 5. I'm disappointed, but I'm sure at least the admins are happy because it means they get to go home a little bit earlier. And one final matchup to determine who will be going home and who will be bagging the final spot for Championship Sunday, heading into that lower semi-final against the already waiting Apex Gaming. Will it be DNMK Esports or will it be Team Espionage? Ryan, I think we have a pretty interesting fact, right, about these two guys. Or was that in the last game? I can't remember, but we do...
No, it was... Okay, so Team Espionage has got Kino on, and so he's an American player living in Mozambique, playing on Wi-Fi through a VPN. And he's had an astonishing series. And just the whole team in general, we did a player tier list on stream a few days ago, and the Team Espionage people were so bleak with me because we featured none of their players because they hadn't placed yet. My word, I think I'm going to be eating a bit of crow.
Well, it's gonna be. Can we reiterate that, please? An American player, an American lad in Mozambique, playing out of Mozambique on a VPN on Wi-Fi, and he's still having one of the best days of his Rocket League career. Unbelievable what some people can do to fight past adversity. And look, let's head over to Stats Corner to get a bit of an idea of how this series is shaping up in numbers.
Well, if you're an Espionage fan, Elliot, the numbers aren't great in the past. It's going to be something, the NMK have beaten them twice out of the 2 times that they've met so far this season in the RLCS. But this Espionage team, we must agree, is looking like a completely different beast this weekend.
It really is. It's unbelievable. And who, if anyone, I'm just starting off with this one now because I'm going to mix it up. We're going to mix it up, okay? Who should we be on the lookout for coming into this series?
Again, Kino is a strong shout for the one to watch, really. If he can keep up this form, I mean, they're going to be really doing well for themselves on Espionage if he can, because 427 points per game, doing really well, helping out by Jerome, who's been putting up a similar stat line, and offensively, those two have been working brilliantly well together, and Ram sitting back, sort of filling in those gaps excellently. On the side of DNMK, Yapago's still the one to watch on paper. That's 489 points per game, that's 4th in the region this weekend. And again, 47% shot conversion ratio on 1.42 goals per game. So offensively, it's probably going to be a bit more of a slugfest than we saw last time.
What about on the defensive side? Are either of these teams paying any attention to defense, or is this just going to be out-and-out brawl?
Well, I think you could probably write my answer for me here, Elliot, given how much I've been harping on all afternoon, but I don't think they will be. I'd very much like them to try. I think it's something particularly for DNMK. We were talking at the end of their last matchup about how much of a team issue it is that Defunct is struggling for access to boost. It is catching them out on defense because Casper ends up last man back a lot more than he probably should do. He was last man back about half the time in their earlier series this afternoon. Not really what you want. And I did a bit more digging after we had that conversation because it did just occur to me, I was saying, yes, this is a team issue, but what can the team do to actually help get that boost management back on track for all 3 of them? And the answer, again, has to be found with Casper. He has taken more overfill boost. That is, when you pick up 100 canister, how much of that are you actually wasting? If you're on 50 boost and you get 100, you've wasted 50. And he gets nearly 600 overfill boost per game. That's league leading for the entire region. If he can cut down on that overfill, Defunct would be able to fill in with that amount of boost. 600 extra boost per game would make all the difference here for DNMK, so really something to watch.
All right, well, thank you so much, Joe. I appreciate that. It's a really good way to shape up the conversation around this final series of the day. DNMK Esports, Team Espionage. Let's take this back to the panel where, Jake Bittner, I want to get your opinion on this matchup. How is it shaping up? Team Espionage, of course, having a blinding run through the lower bracket, whereas DNMK bit of a rough time in the upper.
Yeah, sort of tells the story of the last series, right? How Apex Gaming was on an incredible run and then won every single game. That's not the narrative tonight. Okay, DNMK, they lost because Bravado Gaming is going to win the entire regional, as I predicted earlier. DNMK are going to come back. Okay, they've sorted out the issues with Defunct maybe not getting into the same unison as the team. That kind of thing can be fixed. If you can find it, you can fix it. And that's why I think DNMK have a really good shot here.
That is absolute lunacy out of you, Jake. So we're gonna head over to cooler heads. And Ryan, I would love to hear who you think is going to take this.
Well, I was supporting DNMK in their upper bracket clash because I've been enjoying seeing their resurgence, and it would have been an upset within the region for them to have won that matchup. But now that they find themselves here, they're in the wrong position because I think Team Espionage is the one more likely to cause upset and a bit of a stir, and they are so dead keen. I mean, they've been vocal in Twitter, they've been vocal in chat, they've been vocal wherever they could possibly be vocal, and I like the spunk coming out of them, and I am going to go for them, Team Espionage, to take this.
Okay, all right, we've got one apiece, and you mentioned Twitter, hashtag this is SSA on Twitter, shout us out, get involved. But Lisa, I'm coming to you next. Who's taking it?
So I've kind of got a thing going with Greybeard right now, which after we both in the first series voted for DNMK to not fruitful ending for them, Greybeard makes sure that his predictions never match up with mine because it's just a bad thing. But we're going to see now because I am actually joining Jake on this one. I said that I think DNMK, Yopego, you know what? Yopego has absolutely been standing out. I want to see Defunct. I want to see Casper kind of step it up a little bit. If they have the capacity to do that here in the last series today, I think they have it within their hands to grab this.
Okay. Well, I think Team Espionage are going to be a little bit disappointed here because I'm predicting them, and I think we all know how it goes for teams that I predict so far. So look, I think it's absolutely crazy. I think DNMK have got their work cut out here. Well, they did make it further in that upper bracket, but I just think Team Espionage are on a hot streak. So let's see if my prediction can cool that down. And let's find out. Let's just jump into it, shall we? The final series of the day, ladies and gentlemen, for elimination for a Final Four spot in day 3. Who's going home? Who's going through to Championship Sunday? Greybeard, Pyro J, take it away.
Pyro the Gyro. Here we are, finally getting to do a cast. And I love the fact that Elliot keeps saying the loser is going to go home. They're all at home at the moment, Pyro.
They are all at home. They're all in the comfort of their own homestead here, gaming as we all are here, Greybeard. You and I also at home in the comfort. But listen, it ain't gonna be comfortable out there on that stage, okay? I've seen demos of flying from each of these teams. I've seen Yopego, the sharpshooter. I've seen Casper defending like a madman. Listen, there are reasons that I predicted DNMK to take this series. Yes, they've had pitfalls, especially today, but I respect your choice as well for Espionage, Greybeard. I truly do.
Yeah, but I mean, it's hopefully going to be an epic battle. And every time I've thought there's going to be an epic battle, it's turned out to be nothing but. We've seen the sweeps, but I really hope we do get to see that. I've really enjoyed the resurgent DNMK Yopego, who hasn't, I think by his own standards, not performed very well coming out of the last split. He's looked really good here, so if he can perform, the team will do well. But you know, Team Espionage, they've not really had any results to speak of, but here they are. They've been grinding, working, and they just look so hungry. So that should make for an epic clash.
I think you've set us up quite well here, Greybeard, for a clash indeed. So, final match of the day, the final match that will bring us our top 4 of the SSA Regional 1 of the Spring Split RLCS. It is on, and Casper immediately on the back line. This is the player I said keep an eye out for. Been defending like crazy, setting up players for success on the transition. Yopego, the sharpshooter, that one's gonna go wide.
a little bit of untidiness in the defense there from Team Espionage. They do survive it and will make a movement forward. But yeah, nothing special in the first 30 seconds. Very much, I mean, they've had a warm-up lobby. They've been kicking the ball around and sending it around the field into each other. But now it's serious stuff, and they want to get an idea of where they are. And Jerome with a fabulous touch above onto the backboard for the clear.
Appreciate a reaction like that. You want to instill confidence in your entire team, especially in your defensive capabilities, and this recovery will maybe not settle some confidence.
Yopego with the long distance hit there, and ooh. Yeah, and we saw that in their previous series. They are a little prone to that, where they're, you know, while the ball is up forward, they kind of get themselves out of position, chasing down boost or being on the wrong side of the pitch. So not for the first time, they've been caught out at the back. So it is Team Espionage go down by one. Kino, flip, reset! He gets it! It wasn't smooth and as clean as he would have liked, but my word, just as effective.
I don't see clean in Kino. I just see goals on the board for him. Beautifully done, nonetheless. Gets a point on the board. Listen, sometimes it's not the reset, Graybeard. It's the threat of one that can throw defenders in a tizzy. And, well, they certainly were not in position to save that one. Speaking of out of position, Yopego finding another long-distance goal.
Yeah, Yopego clearly spotting that they are out of position. I think you'll be quite pleased it went goalward on target, catching them out completely. But again, sniped at the back. They've got to tighten it up there, Pyro.
They need to find some composure here at the beginning of a game. Listen, tension is very thick right now. You're in a situation where you either play in Championship Sunday or you do not, based off of a win here, and you want to be the team that sets the tone early on. I think DNMK have a harder time of doing that. They are the team with bigger expectations. They're also the team coming off of being swept by Bravado Gaming. So much is on the line for them to come out strong in this first game. So far it's looking good, but maybe not convincing enough for a win just yet.
Yeah, well, no, it's not looking dominating. They do have the lead, and they'll be pleased with that. But Team Espionage, if they tighten up at the back there, they're enough of a threat at the front that they can move in here and take games. So looking good for DNMK, but it's razor thin. One goal. Will they concede? They will. Kino pounces, gets his second.
It was the Yopega show, but now it's the Kino show. And finding that ball as soon as it arises upon the face of the goal line is exactly when you want to drill that home. So, very key equalizer there for Team Espionage, who will just not let DNMK run away with this game just yet.
And DNMK haven't been in the top 4 for a very long time. Team Espionage, of course, this is their highest placement, whatever happens here. But they would love a top 4 here. Kino, the debutant for the team, would feel mighty proud of that, and as well they should. They have an opportunity. Ram with the fake! Almost gets it round. Almost breaks every ankle in front of him. But they survive for at least the moment.
I do love that play, and I love this even more. Jerome in the bath and in position as well to make a great play. The air dribble, the flip reset, and the goal for Team Espionage.
My goodness. Mechanically and defensively, they are more than a match for DNMK. If they sort out their positioning and rotation and not leaving themselves exposed, they could take this quite comfortably. And now they've put DNMK, they've equalized, they've taken a lead. A 2-goal lead! This time, Ram gets in on the action.
There was Ram before with the patient play to draw on all the defenders, and now it's the creativity near the goal line. The perfect dish from Jerome after proving to us that he's a mechanical genius in this match, but not only that, a playmaker as well. Beautiful assist, great shot, and Team Espionage, maybe they'll be the ones to run away with this game.
With a minute 50 left, there's so much time here, and I can't see this game ending with the 6 goals we've already had. Whether it's Espionage that comes to run away with it and they've made a mistake, they might get punished. But a lot of composure from Ram. If he scores this, my word! This is sensational. His composure under pressure, right here to fake out 2 players and then calmly find the goal. Lovely, lovely, lovely.
The resiliency. I mean, Ram, so aptly named, right? So grounded. The foundations are that of a well-rooted 100-year-old tree. Just cannot be knocked away from the path ahead. Wonderful look there. Another good look. See Kino looking for another shot. Yopego trying to bring this back downfield. Defunct looking for the 50-50 as well, but the control well and in favor of Team Espionage.
And they've only got a minute to hold on, and it would be a massive throw from here to give up 3 goals. But they're not holding on. They're looking for more. They want to put the boot in. As you should. You want to get that killer instinct. And they're looking to do it. And right now, running circles around DNMK for the moment. Although there might be... Oh, wow. Yopego making me eat my words, Pyro.
Wouldn't let them get away with this game 1 quite yet. Yopego, I dubbed him the sharpshooter before we got in here, and we're seeing those reasons begin to transpire. It could have been better placed to the far post, but Yopego, he already sorted out the algorithm, the nearest lane to get that goal, and well, they're still at a 2-goal deficit. Still 2 more needed in the next 40 seconds, so they've got to move quickly. It is Casper down to the half-court line that Defunct is defending. Yopego having to defend the goal line now. Shot off of his backboard, sets up Jerome. It's a dump off to Ram. Kino, neither. Defunct better worry about your own goal there. Dumps it off to Casper.
And you know, they scored their 3rd goal with enough time to make it sweaty. But to their credit, Team Espionage have been all over it. They're sort of stuffing the life out, trying to give as little space as possible, not letting them set up anything. And the time has run. Possible goal here, but it's probably not enough, although weirder things have happened.
That is true, and it's been quite an interesting day, to say the least, Graybeard. So I'm ready for sparks to fly here, folks, too. Seconds on the clock for DNMK Esports to find something good off of this kickoff. It is advantageous there off of the ceiling. Got to get down to this quickly, and a doink there for Defunct. It has to come in bicycle formation. Yopego also keeping this elevated. Casper needs a key touch here. Defunct trying to read it, but it's Kino instead. Casper trying to keep this ball alive as well, but the dunk from... Espionage is just enough for them to find the win here in game 1. 5-4 is your final scoreline. That is a lot of goals, Graybeard.
And they went behind, and they found a way back in, took the lead, and they never really looked back from there. They got a bit leaky occasionally, and in the end, I do think the scoreline feels a lot closer than it was. I do think Team Espionage were the better of the 2 teams for the bulk of that game, but they look fantastic up front. But they are prone to a bit of fragility at the back, and that is their weakness and possible kryptonite.
Could be, yeah. Putting up 5 goals, great. Letting up 4 goals, not so much. But listen, if you can feed the beast that is Kino today, then that may be part of the solution. 2 goals, but also 6 shots, mounting a ton of pressure right now for Espionage. Ram playing incredibly as well. We saw those patient maneuvers, that creativity near the back line, to dish it behind the defenders. I'm loving the moves right out of Espionage. I think they're well suited to take this series the length. But we've got a best of 7, Graybeard. There's still much more to go. Espionage may have that game number 1 win, but they still need 3 more in what could be a long series.
And I do see DNMK mounting a comeback, and they play very well in spurts. We saw that in their last series against Bravado, particularly in the second game after they lost game 1. They came out so strong, so hard, so quick. They looked really good, but as the game wore on, they kind of flagged. So can they mount that pressure for a sustained period for the entire 5 minutes of the game? That's going to be key for them, pacing themselves through it. And here we are on Aquadome. Yopego trying to get on that, and Casper's missed. They've left Defunct. It's a little bit squeaky at the back. They get away for now. There's going to be another attempt. Ram doesn't make good contact, although It became a slow looper, but not on target.
That's right. DNMK cutting off those passing lanes. If we see this foresight out of the defensive sets from DNMK, maybe we will finally see them not give up a goal every minute, which was the rate of game number 1. Getting through to those strategies. Team Espionage could be key, but that is a passing play that's nearly impossible to break up. Kino finishes in fashion.
Great work from Ram. Finds Kino. Yopego seeing it too late. I think maybe expecting more, something more threatening from Ram. It doesn't come. Beautiful pass to find his teammate and lovely finish. And it is Team Espionage who take first blood underwater.
Underwater here in the Aquadome, we see the shark swimming ahead, and it is first blood that they found on the side of Team Espionage, but the quick response from Yopego strikes as well, and well, this is about how the last game went as well.
And not to defunct with an excellent bump on Kino in the net, clearing the path of all opposition in front of the net. Leveled up. This is more like it. Ram doing very well in that kickoff. Yopego is going to send it long distance. This should be a goal, and it is! Yopego, if he does well, DNMK will follow suit.
Feed the beast, Yopego. That is a shot taker on the side of DNMK that is making all the plays work right now for this team. 2 shots, 2 goals. That's pretty good efficiency, if you ask me, Greybeard.
Not bad going at all. Coming from behind, they've now taken a lead. How long can they hold on? Wee Casper. Not a very convincing touch forward. Kino trying to get it out. And if they can exploit the weaknesses of the Team Espionage defense, I do think that's their best bet. Get it over there. And Yopego did well to snipe the opportunities. Jerome is blocked away. And it is now Espionage trying to fight their way back into it.
See if they can. Ram could not get to that touch quickly enough. It's instead defunct to find the net. An incredible effort here on the goal line. I'll give Jerome credit. Had to pull off some flexible aerodynamics to even stretch to that attempted save, but still, DNMK find an additional point.
Yeah, pulling ahead now, much as Team Espionage did in Game 1. And it's always dangerous to read too much into a Game 1 performance. And it is DNMK storming back. A 2-goal lead. That's got to be making them feel a lot better. And here comes Jerome. The pass! Oh, it was wonderful! It doesn't find. The shot was read and saved away.
Wow, both teams seem to be settling into these counterattack opportunities. The transition passing has been almost pinpoint, perfect precision, but the shot taking needed to be sharpened on that last attempt. Casper getting bumped out by his own teammate, looking for another touch on this ball, has to rotate back onto defense. Defunct with lots of space. Can they find that additional one off the ceiling? No, instead, just transferring possession with that touch, but Yopego, a mountain that almost no player on Espionage can get past.
Yeah, and look at this. Kino had the ball. Jerome going in for a disruption play. And Ram going on the outside, looking for that very threatening forward play of theirs. But in doing so, the clear hadn't been secured. And again, caught out, left with no one looking after the net.
Caught out. I couldn't describe it any better. It's not the first time this has happened to Espionage. Yopego, it feels like he's playing at the next level, at maybe just the next step of Espionage. They've got to play at a quicker pace. They've got to react to Yopego's quick challenges a little bit better, or else Yopego will continue to get the better of them. Right now a 3-goal lead, 2 minutes on the clock, and maybe we'll transition that into a 4-goal lead. The defense being disrupted.
Yeah, so a couple of things are happening here. Obviously, Yopego's had a good game. But Casper has picked up his level of play. He had a couple of very iffy moments in that first game, and we've seen him get caught out on the goal line, but he seems to have settled, and that is key if they can get their team dynamic going, which seems to be working well now. And there we saw Wee Casper with the bump play on the net, allowing Defunct to score, and maybe something happens here. No, Kino did good work, but no, not enough going on to get it over the line.
Not quite enough. They've made a comeback before. This one seeming nearly impossible. If they'd like to get it going now, they've got to begin. Jerome. It's going to dump off to Ram, who picks it up. Good pinch off the sidewall. Jerome laying that down in front of the net. And Kino just can't get there quickly enough. Instead, Defunct wants to punish for the missed shot and will do just that. This game about said and done.
Around this time in Game 1, I said that Team Espionage were running circles around DNMK. And my goodness, haven't the roles been reversed and being done even better by DNMK against Team Espionage right now? So this is a wonderful response. And now, Pyro, this is the moment where the mettle of teams starts to get challenged. You know, it's easy to do well when you're doing well. Great teams know how to come back from getting smacked around, and that is the big challenge for Espionage now.
That's right, you've got to be able to bounce back. The endurance in a best-of-7 is simply essential. I'm looking at players like Kino, who 6 shots in Game 1, only 1 in this one. And so what can the team do on Espionage to feed the player that's been making all that pressure actually happen? Are they not getting those possessions to begin with? It's part of the question right now for Espionage, a team who definitely got more aggressive in this latter half of the game. You have to kind of pull the goalie, in a sense, to make this game possible, and they've been punished and punished again and again, and that's why you see this detrimental scoreline that was almost put to 7-1 fashion with 7 seconds on the clock here. Yopego going to try and break this ball away so that another point isn't found on the board, and that is exactly what will happen. DNMK find a convincing win in game number 2.
Yeah, and I do think the big change from Game 1 to Game 2 was the pace of DNMK and wee Casper getting settled in and looking far more comfortable, far confident, and I think that's made them as a team capable and able to be a lot quicker and shutting down Team Espionage a lot quicker than they were used to. And as you've pointed out, Kino doing so well up front, but with that stepped-up pace, Ram and Jerome, and they're struggling to, or not being as finding it as easy to find each other.
Right, and that's going to come off of longer possessions, I think, as well. I mean, listen, we did see a lot of counterattack goals. We saw a lot of the nice passing through transition in the first half of this game, especially for Espionage. It's just that finishing factor. It's that final shot that wasn't landing. And maybe the strategy needs to be changed. Maybe some long clears need to be held on to a little bit longer. Stay closer to the ball. Play like Ram was playing in game number 1, forcing 50 after 50, baiting out all the defenders, and then letting someone else clean up. There's a chance for Espionage to get back in this. Just a little molding of that strategy may need to occur.
All right, so the best of 7 now suddenly is a best of 5. So it's narrowed down by 2, all things level, all things square, but for the moment, DNMK with the ascendancy after a stunning performance in Game 1.
Stunning indeed, 6-1, almost overpowering DNMK. They would love to transition that momentum into game number 3 and maybe making a series which was predicted to go the distance, go on a little bit earlier. Yopego, after that miss, is not going to get the chance they were looking for, and Jerome instead forcing Casper to stretch on that save. Casper was one of these defenders that I was really keeping my eye on through and through, and so far keeping that defensive line barricaded.
Yeah, well, Team Espionage are picking up where they left off in the last game. They spent 70% of that game in their defensive half, and right now, spending most of the opening minute doing the same. Jerome trying to make something happen. Rams missed, and that corner is very overpopulated by Espionage players. They need to be spreading out. This is where they get caught at the back. They do manage to get back and deal with it, but that was a brief, scary moment, but they've held them off, and it's level terms, at least for the moment.
And they can ease those fearful concerns with the fact that they have kept these players composed. Well, okay, there's some composure to still be found. Maybe for Espionage, the team bump keeps this team in a chaotic fashion, and Casper dumps off for the goal.
All right, so here's a stat that may mean absolutely nothing, Pyro.
Give it to me.
In every game so far, and to be fair, there's only been 2. This is the 3rd. The team scoring first in the opening games has gone on to lose.
Well. Then it was purposeful.
Make of that what you will.
Giving up that goal and bumping each other was completely on purpose then. And look at this, almost mounting another attack is Ram going right off the woodwork. It looks like this is some momentum that they're trying to finally find. A fortunate clear there, though. Casper picking up the first touch, couldn't stay afloat towards the ball to get that second touch, but Jerome, laying it up for Ram, who just can't find that follow-up. It would have been essential.
All right, but they do have offensive pressure, or at least they did. Jerome trying to bring it back, cut out by Casper. DNMK coming it forward en masse. Everybody in the espionage half right now. Oh, that great bump by Jerome, though, might open something up. No, Casper will get there first. And DNMK, I love, they are just doing everything they can to keep that ball up in the espionage half, not giving them any room to breathe. They're struggling. Yo Pago takes advantage of the struggle and gets the second.
Struggling indeed. Listen, not all the possession, not all the shots have been in favor of DNMK throughout this game, but guess what? From 3 shots, they have 2 goals. Their possession, their chances have been high in terms of efficiency. Their ability to finish the ball game well has been monumental, and Yopego especially. You know, only 1 goal in this game so far, but 2 hat tricks so far in this series. Could be set for another.
Yeah, this is the longest period of time we've seen Team Espionage without a goal, and it's going to start wearing on them. They are spending so much time in their own half that they're just not able to get any kind of formulated, coordinated attack going forward. So they haven't yet responded to the beating they had in the last game. Although, to be fair, they've only conceded 2. But then again, there's a lot of time left and almost a third there. Kino with the touch away. But once again, Espionage rooted behind their own halfway line. And lucky to get away with one there.
Yeah, the post credited as the 4th defender for Espionage. Happy to keep that ball away. Can they transition that into something more opportune, though? Look at it transition right back into their half. That's a clear there for Kino. Very key to their victory. Can they establish some type of momentum here? Kino, great touch there to get past 1. Unfortunately for him, got demoed out. There's a pass to midfield. Ram not around quite yet. Still trying to instill this possession, though. Ram looking to work that goal line, finds nobody in the physical department. No bumps, no demos, no nothing, and no more shots. Kino coming up backwards, puts it in reverse for that touch up the side, while still another chance, and Ram finishing the shot off the first long possession from Espionage. They find their first goal.
And they've left themselves with a lot of time. A lot of time to make things a little sweaty and uncomfortable. This kickoff is going to be important. Possession after the kickoff, even more so. If they can take possession, they're going to have a chance to miss. Ram, is that on target? It might have been, but Defunct gets the clear. It's on the right side of the field for Team Espionage. They retain the pressure. They retain. Oh, he can't get the double. Oh, another touch off the crossbar. Painfully close and not home yet.
Jerome still wants to try, though. 3 touches, but not 1. Enough to find the goal. There's the dump. Jerome's got to put a bullet on. Jerome was the hero in game number 1 and wants to be the one as well in this game number 3. A critical shot for Espionage.
114-kilometer-an-hour banger. Nicely done, and I said there was enough time to make it sweaty. Well, we got 30 seconds left, a potential overtime in game 3. But now, a little bit of momentum, a little bit of ascendancy for Team Espionage.
Undoubtedly the mental shift that Espionage needed. Can they work with that momentum now? 16 on the clock, and Ram will have that next touch. It's towards the net, forces Yopega up for the save. Is it going to be enough defensively for DNMK? The ball skying up to the ceiling once again. Yopego, a master in flight, takes it up. Pass downfield. The dump is there. The Casper shot, the pass, anything will not be enough, so extra time is granted. For the first time in this series, game 3 goes to OT.
Overtime! Here we are, and this is, I think, better news for Espionage than for DNMK. DNMK will be smarting a little bit that they let this go. With a minute to go, they were in charge. Oh no, Kino. Kino is AFK on the goal line. His VPN Wi-Fi letting him down. They survive somehow, but under massive, massive pressure.
Wow. Pure resiliency right now for Espionage. Can they turn that into fruits of their long labor in this series? It is Kino to try and bring something out. Jerome with a beautiful pass, but no reinforcements to take it up quite yet. Ram instead holding down that defensive line for Jerome to take it back upfield again. Yopego with a touch. Casper is going to finish that out there, but the defensive foundation crumbling right now for DNMK. Yopego bails out their team.
Wow, we've just crossed over a minute. I think that's the longest overtime of the night. There's been a demo in front of the net, but it's not going to be in a threatening position. Jerome desperately trying to get it out, being followed there by Ram, waiting for an opportunity to come to pass. He's demoed, and now Yopego into the front, and it is frenetic out there in overtime. Both teams desperate to take an important Game 3 win.
Jerome so desperate that with zero boost still going towards that ball, eventually take it out of the game. And well, you get boost out of being responded. Hopefully it's enough to save this ball, which is sent it towards your net. Jerome couldn't turn in time, and Casper has the clutch factor to seal the deal in Game 3.
And you know, it's a little frustrating. It is Team Espionage once again being caught out at the back. Caught out Jerome there, a little bit in no man's land, rushing to move forward to maybe support an attack, and then just getting caught and going past. It's agonizing. But I will say this, it was good. They remained composed and fought to the end to get that game forced into overtime. But DNMK forced the win. They're ahead.
Yeah, Jerome off that respawn just couldn't find the ball. It did work heroically at the end of regulation time to actually force the game into overtime. So Espionage, they're doing everything they can to stay in this match. Greybeard, can I just say, hashtag this is SSA, because this match has been incredible so far. There was no way we were going out of this lower semis without a banger of a matchup.
Yeah, and DNMK winning and doing as well as they are, despite the fact that Yopego and Casper continue with their habit of overfilling their boost. It's so clearly very boost-hungry players, but for the moment, working out for them. Conversely, though, Defunct spending a lot of time on no boost, so maybe they got to share the nitro a little.
Sharing is caring, and it can help for a more unified approach in this game. Now we find Espionage behind in the series 2-1. And, well, a match that can destine you for the top 4 of the SSA Regional number 1 in this spring split, or you can be taken out early from being in Championship Sunday. Greybeard, interesting fact that you did mention before was that DNMK, it's been a long time since they've been in that top 4 situation. I look back at our statistics and what we were able to draw up. DNMK, Regional 1 of the winter split. That was the last time that they actually had been in the top 4, and being so close to it again, you know they're hungry for it.
Oh, absolutely. And I know they would have been massively disappointed. After that first split, we had pretty much settled on a top 4, and DNMK were right in there, and then they just struggled in that second split. So they're coming out so strong here, and of course, you know, the addition of Defunct to the team has helped them a lot. There seems to be a lot more chemistry and energy, but here we are. This is the game 4. Defunct gets the first goal, and do note who scored first last time. I'm sure it was Espionage. No, it wasn't.
No, I think it was DNMK last game.
Yeah, okay, it was the end of that stat. Okay, fine.
It was, unfortunately, for Espionage, the end of the statistic in which the first to score loses the game. No, DNMK are on quite the hot streak lately and don't have any problem actually getting the first goal. Apparently they have a problem getting the second goal because I think they just bumped their opponent into the save. Quite gratuitous of them. But I do want to talk about the fact that Defunct is the first to score. They mentioned a lot in the stats corner how it has been Defunct trying to get back into the rhythm of this team. It was part of the reason that they didn't find a win against Bravado Gaming, but they are certainly in rhythm now and barreling shots at the net.
Yeah, this is a critical game, Espionage. If they lose this, I do think they're going to go down 4-1. They've got to level it up here. Take it from the best of 7 to the 5 to the 3. But right now, early pressure. Yopego, who outperformed his team, were MVP of the last game. A lot of points, a lot of action. But he is, from an age perspective, from just generally the kind of the leader of the team. So when he's doing well, it's great for them. Kino, great opportunity, puts it wide.
Just wide, and these are the shots that they need, the opportunities that they've been desiring, the ability to finish it. That is right now what Espionage need. It is see Kino maybe take this back up. Kino, that player that had all those shots in game number 1, 6 of them, 2 goals, looking for those similar statistics here in game number 4. It is a shot from Yopego that's saved by Jerome. Jerome having to get in the path again of Casper, whose path is very disastrous, finds a demolition, but the shot will not find itself on that orange line.
Yeah, well, the best news for Espionage is it's only 1 goal. Make that 2 goals. And right now, DNMK on a rampage. It's looking a little bit like a robot war demolition out there. And they've set to their task incredibly well. High-paced, high action, and just strangling Espionage in their own half, up against their own goal line.
Yeah. At this point, I have to just credit DNMK. You know, we can talk about Espionage needing to conserve boost so they can get back to those saves, but that passing play, so creative, so in sync. The rhythm is that of an orchestra right now, and it's music to DNMK supporters' ears. This team needs to get out of their funk somehow if Espionage wants to come on back into this one. Demolitions could certainly play a role into that, but unfortunately for them, it's DNMK to throw out the demos and the saves.
Yeah, they've been exceptionally aggressive the last couple of games. I wouldn't mind a demo stat just to kind of get a sense of how many. It seems like a lot, and again, being effective. It's pinning them back, pinning Team Espionage back, and just adding to their struggle and difficulty to get it over their own halfway line.
Well, there we are at the half-court line. Ram picking up a full container of boost, and maybe would have wanted another touch at that ball. Won't find it. Kino searching for it as well, spending time with 0 boost. Ram, that follow-up touch isn't there. Second touch could have been critical, but it's an absence instead. Jerome from the backboard. Ram looking at this read, might find it, especially after the demolition, but the chance goes untaken for. I mean, that was the perfect opportunity after the demo.
And I think that's the 3rd dodge mistake I've seen from Ram, where he's either backflipped or dodged too early, and they're kind of going backwards and sideways, making no contact with the ball. Maybe now finally an opportunity. No, it's wide. Jerome. Okay, Casper gets a high 5 from Ram for the own goal.
Well, this is certainly a suspect play, but it does make the game much more entertaining. And now a 1-point game, and Espionage had not found a goal in this series for many minutes. So getting some assistance from their opponents will certainly put some energy behind them. We'll see as 1 minute remaining in game number 4. It is still a chance, but Yopego giving that up to Defunct, who takes it off the backboard, stomps right on the goalie, but still Ram able to get up to that save. Perseverance has been the key for Ram, and he's there again.
All right, they've got to move. It's a weird thing now. They're running out of time, but they've still got time. And, you know, the tendency, the mistake to make here is to snatch and rush at it. There's still time for the build-up play, to find each other, to make solid Rocket League moves going forward. But as each second rolls down, each second they spend in their own half, it does become a all hands on deck situation. Everybody has to rush up to make something happen. Ram trying to get it forward. He gets the dunk, but Yopego with the clear, and he's going to snipe a goal. It goes wide, but with the finish, Kino saves. They've got 15 seconds to do something.
Maybe a long clear could do it. It's out off the corner again. Ram with the read, the dump to Kino. Kino with the shot is saved by Yopego. Monumental heroic save. Yopego's done it on every side of the court. Jerome still trying to keep this ball alive, but it's dumped down. Ram can't get the better end of the ball. And again, DNMK rise up.
Yeah, they do, and they're looking pretty strong. DNMK winning 2-1 there, although technically scoring all the goals in that game. Yeah, it's tough times here for Team Espionage. They were throwing everything at it in that last minute, and great opportunities. Ram with a couple of mistakes, so I don't know if that's nervy. He's being a little bit impatient, and we saw in the second game his patience paying off beautifully. So I think he's just got to take a breath and get back to what he was doing there. But now, last chance saloon for Team Espionage.
Yeah, well, you mentioned as well in this last chance, Espionage trying to take a break, trying to reset. Well, a timeout here should certainly help the team of Espionage to reset. Think about what they need to capitalize upon, and maybe think about back in game one when they did find a win, when they did find great goals, and it was just part of the team plays. It was part of everyone getting in unison. There was 2 goals from 2 players, 1 goal from the other. Shots on the mark from Kino, Ram badgering around the goal line. It's that unison, it's that synergy, and maybe an earned goal for this team. I say that because it was an own goal being the only one from Espionage in the last game. An earned goal at the beginning of this next one could be great for Espionage.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of the issues are, I don't know, technical issues for Kino. We've seen him AFK a couple of times, and now there was a pause at the start of the last game for Kino to sort out, and it just kind of eats it at you. You know, when you don't trust your internet, it's just something that takes your focus away from what you're trying to do, because you're so nervous and tense that you're going to set something up, and then your internet's going to die on you. And I say this with some empathy, since right at the start of when I came on live, my internet started dying. It is the worst thing. And then all your brilliant things you want to say, your analysis, your stats disappears. You're struggling to focus because you worry that's going to disappear. So hopefully that is not going to be an issue for them. And hopefully he can get that issue sorted, so by the next regional, he can get out there and just do what he does best.
That could be the case. Yeah, having that in the back of your mind, kind of lingering, is not a comfortable feeling. But now they're given a timeout. Now they're given a chance to reset, and maybe the mentality shift is what could possibly play in as a factor. We've talked about what Espionage can do to get back in this series, but we've got to mention DNMK and everything they've done to succeed so well. Part of that being Yopego, scoring 600, 700, up to almost 800 points in a single game, topping the charts in shot statistics, 2 hat tricks to his name already. Listen, DNMK Esports, they understand one thing, and that is to feed Yopego again and again. That is the player to stop if you're Espionage.
Yeah, and DNMK very much doing here what they struggled to do against Bravado a little earlier. And I'd spoken about and have been very pleased to see how DNMK have come back, how much stronger they're looking, and like they're looking like contenders. And if they go on to win this, they'll look back and say, well, that's probably the appropriate result for the team we were coming out of that first split. So if they can continue with it, maybe they shake off that early loss to Bravado and are in a better position to try and wheedle their way into their first ever final. But they still do have to get through Espionage here.
That is true, yeah. They could have their sights on finals, but right now they need to have their sights set outside of Wasteland. We are here for game number 5, DNMK on match point right now. Make it the top 4 and to Championship Sunday. And with with a win here, they could do it. Maybe they need a few saves. It's Casper to kick away the shot from Jerome.
Yeah, it was a very good play, but maybe a little bit obvious in the making, but it was certainly very quickly and very well read and kept out. But this is a good positive start in the opening 30 for Team Espionage, and they know they gotta be really, really good here. My concern and something to watch out for is their back line. Are they gonna be out of position and get caught there in their pursuit of overtaking DNMK?
Oh man, I almost wanted Ram to use the final bits of that fuel to get down to the ball and read it as a double, because the teammates just weren't there in the swing of things quick enough, and that's part of it. When they get these possessions, they've got to pounce on the shot taking, and they finally do just that. Jerome says, I've got this one. Nobody expects the bounce shot. Gets it right over Casper.
Yeah, very nice play, a bump play, a pass play, kind of all happening there. And they do what they immediately had to do. Score a goal, get one ahead. Now they got to build on it, because you just feel the way DNMK are playing, one goal ain't going to cut it for the rest of this game. Long distance shot. Oh my word, I thought it was going to be DNMK's chance to get caught out. They are in the end. Jerome once again. 2 goals for Espionage.
At this point, it's Yopego who. It's all about Jerome in game number 5, coming up big in every situation that you could ask for. Has acted in clutch fashion in game number 1, had the regulation goal at the end of it to put it into overtime in game number 3, and now 2 goals in game 5. Teeing up Kino. This team of Espionage needed that timeout because they're coming out of it hot.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. The Espionage, we've seen nothing of the sort from them for the last long time. The last probably 12 minutes of Rocket League. Here they are, a minute and 20 in, 3 goals up, and immediately after the 4th kickoff, they're right back in offense, although Jerome's been left alone at the back. He does get a touch forward. And now another opportunity developing for Espionage. So wonderful turnaround from them. Hopefully not too little too late.
Oh my goodness, Jerome almost a little too late to get to that save, but does find his way around. They may have to do that again. It's Jerome on the double tap off. A great read from the corner. Has Ram at the midline. Ram escaped the passing attempt and instead went for the demolition. So communication not in favor for Espionage on the counter, but maybe they just need coordination on the transition. No, now it's Kino to the corner to get in front of this shot. Does send that down to the corner. Ram with another 50-50, and this ball not going across the face of the goal line, which is keeping DNMK out of shot-taking territory.
And it does feel like for the first time in this game, DNMK were out of there, actually developing an attacking position. But now they're right back in defense, a little bit overpopulated in the corner. It will get half cleared. This is heading toward the net. No one's going to follow Yopego going for the long distance. But this time, Team Espionage firmly back in rotation to defend.
Trying to do just that right now, Kino. But can they work up on the offensive line? It's going to be Jerome just to settle some possession here. I mean, with a 3-goal lead, any seconds that you can take off the clock is important, but just don't put that ball into a more dangerous position. They seem to have found their way out of it. It's Kino back on the goal line. Yopego bumped by his own teammate there. Clears the way, but the shot taker taken off of the play. Defunct back downfield. Pass down to Yopego. Kino on a respawn saves the day.
Well, what I've been pleased to see here is whether by fortune or design, Team Espionage have not been caught out, and there's been a couple of opportunities to do so, but they found themselves back, looking after their back line, protecting that 3-0 lead, and that's good news for them. Every second burnt here is a second that DNMK have to struggle to at least get one in pursuit of 3, and a minute 25 left. It's turning into hard work. Maybe now he's going to put it high. Jerome with the clear.
So impressed with Jerome so far, top of the charts, not only in goals but saves and shots, doing everything they can to keep things alive for Team Espionage. Listen, their tournament streak is on the line right here. The highest potential of these players has to be found in a game like this, and this is why I love situations like this, because that's exactly what you see players playing to the pinnacle of their greatness. Casper to the pinnacle of height there at high elevations, but will not find the shot, one that DNMK desperately needed.
Yeah, and it's a great save for Espionage because that one goal, 50 seconds to go, there's just the beginning thoughts of panic in Team Espionage. But with that save, keep it out. They know that it makes it more desperate for DNMK, and it puts them in such a formidable position here in Game 5. But my word, DNMK have been knocking. The last little bit, they can't find a way through. They've either been wide, high, or saved.
Wow, that goal's a little bit bigger, and they have a goal to muster up, but instead 10 seconds on the clock, and it's Team Espionage with a win that can keep this series alive. We had a lot of people predicting it would go a long way, and we're gonna have to wait even longer to see the result of this game number 5. It is Yopego with a late goal.
Yeah, well, that's a little bit of a momentum goal, isn't it? Like, okay, we're not going to be shut out, but they are going to go down here, and we're not going to be graced with yet another sweep. It is, even if it doesn't go all the way, we're being pushed really close. We're heading to Game 6. Espionage having a cracker of a game, and the tough work for them, or the tough realization for them, is that, great job, guys, we have to do this 2 more times, so no letting up for them.
No, not at all. But this is what you sign up for. When you want to play in the big leagues, you gotta make that big comeback. You gotta come out swinging when, well, it just might be the toughest to do so. So there on Wasteland, you see Espionage come out swinging very early on, and I really think that was the key, Graybeard, in that last game, is coming out of a timeout. And imagine them getting scored on in the first 30 or the first minute. That immediately dismissed any momentum you wanted to work up. No, instead, goal after goal, especially from Jerome. If they can get that momentum early on in Game 6 again, we may see Champions Field.
Well, DNMK took a timeout in their series against Bravado, and they came out after that game very much like Espionage did here, and they looked fantastic, but then kind of tapered off. Whereas here, Espionage kept it up throughout most of that game and looked really good. Can they continue? The sustained, focused attention is a lot tougher than anybody not familiar with the game of Rocket League, I think, could appreciate.
Oh, Espionage, they would appreciate that momentum. They would appreciate another chance to stay in this series, appreciate an opportunity to get to the top 4 of this regional for the spring split of RLCS SSA. Here we go. Final opportunity for Espionage to take this to game number 7, but they're on their back line at its immediacy. Listen, at the very end of that Game 5, what did we see, Graybeard? We saw a Yopego goal, and we're gonna see it breaking out at the start of Game 6, coupled with a big bump on the back line.
Yeah, and Defunct, that was so good. It is not Espionage unable to replicate their start of the last game where they sort of took command and possession and pressure immediately. This time it's DNMK, but there might be something in return. There's been a demo. Defunct will get there first, and Yopego's going to be pleased with that opening goal. Maybe a return. No, not. Last game was the first game in the entire series that Yopego did not finish as the top scorer, so he's want to get right back on that bicycle.
And that's exactly what he did, riding all along on those 4 wheels of the Rocket League car. But it is Jerome I'm keeping my eye on. He was mounting the pressure on the last possession there for Espionage. And certainly they're looking to do it there again. Ram giving up the boost container there to Kino. Trying to have the fuel to work that ball away, but it's Ram missing the ball there and letting Kino take it up instead. Ram does get that demolition. Kino realizes that need to send that ball towards the goal line, maybe the backboard. Does just that, and Ram working the corner once again. Jerome takes a shot, forces 2 defenders upon that ball. Will another one be mounted? Kino does not get the better of that 50-50. Defunct missing the big shot opportunity.
Yeah, I think taking his eye off the ball at the last moment, eyeing that yawning net, waiting for his shot. It doesn't come, but Espionage remain under pressure. Ram will get an important 50. Kino tries to get one of his own, but loses out. Casper, it's an awkward shot. It's not on target, but it may set something up. Kino gets back and saves it, but Espionage, it is from this position that when they're in these positions that they lose. They struggle when they're being pushed back on their goal line over sustained periods of time.
It is indeed, and in order to break up that possession quickly, it's so important. Ram being hustled out of the ball there. Yopego finding a streak. What a pass as well to force all the defense to scramble to the ball. Ram's going to be able to pick it up, and Espionage, we're coming up to that halfway mark of the game. I'm remembering that rut that they found themselves in, the ditch of no scoring for minutes on end. They've got to mount this defensive position again in order to get another onslaught going.
And I've been very impressed, though, with DNMK, because we saw it in Game 2 when Espionage came back, and they were just pressing so hard, but then in the return game, DNMK figured out very quickly how to throttle their moves forward, and they've done it very effectively here. And once again, it is Espionage spending most of their time doing defensive office work.
Can they find something that they desperately need here? It is Defunct to save that away, and Ram is finding himself in front of the ball, needs to scale back. Defunct, perfect pass up to Yopego. That's exactly the dish that player needs, just came in a little too hot. Defunct looking for another dish, but riding right past the ball in favor of a team like Espionage, who are just able to bat that ball away again. We're coming down to the final minute. Graybeard, final chances, wearing thin for Espionage. Can they get it off of another attempt here?
It's going to be a tough one. If they go down by a single goal here, they'll be like, man, how did we not find one? It was so close the entire game, but that looks like how we might go. But we're now heading into the last minute. Jerome has to cycle back. It's on the wrong side, and they've spent far too much time right there in this game. It's heading toward the net. Defunct finds it, and that may just be all she's gonna write.
It could be. Still time on that clock, but Defunct just slotting that shot bar down. We began this narrative of how is Defunct gonna fit back into DNMK and play an important role in the early onset of this match. He had kind of gave up a lot of boost to his teammates, just playing a supporting role, but now you see the huge role that Defunct can play on this roster, and it's one that could put DNMK in the top 4. It's one that can find the winning stride for DNMK Esports. It's Casper to muster his way up for another goal.
Yeah, and it had gotten to that time. There had also been a demo, but it was the time for Espionage to be pushing hard, looking for 2 goals, running out of time, leaving themselves open at the back. Casper with the final touch in there, but yeah, DNMK have looked strong. They've had wobbly moments, they've had iffy moments, they've had strange moments, they've had an own goal, but on a balance of play, they have played incredibly solid Rocket League, the better of the 2 teams, and they are going to be, at a minimum, top 4 in this opening regional.
They most certainly will be with the score sheet that we see now. DNMK couldn't have been in probably worse mental coming out of the upper bracket, having been swept by Bravado Gaming. But how do you bounce back? That is the story of these long double elimination brackets in this split format. How do you find your footing once again? DNMK, they are a representation of that. They are a team who has certainly found more than their footing again. They find themselves on top in this series. They are going to Championship Sunday.
Well, we didn't have Game 7, but it came really, really close. A Game 7, and it is DNMK who force their way through. They are going forward, and it is the end of the road in Regional 1 for Team Espionage. But a very, very respectable finish for them and a team to be watching out for. I think they're going to be pretty exciting come Regional 2.
So much credit due to Espionage, Kino, Ram, and Jerome, every single one of them playing exceptionally well in this tournament and bringing this bracket to 6. And Desk, that is our last match, if I'm not mistaken, of the day. DNMK with a wonderful win, Elliot.
Hey, look, I'm sorry, Team Espionage. I put my channel point on DNMK. I was trying to balance out the curse that is my on-screen prediction. It didn't work. Nothing can outweigh my cursing people, apparently. It's not working, but it did win me some channel points, so I suppose tell the players that. I'm sure that will ease their suffering. It's a rough time for Team Espionage, but it's a great time to be a DNMK esports fan. They got knocked down into the lower bracket in a clean sweep by Bravado Gaming, and things looked rough, but they turned it around here and booked their ticket to Championship Sunday. What an amazing series it was, and the longest best of 7 we had all day. So, Jolly, I mean, look, that was something to get excited about at least.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I did. I had to take a break to make a sandwich, but I was still listening the entire time because that series was just fantastic. And again, I was mostly excited because, you know, at the beginning during the predictions, I was like, I'm going for DNMK, but the reason is because of Yopego. And that is exactly why. I mean, Yopego is just such a stalwart player, and yeah, sure, they might need to figure out a little bit more cohesion, but Defunct stepped up his game, absolutely. We had a couple hat tricks from both of those players, so you know what? The growth, the adaptation, that's what I'm looking for in these teams, and I love to see it from one that we're so familiar with.
Well, let's take a quick journey over to Stats Corner for the final time today. Joe, give us the roundup.
Well, Elliot, it was a very interesting series, and I mean, DNMK will be happy, of course, that they are going through to Championship Sunday. They're back on track. This was something we didn't see them do particularly often in winter, and to do it in style 4-2, they were scoring for fun. Must point out Yopego in particular. He averaged 490 points per game there or thereabouts, and 38% shot conversion ratio. For the 6 games, he was top of the team leaderboard for 4 of them. Oh. It's a really impressive individual performance there.
I mean, that's got to be MVP there. And of course, Jolly was talking about Yopego before. She was talking about him during. She talked about him after. And you can see why, really, with stats like that. Absolutely superb. But of course, not a one-man effort, a team effort there to put DNMK through to Championship Sunday. And a rough time for Team Espionage. Did anything in particular go wrong?
It's very hard to say. I don't think Espionage played badly in any given way. Their boost got a little bit rough around the edges at times, but actually DNMK often ended up worse on that front. They were positioned quite close to the ball. DNMK very good at just applying pressure, recycling by picking up small pads, stealing mid boosts, that kind of thing. And it really meant that Espionage often found themselves trapped and gradually dwindling their boost reserves, and it was very hard to break out of. I mean, DNMK only conceded 7 shots a game for that series compared to 10.7 for Espionage, so the pressure definitely a factor. And I think also just there was a slight disconnect in that rotation. I think Ram trying to stay back was a very good idea when DNMK were on offense, but then when they push up on offense for Espionage, they didn't really get there as a team, and there was still that lag slightly, not in the game of course, but the sort of disconnect perhaps between the 2 front men in Jerome and Kino and Ram trying to follow up that rotation. Just a little bit of a disjointed play there.
Well, it certainly wouldn't be Stats Corner if we didn't at least mention Boost. How did the teams do in terms of their management?
Well, this would be my one qualifier on my statements for DNMK. That series was fantastic. They have scored a very impressive 20 goals in 6 games. That's great. That will be something that will really help them on Championship Sunday, but the boost management still needs work. If you look at these boost stats, and everyone will vouch for me on the desk, I've been typing in capital letters about Defunct again. He averaged 82 seconds on 0 boost. It's a marginal improvement, but it's not great. The next best player in the lobby, so the second worst for time on 0 boost, was Jerome with 55. And then Defunct is out there on 81.6. And again, it is just the overfill from DNMK. Some of it's stolen, and that's fine, but most of it is their own back half. They're stealing boosts, they're getting mid boosts on defense, and they don't need them. They're already on 50-60 boost, and you can see it in the gameplay if you're watching for it, just filling up to 100 from 70 sometimes, and that is the boost that Defunct will need if DNMK are going to push forward on Championship Sunday.
Well, thank you so much, Joe. That is it for Stats Corner here on day 2 of the first regional of the spring split. But there'll be plenty more tomorrow, and hopefully we'll have both of our statisticians in the booth then. Can only wish that Taylor is recovering well from her off day today. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how things shaped up today and what they're looking like for tomorrow. A little bit of a recap of the day here. We had Pirates XD go through to the upper bracket final in style. It was a pretty easy day, a leisurely day of Rocket League for them. They only had to play a single series and they're through to Championship Sunday. If only everyone's day could have been that easy. Of course, Bravado Gaming's was a clean sweep over DNMK, put them through to that upper final as well. And they'll be facing off against Orlando Pirates tomorrow. But Digital Devils and DNMK dropping down into the lower quarterfinals, where we saw Digital Devils get swept by Apex Gaming. A crazy result, considering they'd just taken a game off of Orlando Pirates. And of course, just now watched DNMK Esports knock out Team Espionage in 6 games of that best of 7. They'll be going through to that lower semi-final tomorrow, which will be our second matchup of the day. Wow, what a day of Rocket League it has been, and it's been a pleasure to be alongside all of you on the desk. Greybeard, I honestly, I just don't even know what to say at this point. It has been a very, very long day. We're coming to a close, and I just can't get enough of SSA Rocket League.
Yeah, well, in many ways, it's kind of, another regional, another Bravado Gaming, Orlando Pirates upper bracket final. But all the fun and games in the lower bracket. We've seen teams that started out this RLCS season looking good, looking strong, looking like teams that were going to firm up their place in that top 4 and then fell off. And now here we are. So that's where the upset have been. The comeback of Apex, the comeback of DNMK. And wow, we're coming to a championship Sunday. No ATK, no Digital Devils. So that is where the shakeup has been. Can they make it go further? I don't know. It would be epic, but we find that out tomorrow.
And hey, look, Jake, I've got to come to you one more time. You predicted DNMK not just to make it through, which they did, but to take the entire regional. Are you still good for that?
Oh, Bravado Gaming to take the whole regional. Hold on.
Have I misquoted you here? I'm
the breaks there, Elliot.
My memory deceives me
Let me rein
sometimes.
you into what predictions I